boxer. Já já a gente recupera essa imagem. Enquanto isso, o Revolta bate o Gani. Mais uma.
Assassinado o ombro, poderia ser. Caído, 3.
As the Colin moves in on the kick, almost snipes him, but the body lock will save him. Brady there gets ulted there as it moves in for Vladimir, but Salt.
Agora ele anda bem kill! I will stop! Not that kill!
Один сразу из Реаль, минус Никарим тоже. Грагаса забирает. Симфони какой ульт шикарный дал.
Artık günden beri topluyorum. Dörtte
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberi, and it's semi-finals time.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we have two huge best-of-5s coming up today. Game 2 is going to be the first versus the fourth seed. It will be the Bangkok Titans taking on Besiktas, but the first game that we have coming up, Atlas, it's hard random versus Ints. The CIS region taking on Brazil.
Yeah, and the Brazilian team, they won a game in under 20 minutes, but they didn't manage to take down our hard random squad. So it's going to be very confusing power managing these two teams heading into this one.
Yeah, it certainly is. Ints arrived and they didn't look themselves, if we're perfectly honest.
Yeah,
Day
true.
one, they dropped the game against the Chiefs, were all over the place, and then just got better with age. And that's what you want to do in these long tournaments, because honestly, yesterday, they looked unstoppable. But
they did.
Halfway through, on day 2, they ran into the hard random lineups. Kira was able to get Vlad in the top lane. Smurf took Maokai, and they handily beat the Brazilian lineup.
Yeah, they did. And I believe it was to do with the fact that they banned out 007X. He wasn't able to hop on those massive champions.
Yeah, it certainly was. So the Nunu and
Revolta, sorry. Revolta.
Yeah, so Revolta wasn't actually did get Rek'Sai, I think. He had a mid-game champion. I think it was more around Tokka's being a little bit shut down. He was on Xerath instead of a hard carry, something like a LeBlanc. So they really targeted him. And in the end, it was Kira getting absolutely massive and Tokka's not being able to do that much in the team fights.
Yeah, and Tokka's generally leans on Revolta in these games as well. Revolta comes through very early on, ganks that lane repetitively, and Tokka's just reaps the rewards.
Yeah, he certainly does. We saw that with the Lee Sin game especially.
Yeah.
There was 2 repeat ganks early on. Really got him snowballing through. I actually think Tokka's just looked really good when he's on an aggressive champion. It's very hard to play Xerath into tanks at the moment because there's too much frontline. You can't get all of the CC through that you need to be able to catch people out. So expect him to shy away from that pick and go towards more something that is a playmaking champion that he can get some work done.
Yeah, and hard random, moving back to that side, of course, Curry in that mid lane looked fantastic on the Vladimir, but has really been one of the only champions that he's looked truly strong on, as well as that Diana.
Yeah, so Diana looked okay. The Vladimir is what looked fantastic.
Yeah.
So Kira, I expect that to be a ban coming through because you need to prove, especially in a best-of-5 series, that you can play something else. Ban at game 1. If he has a terrific game on something else, leave it open for the rest of the series. But at least for game 1, take it off the board.
Yeah, and we'll see what's going to be coming through because, of course, the ban phase is going to be very exciting to see. Where are these teams going to be focusing? Who's going to be copying the bans from where? And I have a feeling that Hecarim's not going to see anything because over the tournament, it has been very, very well banned away or very successful in the hands of whoever picks him up.
Yeah, Hecarim is just so good at the moment. Whether you take the Ignite, whether you take the Smite and go the Skirmisher Saber, it's shutting down AD carries in the mid and late game. And from there, it's like you're playing with one man less. So I expect that to be a ban. Yang in the top lane has showed that he likes mid-game top laners. He's jumped on Rumble a couple of times as well.
Yeah.
Whereas Smurf, he kind of plays anything, including a Morgana. And we've seen a couple of bans be thrown his way just because people don't want to have to deal with that. But once again, I expect him to have to play it if it's going to warrant a ban in this series.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. And Smurf, a fantastic sort of peeling top laner as well. Loves to pick up the Maokais. He's able to do a decent job peeling on that champion as well, but has been one of the only players that we've really seen wanting to pick up that Morgana and be that support role.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll have to see if he can get it. I think a lot of it has to do with how what carry they get Lex on. If they go something hyper like a Caitlyn, like a Jinx, I expect him to grab the Morgana. Otherwise, I expect him to stay with like the Graves. And Macau, he's been picking up both some mid-games and late-game carries. The Lucian looked fantastic, but boy, did his Jinx get ahead in the matchup they had yesterday.
Yeah, and actually, Hard Random speaking during a pause. It's a no-no, ladies and gentlemen, and they're going to lose a ban for it. So this is your lineups for the bans so far, as Inst, they're looking for their final one, and then Smurf going to be taking his first pick. And you can see there in the last pick column for Inst, that was their 18.5-minute game, where Macau got a triple kill at about 5 minutes in. So
yeah, against KLG, they were able to really run away with that one. So it was a good momentum-building match for them there. Actually, not very many reactionary bans coming through. Just Lee Sin taken away from Revolta, and LeBlanc being taken away from Tockers. But finally, they get to have a look at the Morgana at least. Demonko might play it, but more than likely that will be a top lane Morgana.
yeah, Smurf going to be able to take that into the top lane, but Yang sort of will be able to pick whatever he likes. Morgana, not too much pressure in that top side of the map, and Revolta, that Lee Sin ban is there, but he's got the entire rest of the jungle to pick from, and Rek'Sai's available. I think that's a massive one, but Gragas as well. He's seen so much success this tournament.
Yeah, so he has the Gragas to pick up. I think Gragas is probably the highest priority currently on this patch to be able to get into your lineup. Just jungles well early and then transitions well into kind of a catch champion late game. There's a huge yawn coming through from some of the INTZ members. Nunu being considered here. Maybe they're going for a little bit more of a build-up Macau composition, and how he played Jinx yesterday doesn't sound like a bad choice.
Yeah, certainly not. But I would have expected something to do with maybe a Rek'Sai pick away, as Revolta is going to switch over to it. They go to the Janna as well, and I like this because Symphony, he's been relying on that Rek'Sai pick.
Yeah, he certainly has. He really does prioritize that one. Also plays Sejuani okay, but that's hard into a Rek'Sai. So from here, I don't know what Hard Random really can go for. They have hovered a Lulu. All of a sudden, if they have a hyper carry locked in, that is a very good raise the AD carry comp. If it's a Kog'Maw, I'll even allow you to call this one a Juggernaut.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, no. Let's not go crazy. All right, you know that I love to be able to throw around words that don't necessarily make sense. Kira, thinking about the Jinx here, they want to pick it away from Macau. Moving over to the Kalista, we'll see what they do decide on. Kira was hovering the Ezreal. That would have been a pickup most likely for the mid lane there, as Kira more than happy to play that one.
Yeah, it certainly is, but it looks like it is a Lulu Jinx. So no Juggernaut, but a protect the Jinx combo coming out here. Very good late game scaling already on the side of Hard Randoms, and looks like In's happy to just commit to this mid game. They've gone for a Graves hover right now. Graves or Lucian deals okay with Jinx in lane, able to bully around her a little bit early.
Yep.
Although I'm really not convinced anyone outright beats Jinx because she can rotate around the map so well. 2v1, she's probably the best 2v1 AD carry in the game. Crushes through waves, crushes through structures, but also doesn't have much AoE if she's in the minigun form, so does freeze up relatively well.
Yeah, it isn't sort of gated by that sort of Tristana factor with the explosive shot as far as that AoE is concerned. Able just to last hit those creeps very, very slowly if she feels like it. Insto, they're still hovering the Graves. Tokka's yet to make up his mind as Ari is available. Played a fantastic one in their last showing, of course. Did have a lot to do with other factors, as Macau now considering a Kog'Maw. Back to the Tristana, and this is a very interesting lineup so far, but I like the Trist.
Yeah, fighting fire with fire, and wow, straight away, Ezreal insta-locked in there for Kira.
Oh man, the last pick Gragas too.
That's going to be either a support Lulu or a support Morgana.
Support Lulu. Definitely support Lulu. Demonko loves playing that one.
Yeah, so see Demonko pick up Lulu in the bottom lane. Lulu Jinx, not the greatest 2v2 lane, although against Macau and Joxter, probably going to be able to run into the Tristana. Janna.
Yeah, well, we'll see
Not
exactly how this lane works.
fantastic synergy.
Yeah. Well, you know, of course, Janna just has sort of mediocre synergy with almost anyone who has an AD scaling ability or auto attacks. So we'll see how that one goes, as In's considering a Kog'Maw potentially for the mid lane. And I'm surprised that we haven't seen more of this one, because Luden's Echo Kog'Maw in the mid lane is disgusting.
Yeah, it's what I call obnoxious.
Yeah.
You really struggle against it. You can just go tier into Luden's Echo, and all of a sudden he throws out lots and lots of damage, and it even gives him some wave clear. It's very, very hard to deal with. Throw in a 6-item Rylai's as well, and it just does not get any better for you. And that is exactly what they have gone for. So some good peel back coming through here from Ince. They'll have some chase potential as well with Tristana if anyone gets low from Cogmore.
What about the siege coming through from this lineup, though? They've got Tristana, who is the queen of destroying turrets, and a Cogmore, who is literally a siege unit.
Yeah, it certainly is, but I can see exactly where you're going with that. It's very easy to siege up those turrets. You have Jana as well to blow people back in if you are too hard engaged on, but I think that there is still a fair amount of wave clear coming through here from hard random. They'll be able to drop the pool, just use a couple of Jinx rockets. I don't think the creeps will get too far underneath the turret this time around.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how hard random deal with it, because of course they want to be sieging as well. They've got this double AD comp. They've got, of course, the Essence Flux with the Jinx as well. I mean, that's another thing that we haven't really spoken about, is the fact that Ezreal can even augment the AD carry.
Yeah, certainly can speed her up, make her nice and good there. I'm surprised they didn't go with a Nunu in this composition, actually, in the jungle, just because of how much they could have buffed up the Jinx. They went with some disengage instead. Also helps out the siege, shoving people off the turrets. But a little bit of a strange pick there. The Gragas, very strong at the moment, so as a standalone, not bad. Just doesn't meet the composition as well as you would have thought the Nunu would.
Although, I guess Nunu doesn't offer too much CC in the early stages of the game. That might have been a thought. And the explosive cast, fantastic in a siege?
Yeah, yes and no. Explosive cast, fantastic in a siege, but Nunu always offers CC. The Snowball is really good as a single target CC. It's actually very hard to run through. Tristana not going to deal with that one great. And as soon as level 6 hit, he has a big zoning potential that comes through from Absolute Zero. So they do have some CC coming through from Gragas, but Nunu's no slouch in that regard either.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, and he is able to eat through that jungle relatively quickly at the same time. And as far as this jungle matchup is concerned, Gragas versus the Rek'Sai, is Revolta going to really move around this map as freely as he has in previous games against his Gragas?
Gragas will have a great first gank as we do jump onto the Rift, but Revolta should be able to dictate the pace from there. The flash body slam is huge, but Revolta also has the Burrow and the knock-up that can come through, of course. So should be fairly even, but give a slight edge over to Revolta.
Well, we'll see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen, as we do hop onto the Rift. Hard Random taking on Ince here. Hard Random on the blue side for the first game of this best-of-5 series in the semifinals as we kick off our 4th day here of the IWCI. And we do have Hard Random actually as a full 5-man squad heading through here. There's pings all across this map as Ince might be able to sandwich them in their base.
Yeah, they might look to do it, definitely, or at least get them when they come back out.
I don't know whether they've been spotted.
Who, Ince or Hard Random?
Ince.
Ince haven't been spotted. No, definitely not.
Well, this could be ridiculous. Oh, Kira.
Fire a Q. He got it.
He got it, but there's the twisted advance to come through. Domonko's getting burnt down by that ignite, but flashes away nicely. Joska. Oh my gosh. I would have expected someone to die, but everyone on Hard Random, they do make it out alive.
Yeah, they certainly do. And now Hard Random, they actually have a very good level 1. So Ince loses surprise. Only a flash, 2 flashes burnt for an ignite. So definitely in favor of Ince. They now have position over the map, but they need to be careful because Morgana, Ezreal, not to mention Lulu and Jinx, all have pretty good level 1s.
Yeah, well, the Dark Binding, of course, is fantastic in that situation. You have to think if it was Hard Random who were waiting in that brush and managed to get that amount of a surprise attack off, then it could have been very different. As Yang, another twisted advance. Kira loses half of his health instantly. Mystic shots onto Yang. They're not going to be starting off the blue just yet. In fact, they are, as Symphony is around here.
This is brave coming through from Symphony. The collapse can still come through. He's got a support player coming up as well. This will be a 2v3, but Blue Buff does a lot of damage level 1.
Yeah, Revolta actually tanking that one up a little bit too much there.
Blue Buff's had enough. He's been soft leased.
Yeah, there's Twisted Advance again as Domonko doesn't have a flash from before. As you remember, Revolta, he's down here, but Domonko able to pick up the shield from the inner turret, and he's going to be okay. And yeah, this weird situation continues.
Yeah, but it's going to continue for a long time, and the beneficiary, Smurf, he packed up left, already level 2. In fact, he might just be able to shove out, teleport in, and kill everyone.
Potentially here, they do have a ward. There's a flash twisted advance now. Nice Howling Gale, but Yang, he's getting burnt down. Will have to get out. Glitterlance doesn't quite find the marker. Symphony's going to flash. Yang doesn't have anything. The passive going to do some work, but First Blood goes to Domonko, and Joxer now in trouble as well. Kira comes over. Nice flash away from the Mystic Shot as Lex is coming in. The heal from Macau as he heads down here as well, and it's a party around this blue buff spawn.
Yeah, it certainly is, but finally Hard Random take it, and Ince overcommitted because Morgana's just sat in the bottom lane, didn't even use the teleport. You feel if Smurf had have come up, would have been able to rock something in there, but instead they get Yang behind. It's a level 1 versus a level 3 now, and that's going to be very, very painful for the Maokai early.
Yeah, most certainly. Tokas, though, was still hanging around in that mid lane, so he's going to have the advantage there by a little bit, but of course, Kira not losing out on too much apart from all of his summoner spells. Symphony able to clear out these wolves, and Revolta heading towards the red buff.
Well,
hasn't
Revolta
picked
hasn't
up
taken
anything.
a camp yet.
Yeah.
Revolta is very far behind. Unfortunately for Gragas, he did go barrel as well as E, so he's not going to have the best jungle clear ever, but he'll be completely fine. Gragas is very good at clearing out the jungle, and Revolta actually started his Q there in the jungle. We see a lot of Rek'Sai's not opt for that one, instead going for the W coming through as
Beautiful
well.
jumpers over both of them here on the top side of the map. Lex getting some follow-up damage there with those rockets. Jockster, some auto attacks coming through there as well. Nets him a bit of gold as Macau quite low, and they've been focusing Demonko. Demonko's actually got focus from everyone across this map, but what he's got for it is first blood.
Yeah, he certainly does. So he'll be able to go back, pick up a Sightstone whenever he wants to at about the 4-minute mark. He's got a fair bit of gold at the moment from some auto attacks coming through there as well. You can never underestimate how quickly Spell Thief starts stacking up if you're auto attacking someone for the first 3 minutes of a game.
And he's most certainly been able to do that. Symphony able to pick up both of his buffs now as well. Horizontal jungling.
Has gone the Skirmisher's save. Wow. Has gone the Skirmisher's Saber Atlas for a little bit of extra dueling potential in the early game as well. Maybe expecting Rek'Sai to be aggressive on him.
Well, if he is going to be able to do that as well, I mean, Rek'Sai far behind, so despite the fact that Rek'Sai generally known as being a fantastic skirmishing
and
jungler.
he's going for an early invade onto the blue buff. He was spotted there by a ward. Sees that it's not been started up yet. Might actually go for a revisit, but you're right. He's much stronger than Revolta right now because he has buffs. Revolta only has the red. Might be able to make that invade successful, but he does back away.
Yeah, Revolta, though, able to even this one out. Of course, Rek'Sai's clear very, very strong, and you mentioned that Symphony did take a little bit of a hit on that regard. Lex able to get some auto attacks down onto these minions. Doesn't do as well as he would have otherwise liked. And it is going to be the CS advantage for Macau here on the top side.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you mentioned how in the mid lane, Kira was falling behind a little bit.
Cute denial.
He's been able to catch completely up in CS, even though he was the one that went into the jungle to help out. So that's against Cogmore. The other thing against Cogmore is the very late second buff coming through from Revolta. So his blue going to be denied for a pretty long time there, Tokas. Just needs to keep farming up with that tier.
Yeah, Lex actually, the Whimsy shield coming through. Eye of the Storm versus Whimsy up here on the top side. Demonko heading back now, has that Sightstone as you mentioned, so able to provide as much vision as Hard Random would like. They've had a great start this game, 700 gold now in the lead as Tokas trying to get some vision down. Nice pink ward there below the red buff. He's going to let them know whether Gragas is going to be around. And there's a pink on the top side as well. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, so able to get a couple of pinks in their jungle. Maybe they were just looking for any early invade that was going to come through from Gragas. A little bit worried about that one. He, of course, can go over the Baron wall and then walk around the backside. So maybe they think that it's going to be there for a very long time and just will give them good vision of where Gragas will be as Symphony. He's been spotted out.
Yeah, speaking of good vision here, wow, that was half of Symphony's health with 2 spells.
Yeah, so able to get that done, although Tokas takes the return in the mid lane. Has to start healing up, but he's got a lot of consumables with the flask as well as some biscuits.
Not doing too badly. Actually, Revolta answering the Skirmisher Saber with one of his own here. A lot of challenges to come out of these junglers as Lex is going to get the explosive shot on his head. Not too many auto attacks buffing that one up, so not going to hit him for too much. Macau's trading damage actually very, very strong. Revolta coming through for a bit of an invade here. Doesn't find himself a Grump, and there's a lot of vision around here.
Might be looking for a dive actually in the top lane, or at least a gank through there, but he won't get it, so he'll just pick himself up a Rift Scuttler instead. And Toka's doing very well in this mid lane against Ezreal, who should be able to bully around lots of mid laners early, but can't seem to find a foothold on the AP Cog.
Yeah, can't quite get there. Of course, Cogmore, now that he's hit level 6 as well, pretty strong as... Ooh, Lex not going to get found by that pre-seeker.
Yeah, you have to stand on that tunnel now because you can come back to it very, very quickly. So they're able to take that one out. Good work there by Demonko. But Lex, he's starting to get bullied a little bit in this lane. And we said we didn't really see the synergy in the bottom lane between Tristana and Janna, but apparently it's there.
Most certainly. Of course, Janna just bit of a mental champion anyway, and haven't seen too many aggressive rocket jumps. We've had discussions about this just recently, Spawn, of course. I do like maxing that rocket jump very, very early on. Of course, no one else in the world does.
Yep, so AP Tristana fell out of favor a while ago, and you're trying to bring it back in an AD form. But
I like to call myself a hipster in League of Legends. Built far too many Ginsu's Rage Blades. Cow, though, continuing to clear out this wave. Top lane / bottom lane, duo lane. Going to be heading back to base here for Hard Random, and Int's just going to shove this wave in and do the same. BF sword picked up for Lex.
But even more will be able to be picked up by Macau. He's built himself nearly a 20 CS advantage at only the 9-minute mark as Kira picks up his blue buff. That's going to help very much against the Kog'Maw, who's not going to have his available for quite some time still. And we should see that right now, Ezreal should start shoving in this lane relentlessly.
Oh, yeah. Tokas, though, does have the Aether Wisp, so it is exactly what you mentioned there. Tear into the Luden's Echo. And we'll see whether it is as devastating as it can be.
It is legitimately probably the best synergy you can get with Luden's Echo, apart from maybe Ahri, but I'm still going to give it to Kog'Maw.
Well, he's a beautiful butterfly, so I'd give it to him anyway. He's going to be able to clear out some creeps here in the mid as well. Does it nicely as that Caustic Spittle comes out to pick up the last one. Does Caustic Spittle also have an AP ratio?
Yeah, Caustic Spittle, all of his kit has an AP ratio.
Oh, good.
He's an AP laner, so people just figured out that his W is an absolute joke when you have attack speed, so they started building him AD.
Well, it has worked out. Of course, Juggermore is a pretty ridiculous team comp. Kog'Maw himself does ridiculous damage as an AD carry, but Symphony's going to discover a pink ward here on the bottom side as Ints are going to back away. Lanes are going to reset. No dragons being considered at all here at the 10-minute mark. Fairly late.
Yeah, that's very late, and especially because both Revolta as well as Symphony would love to be able to solo that one out and sneak it away, but there was a lot of, I guess, focus on the early Scuttle Crab, and that seems to have dissuaded both junglers from getting that done.
Yeah, Scuttle Crab now available here. Revolta not going to be taking that one down as blue buff is almost available here for Tokas. That's going to make him completely obnoxious.
Completely back up to Symphony, Smurf, by the way, who was able to get like the first 3 levels for free in his lane. So credit to the Ints top laner for being able to stick in that one. Of course, Morgana not really known for a lane bullying potential, but still very impressive if you can stand up to someone 2 levels above you.
Yeah, and the game sort of equalized almost completely after that fairly ridiculous level 1 business. Symphony, actually going to almost catch out the flash there as Tokas is able to get over the explosive cast.
Should have been able to catch out the flash, actually. If he had a flashed himself, he would have been able to be in range to get the knock-up of the body slam. Didn't want to commit to it. Instead, just gets the summoner spell for free. But I think they could have got a little bit more against Kog'Maw.
Yeah, decide not to. Sort of playing a little bit more conservatively. Cow in this bottom side continuing with a bit of a CS advantage.
Wow.
Rocket jump very aggressively onto Lex here as he gets polymorphed on the bottom side. Chompers not going to work out, but that explosive shot doing some work. Smurf wants to come in, does have the soul shackles. Jockster flashes away, but takes the damage. Super Mega Death Rocket nets them the kill, and that Dark Binding not going to quite find Lex there on the bottom side. Macau, I apologize. And Demonko and Lex able to turn that one around really nicely.
Yes, they're able to turn it around. They got the teleport through from their top laner and able to pick up a kill. Unfortunately, might not be able to get too much else because already Rek'Sai is closing in. Revolta as well as Yang in the wings. They want to start something.
Yeah, knock-up is available here for Revolta. Doesn't get it there under Demonko as the Black Shield comes through. Yang gets caught by the Chompers as Macau's found Symphony. The explosive shot doing some work, but Macau not wanting to aggress too far in.
So all of a sudden, now it is Ints with the advantage over on Dragon, even though they were the ones that lost the fight. Smurf once again trying to come in to poke Dark Bind, especially if it's got a couple of extra points and does ridiculous damage at this part of the game, but he misses it out and they'll be able to grab that one for free.
Potentially here, Symphony is round the side. Preyseeker finds him.
Hard Random should give this up. Oh, they've been able to force them back off. That is a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, True Top Barrage doing some work here
as Yang's
taking
low
it up
members
completely.
on the side of Hard Random. Ints is sticking with this one, but all of a sudden, Hard Random, they look like they want to continue to fight.
Yeah, and the Dragon does not know what it wants to do as well. It's been resetting in and out of this fight. Ints have been tanking it up for so incredibly long. Explosive cast coming through there just for some damage. as it's down to about 1,000 health. Lex now is looking at that Howling Gale, but it is going to be Revolta securing away the Dragon.
Yeah, so a lot of it, that was a very long standoff over the Dragon, but in the end it is picked up by Ints, so they get the first major objective of the map, although they are about 1,000 gold behind just because of the 2 kills that have been able to be picked up by Hard Random.
Yeah, and Hard Random, despite falling behind here on the bottom side of the map, are certainly doing well as mid lane completely even. And Lex, with that kill, is going to mean that this Jinx in a very nice position. Tokka's now in trouble. True Shot Barrage coming through, but Kira just takes a turret shot for it. And Tokka's is going to be able to head home.
Yeah, so able to get out of there as we see Tristana continuing to shove in this bottom lane. There's no teleport gank coming through, so there's not really much risk for Macau. You can see the river is lit up with wards, and that's why they feel so safe doing this. Symphony is very low on the top side of the map as well, so not really much danger as Smurf now looking for a gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, Revolta underground, looking for a knock up there as Dark Binding lands. Revolta, you are so dead, and Kira easily picks up that kill, and Smurf patiently waited and got what he was looking for.
Yeah, that was just an outright bait coming through. Rek'Sai must have known something was going on because now they're going for it again as well.
Yeah, Dark Binding tries to be found as Super Mega Death Rocket actually coming through. They were really expecting Smurf to land that one.
Yeah, apparently so. So Lex throws out the ultimate, not able to grab anything.
That was cute, though.
That was a really good shot.
Although I guess, you know, Smurf may have just pinged out where he was hoping to land the bind.
But it missed, so someone must have missed.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. But Zap just going to be tanked up there by Macau. He's doing fantastic things as far as sort of denying.
They've
these
outright
creeps
won this
concerned.
lane. Apart from the kill that went over to Demonco, and then there was another kill from a very good teleport coming through, which both aren't really their fault. 20 CS up, they've taken down nearly the turret. There's so much pressure on this bottom side of the map that now Symphony is ignoring the blue buff and coming down for a gank. They have done fantastically to be able to control this Jinx.
Yeah, Macau dodges away from that Glitterlance's tower very, very low. Lex completely out of mana, wants to go back.
So they're going to pick up 2 turrets nearly simultaneously with Lex having to go back as well as in the mid lane. Kira left the lane, so that's top, middle and bottom going down. Top also looking to follow. Ins all of a sudden flick a switch, and they're going to pick up everything.
Yeah, and their lane control has been fantastic here as well. You can see turret goes down on the bottom side. Jockster actually gets credit for that one. Macau wanting to continue this as Smurf actually picks up the blue buff. There's the, oh my goodness, the Soul Shackle's doing a whole lot of damage. Super Mega Death Rocket just into the backside of this Ints lineup, and they are going to be able to get out of there. Of course, Living Artillery is going to deter Smurf from coming any further.
But Ints nearly take down 3 turrets simultaneously. That was just fantastic timing in the entirety of the lineup. All of a sudden, they've got a gold lead as well. So Hard Random ball in their court. They need to start making something happen with what is like a weird pick comp. I actually don't even know what their composition does. It's kind of double AD with an AP top laner with not very many tanks and a confusing amount of magic damage.
Yeah, it is quite strange. Kira, though, does a lot of damage, as you can see, but so does Macau. Rocket jumping on top of Kira here. Didn't ult through, as the explosive shot is going to explode and do a whole heck of a lot of damage, but Kira unable to die from it. So Int's not going to be able to get their first kill. Smurf has pushed up this top wave, and they're going to send Macau up to deal with it.
Yeah, so they're sending the Tristana into the top lane without Dragon up to just push down the last outer turret. Wow, Smurf needs to be careful because there are 2 people coming up here, and I don't think you can win the 2v1.
Yeah, either Storm onto the turret there as well to deter Smurf from continuing on that one, and Macau just going to continue doing exactly what it was doing before. Oh my goodness, that True Shot Barrage did a heck of a lot of damage.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage is a very good, I guess, ability if you can fire it without hitting creeps. As soon as you hit the creeps, as you see the Luden Echo now finished up for Tokka, so he's just able to shove out any wave. Yeah, if you hit creeps, it does a lot less damage, but if you get a champion first time through, it does a ridiculous amount of burst.
Yeah, that's why you like to use it first shot through a team fight as well.
Also gives you 5 stacks of your passive generally if you're doing that.
If you want to learn some Ezreal play. Of course, he hasn't been around for very long. Oh, wait. Revolta able to take down his red buff here. Macau continuing to push down on the top side. Smurf has a lot of wave clear, though. It might be difficult for this Tristana to make it to the turret.
Yeah, it certainly might be, because you can just drop the, especially with 40% CDR coming through already from Smurf, just drop the pull on the back line, take out all the caster creeps, and you just, yeah, as you see up there, not really worried too much about CSing because his pull does it for him.
Yeah, Cannon Creep not going to be taken down, but pretty close. True Shot Barrage
Again,
doesn't find
being
Talkers that
fired
time.
up the mid lane.
Yeah, Kira's just using that one on cooldown.
Yeah, just using it to shove out, and why not? He's going to be able to grab the mid lane turret, it looks like, for his troubles as it goes down, and Talkers needs to be careful. Kira does a lot of consistent damage.
Yeah, and Talkers needs to hit all of his skill shots if he's going to do the same.
Very hard to do that against Ezreal, though, especially if he has Flash. He doesn't, but he has the E, of course, as well, to be able to get him in and out of danger. And now we see maybe Hard Random starting to take some control of the map back. They're even pushing in the bottom lane. Whoa, Kira's in trouble.
He is. Arcane Shift is going to get him to relative safety, but these ults are doing so much work. Talkers with the explosion, and they may be able to transition into this inner turret. And look at the damage coming through from Macau. The explosive shot's going to explode, and man, turrets last no time at all coming through from the Ints lineup.
Yeah, they certainly don't. Tristana wrecks through them, and they're able to pick up a kill on the mid laner. You just see the strength of AP Kog'Maw in the current meta, able to completely take over the mid game, because he gets his power spike so much easier. No longer do you need the tier, some mana regen, as well as the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. You just go into a very good poke item in the Lunam's Echo, and you're pretty much done with your build.
Yeah, actually, Super Mega Death Rocket, I believe,
Missed everything.
Yeah, it was fired. So it was a decent attempt, but not going to find anyone.
Well, the thing about Super Mega Death Rocket, you have to fire it into someone, then it explodes and steals Dragon for you.
Kind of like Ash Arrow.
Yeah, exactly like Ash Arrow. But it actually does damage.
Hey, Enchanted Crystal Arrow does damage, mate, if you build her AP.
Does it do AP damage?
Yeah. That's what AP Ash is all about, my friend. It's cooldown reduction, AP, and you sit in the base. It's throwing arrows. It's like a bad carpus, if you think about it. No?
I don't know. I'm speechless. I just didn't know that was a thing.
No, it's not a thing. I promise you, it's not a thing. Don't you worry. It's not like you've missed a memo. Oh, dear. But it does work, theoretically. As Kira's actually going to find Revolta here in the mid lane. Gets explosive cast back here as well. As the Rek'Sai finally going to fall down. Yang gets ignored, thank goodness, as he's so tanky. Hard Random, they do pick up the jungler. Smurf might be in trouble, as Jockster actually going to flash and monsoon him over the wall.
Yeah, flashes in, saves him. Smurf was like, thank God I didn't have to use my flash.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And I fat-fingered my black shield, otherwise I would have been in some trouble.
Yeah, Hard Random, though, trying to answer the push from the mid lane as the barrel is down there.
We mentioned the synergy between Kira and Lex being able to just throw that W from Ezreal across the Jinx and get all the attack speed up. And you saw right there, they make pretty quick work of turrets themselves.
Yeah, well, both of these lineups really able to tear through these turrets. And late game team fights, it's going to be one win and they're going to be able to take the base, either team.
Yeah, exactly right. And you see Lex able to push up there. He's going for a Phantom Dancer as the next item. You would have to assume with that dagger, although it could just be boots into a static shiv as well. The transform now coming through from the Muramana. And the top turret will fall as Revolta going on a solo mission for a blue buff.
Yeah, Tremor Sense does let him know that there are a billion people hanging around here. Dark Binding finds Yang, does next to no damage. He's got a whole lot of health at this stage. Zap's going to find Talkers as Revolta. He's not quite tanky enough.
Do you know who does damage? Kira. He is an absolute monster at this point in the game, although has been caught now.
That was an overly aggressive arcane shift there. Was forced to use the flash to get out of there, and the cleanse, in fact.
Sometimes it's just about sending a message. And message sent. He wants to kill people.
Most definitely. Oh, he wants to throw out mystic shots and not find any targets. Maybe that's what the message he was sending.
Oh,
I'm not entirely sure.
Poor Kira. Having a good game so far. 2-1-0. Getting trash talked by Atlas on the desk.
That is not true. I was just stating what had happened. Okay? His bottom lane inner turret is under fire by the creeps, though. Lex was sent down there. Ints, though, unable to really capitalize on the fact that they had a decent minion wave pushing into the bottom side, and we're just going to be buying items. Revolta actually may get taken down by that True Shot Barrage, but no, not going to happen this time.
And we see quite a slow game coming through here. Atlas Dragon has been taken twice by Ents, so they've got that under control for now.
Gold's completely even.
Gold very even here. Turrets, there's one in favor for the Brazilian lineup, so they're doing well, and they scale.
Possibly even 2.
Yeah, it is 2. They got the tier 2 mid lane one. So they scale very well into the late game. You've got a Tristana, you've got an AP Kog'Maw, who just gets better with every single one of his items. There really is not an item threshold with Kog'Maw after you get your Luden's Echo. Just every other item makes you significantly better.
Yeah, and these are sort of the 2 classic hyper carries, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, it certainly is. And Jinx versus Tristana, 2 very big hyper carries. I'm not going to call it classic because played
Jinx,
since
not so
season
much.
1. Jinx, very recent to me. Still don't know exactly what she does.
She doesn't have an AP ratio on her ultimate.
She doesn't.
Just letting you know.
As we see a shove coming through from Symphony in this mid lane, trying to get the turret down. Flex actually dodges out of the way of that Essence Flex, it looks like. And Smurf takes half of his health and has to scurry away now from Tokka's, what, 2 abilities?
Yep, 2 abilities. That was Voidoo's and the Living Artillery. Revolta going to get slowed down there, but Glitterlance doesn't find him. Yang actually looking for the flank here. Thought he used the teleport, didn't actually. As the Maokai sort of walks in and goes, oh, yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. We'll get out.
Yeah, Kira still doing some damage here as Lex going to deal with a side creep wave. And Macau, he's on top of a ward. Needs to be very
collapsing
careful.
on him, though. Chompers land after it comes through. Symphony completely whiffs the ultimate. But Macau might be able to get out. Super Mega Death Rocket is flashed here as Buster Shot hasn't been used. And Symphony is a very slow fat man.
Yeah, he certainly is, especially with no mana. And off the back of that, Hard Random are going to lose their bottom lane turret.
That was a free kill, though. That should have been a free kill.
Yeah, but still turret for kill.
Really
Even
good
then,
for Ints.
It goes well for Ints, but they didn't get the kill. So it goes even better.
Yeah. A little bit unfortunate there for Hard Random, but they are going to be able to take a consolation turret here in the top lane, almost equalizing that one out. And they are going to take the gold lead for it. Kira able to get a ward over there as well, but only one more inner turret remaining here for the Brazilian lineup. They are with a lot of map control at this stage of the game. 7 seconds until the dragon is up, and the movement speed going to be helping them out a whole lot as far as moving around this map with that 3rd dragon.
And Kog'Maw just benefits so much from movement speed. It's one of the reasons why Luden's Echo is such an important item on him as well. You throw in the fact that a 3rd dragon, he's not going to be able to be avoided by anyone. Probably doesn't even need the Rylai's at that stage.
Yeah, and is he going to be going for the Rylai's, or is this potentially the Leandry's Torment that he's picking up next item?
Yeah, it could be potentially the Leandry's there just for some more flat penetration to come through, as we might have a fight. Yang's being caught out a little bit.
Yeah, he's very, very tanky, though. As now it's the standoff. Hard Random. They have got the dragon aggro.
The problem with Hard Random is they really don't have that much engage as it's gone down.
Yeah, Zap tried to come through, but Macau's actually going to lock that one down. 3rd dragon here for Ints as Hard Random unable to really get any engages off. And True Shot Barrage not able to steal that one away.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Hard Random's team comp. Unless they get a really good bind or a flank coming through from Symphony, they just don't have the hard engage you need to deal with Tokka's AP Kog'Maw right now. No one can get on top of him, and we've already seen how much damage he does. What that means is this Tristana has just been split pushing all game. Macau able to just crush through the waves, and then if left unattended, go and grab some turrets for herself as well. So there's really no chance for them to fight here, although they do try and make one.
Yeah, Kira looking for it. Symphony actually flashes in. Nice explosive cast, gets 2 members. Jockstar very, very low. Super Mega Death Rocket nets himself a kill, and Hard Random. They've got Revolta sort of caught in no man's land, but they're not going to chase after him. Voidoo's, he's going to find Lex half of his health down as True Shot Barrage is going to get dodged out of the way of Ints. Now trying to defend this inhibitor turret. As the minions do head up there, Macau shoots the last one in the face, and there's no minions left.
Yeah, exactly right. And look what they had to burn to get it there. If Jockstar had have ulted before he flashed as well, wouldn't even have been a kill. So in the end, Hard Random, they force they get something, but they're not going to be able to push in on this turret.
Oh, wow. Kira takes a whole lot from that Voidoo's Living Artillery combo. Symphony not going to find the barrel there as well. Dark Binding goes wide, and Ints now looking for some form of engage. Mystic Shot finds Revolta. Revolta sort of getting poked out on his way down this lane. Macau looking for something as well. Dark Binding again going to go wide. And our Ints lineup now on the offensive.
Yeah, so even though hard random, they're technically up, they're behind in Dragons quite significantly, they just can't start a favorable fight because there is no way, especially now that Gragas' flash is on cooldown, that they can win it. And they look like they might even go for a Baron? No, they're just trying to contest the blue once again.
Yeah, not going to be happening though, as blue is going to fall to Smurf. And this top wave is going to be taken down. True Barrage going to come through.
So they did start it up. They have intention to do Baron, which I think is a little bit dangerous. They've got a very good scaling lineup. There's no engage coming through from hard random. Just continue to control minion waves with Mikau, push around the map, get your Kog'Maw, who now is going towards that Leandris, as well as your Tristana to super late game. And there's no one to really deal with Maokai. Kog'Maw is just going to get stronger and stronger, and you just roll over there with your siege composition. I think that hard random actually are the ones that need to force here. I'm surprised it's not them trying to posture around Baron, posture around Dragon, and force those objectives, because without a major objective up on the map, they just can't get a winning team fight.
Yeah, no, they've been relying on Symphony a little bit for that, to try and get an explosive cask into a team fight that they like, but you're exactly right. It hasn't really been working out here for hard random.
But that's their only tool. They've got an explosive cast. That is,
and a Dark Binding, maybe.
Yeah, but that's not even really a hard engage tool. That's a pick tool.
Ah, right.
So as far as hard engage goes, they've got legitimately Symphony.
Yeah, or Symphony, yeah. Well, we'll see whether they can make something happen. This is, of course, League of Legends. Anything can happen on the Rift, as is going to be the split push here for Yang.
I'm actually
pushing out.
I'm surprised Symphony hasn't picked up, what's the blue enchant on boots that gives you increased flash?
Oh, yeah.
Distortion.
The distortion.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised he really hasn't gone Distortion if that is the case, because they seem to recognize as well that they can't hard engage without Symphony's flash. So just get the Distortion enchant. It's going to allow you to get much more flashes in there, have it available with the increased cooldown coming through, and you can see exactly what happens when they try and siege up.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage does do a fair bit of damage here as Dark Binding once again not going to find a target. Explosive Shot does knock the Maokai out of there, stopping a lot of the engaged knock-up. Not going to come through onto Smurf with the black shield, sorry, as it is going to get broken. And look at the burst damage from Tokkers. Super Mega Death Rocket, though, again onto Jockster. Takes out the support, hard random. Now with a 5v4 situation, thinking about going for something, but they're getting poked down. And as soon as Tokkers isn't engaged on, he just gets so much work done in the backline that they can't do anything.
Yeah, exactly right. And Jockster really needs to calm down, hold his horses on these engages, because realistically, they were winning that until he went up to the front, because look how much damage this AP Kog'Maw currently does.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Mikau, though, actually takes a fair bit there as well, as Kira down here. Living Artillery not going to find anyone as the Voidoo's just going to destroy the river.
I don't understand why Ints continue to try and force Baron. It just is very confusing. Some of the backs now stopped as well. So realistically, hard random now need to go get some positioning around this Dragon area, although now they're starting up the Baron.
What is going on? They've started it here. Symphony very, very low, as the ward here in the back of the pit is going to spot out exactly what's going on. Revolta is able to get the 50-50 smite potentially, and Symphony may just die to the Baron as Ints. They're going to now take the position, and they know that Symphony's low. They might be able to just turn on the Baron here themselves.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that's what they might be able to do, but they don't go for it. And both teams, it's 31 minutes in the game, and you haven't got a tank.
Make up your melons.
Baron. Oh. They're going for it again.
My goodness. The Baron trap once again. Mikau taking a lot of damage here. Righteous Glory pops. Oh, there's the W in from Yang, and Kira, he's been picked and now he's dead.
Yeah, so they're able to get a kill off it at least. Smurf, extremely low, doesn't have the teleport either. They've started it up another time. This time it will probably go to Ints, because there's no mid laner coming through for hard random, although don't quote me on that.
Yeah, Super Mega Death Rocket is available here as well as Symphony. They're looking for something explosive. Cast going to do some work here as Tokkers, completely unharassed in the back, is able to take down Smurf. Symphony, very low. Wild Growth from Demonko comes through, but our Ints lineup just wrecking this team fight. Lex the only one alive. Kira about to respawn, as now Kog'Maw just trying to zone away the AD carry, and Ints, they'll get the Baron and maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case, and already they had a great siege composition. True Shot Barrage on its way.
Will it find it? No, not even close.
They actually stopped damage there, I think, as it came over reward. Maybe not.
That would have been cute. Let's just say they did.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, and Powered Recall going to get them back to base here at the same time. Is going to be the Randuin's Omen completed for Yang. Is going towards that Frozen Heart now. It's an interesting choice here. You do generally want to get as much cooldown reduction early as you possibly can. Why would Yang have gone for the Randuin's instead of the Frozen Heart?
Yeah, I don't know. Just maybe values the attack speed, the slow onto Jinx a little bit more. Of course, she hasn't got a gap closer,
Yeah,
so
true.
being able to get in there, get your team to catch up with that Righteous Glory as well as the Randuin's Omen. As wow, Kira.
Sneaky
What are you
maneuver.
doing?
As Symphony, they might be able to take this one out. They do. It's actually going to be the rocket over the back of the wall. And that was so sneaky by Hard Random.
Yeah, it certainly was. So they're able to jump in there, grab it. Of course, Mikau was in base, so it wasn't really a fight that Ince wanted to take. And finally, a Dragon is picked up here. Tockers, he's got a Void Staff now and is looking extremely menacing. Only really needs one more item, which you assume would be a Rylai's, although it might also just be a Death Cap to come through to finish that one off.
Yeah, can finish the Leandries, of course, but I'd like to see a Death Cap. Just make sure that he's got as much AP as possible. Get these living artilleries to be ripping through the lineup of Hard Random. Seraph's Embrace is there as well, so a little bit more healthy as Kira, again, with a very aggressive Arcane Shift. Kira's Ezreal got balls, man.
Yeah, it certainly does, and they
Oh
tear
my
through the
goodness. Lex took so much damage from that explosive shot as well. That was massive.
And there's no engage to come through. It also looks like Smurf in the top lane on this Morgana isn't going for Zhonya's Hourglass. So even if they get dove now, I don't know if he can survive long enough to get off the ult they need to stop the dive. Going for maybe a Luden's Echo, which is just mind-boggling for Morgana to want to pick that one up.
Yeah, it doesn't even have a Void Staff. You would have thought maybe that'd be an option.
And don't get me wrong, I'm the biggest fan of Luden's Echo. I think it is a very good item in a lot of builds. It's just when you need anti-dive, the Zhonya is going to be,
oh
wow.
my goodness. This is why you like Luden's Echo Spawn, because it is doing disgusting amounts of damage. The inhibitor is going to follow as well here as Dark Binding again going to pick the gap through this team. True Shot Barrage going to do the same, and Ince, they take the inhib and they'll be able to back away.
Yeah, and all of a sudden there's no hard engage to come through from Hard Random, so they just can't even start a fight, let alone win one. Ince are just going to rotate around the map, force them off structures with Tockers, take them with Mikau, and what a good siege comp coming through here for INTZ.
Yeah, and it looks like just champion select working out fantastically well here for the Brazilian lineup. This siege comp has been working so beautifully, and despite having an awful start, you can see, look at that living artillery. Lex,
wow.
He has to get out. Oh, and Kira as well. He's on Ezreal, that one of the slipperiest champions in the game, and Tokka's still able to land these ones. This AP Kog'Maw is looking so frightening and so frustrating.
Yeah, it certainly is, and now you have to wonder why the first time around they played the Xerath. If they've got an AP Kog'Maw up their sleeve, pretty much good Xerath at this part of the game, just because Xerath doesn't deal with tanks too well, and as you can see, Kog'Maw doesn't really care who's squishy or tanky at this point, just chunking out everyone. So hard to engage on top of him because of that ooze.
Yeah.
Gets so much poke damage through as well. He's got fantastic peel coming through for his team. There's really nothing Hard Random can do.
Yeah, and Ince just easily take away 2 inhibitors there. In a
He's going
turret
for the
fell
death
on the
cap
top
as
side
well.
as well.
So he's picked up another needlessly
Oh,
large
man,
rod.
love it.
And they've done it with less kills, so it's been 6-5 the entirety of the game, but they've always looked into control. They've controlled the objectives. They picked up the Baron. They were the one that started jockeying around it, even maybe prematurely, but they always had control over the Dragon area and always been up in structures. So they've done it not through better team fighting, just better strategical play.
Yeah, and just better knowledge of when their comp is strong and how to use it.
Yeah, exactly right. So last turret in the top lane this time around, looking to siege that one out. Last turret, of course, apart from the Nexus turret. And
Oh, there's the flash from Symphony. Doesn't find the knock-up on the body slammers. Symphony just getting torn apart. Mikau, so much damage, gets the last hit in there as well. And the jungler falls down. The desperation play from Hard Random, not going to net them anything, is now the final inhibitor. Look at Yang, goes for a ride there into the backline. Mikau as well, jumping headlong into this fight. Tokka's getting so much consistent damages. This Tristana ripping apart the Ezreal. The last auto attack on the fountain is going to net them the game, because these Nexus turrets They cannot handle all of these auto attacks to come through from the Tristana. And game one going out to our Brazilian lineup.
Yeah, they do it in 38 minutes and in pretty convincing fashion. So Hard Random need to go back to the drawing board. They were completely outclassed from Champ Select to the end.
They were, and they had a fantastic level 1 situation on their hands as well. I mean, Demonco picked up that first blood because Ince had a interesting plan about hanging around that blue buff for about 5 minutes too long. Smurf had the best early start that he could have ever imagined. But Ince, they just turned it all around.
Yeah, exactly. They're able to get it done in the first game. And once again, they just did it through understanding what their composition did, sticking around and like willing to, I guess, stay with it. They split push for so long, getting items onto their Tristana, making sure that there was always waves pushing in their favor. And you just can't run into that Cogmore unless you have fantastic engage, and that wasn't available on the Hard Random lineup.
Yeah, and Hard Random just didn't look as impressive to me without the Vladimir there in the mid lane. And Kira has shown that they know exactly how to play out any lane on that champion, but when Kira's not on Vlad, it's looking a little bit more difficult.
I actually disagree. I actually think that it was the Morgana in the top lane that just absolutely did nothing that game. There was no engage that
Kira
came
had a
through.
decent game.
Kira was fine on Ezreal. He was like 2-0 at one point, had the Trinity Force very early transform into Muramana, but they just couldn't start any fights because Morgana, A, didn't go Distortion Boot, so didn't have Flash Up. B, didn't go an early Zhonya's Hourglass, so could never get the second proc of her ult available. And they were just relying way too hard on Gragas to start fights. And Gragas, unless he has his flash available and has the body slam knockup, isn't going to be able to be the perfect initiator every single time.
Yeah, and Symphony didn't look quite as comfortable on that Gragas as he potentially could have either.
Yeah, so Symphony, he struggled, and the reason he struggled is because it's a very telegraphed thing. If you've got something like a Sejuani, a Maokai, you've got a Lulu speed up and an Orianna ball, all of a sudden you're looking at all these different things that can start up a fight. If you've just got a Gragas that is going to beeline towards your carries, flash body slam and ult them back, it's a much easier, gank to see coming.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first game, of course, of this best of 5 Hard Random. They have an opportunity now to fight back and make this into a best of 3 situation. We'll see whether they can as we go to a short break, but game 2 coming up very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberi, and we're up to Game 2 between Hard Random and INTS. It's CIS versus Brazil, and Brazil taking Game 1 in pretty convincing fashion after their team comp just looked to work a little bit better than Hard Random.
Yeah, it certainly did, and it was something different coming through from INTZ.
Yeah.
They went with, I guess, two really pocket niche picks in the AP Kog'Maw as well as a Tristana, and they were just meant for zoning and crushing down turrets. You saw that Macau was happy to stay in the split push until he was confident he'd picked up enough items to really get this done. And really, I think that they were waiting more on Kog'Maw's timing. In the end, in the mid lane, Tokas, no one could get near him. No one could get away from him. He was just like doing all this damage, and he was letting people live but just zoning them off turrets. And it wasn't even about the kills or team fights or anything like that. They just played non-PvP. They went full PvE mode and won the map.
Yeah, it was beautiful to watch. And this is a game that, like you mentioned, had very, very low kill count, but it was just well strategically played out from INTS after a difficult early game.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, when you get beaten in a game like that, you're like, oh, if only we could get on top of them, if only we could fight. But in the end, you didn't put together a team comp that could accomplish any of those things. So whether you think you're stronger, weaker, in between, better objective, none of that matters at the moment, Hard Random. If you're going to play like that, you need a team that actually has an engaged ability.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they pick that one up in the support role, because they had the opportunity to pick up a Nautilus or potentially a Leona or something like that.
They had the opportunity to take anything. Take Alistair. I don't care. Just something that can actually get on top of a team.
Get in there, boys.
Yeah, exactly right. Annie is another thing. Like, there were so many options available. Like, even that they could have put Morgana into the support position and got something in the top lane. Like, pick Hecarim wasn't going. Like, pick Shyvana. Like, just go for massive flanks. There are so many things that you can use to fulfill that role, and they just didn't have any of them available, which meant that even if they had have got ahead, I don't know how they win that game, because a wave clear was coming out. They were getting dragged everywhere over the map. No one could really 1v1 Trist even. Like, they just didn't have the tools required to win the first game.
Yeah, they weren't quite there. But, ladies and gentlemen, Game 2 could potentially be a different story. We've seen Hard Random do fantastic things, and now they're, of course, going to have all three of their bans. So that may change things up just a little bit. And when these teams switch sides as well, Hard Random now with two sort of power picks potentially, if things are left open here through the ban phase, and we'll see how it works out with the side change as well.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, there's more powerful picks than what you can generally ban away at the moment. That's why being on red side is so advantageous. We see a lot of teams actually picking that up when they do get side selection. So I agree. They have the ability this time to maybe put together better tools to get the composition, but that was the first time we've kind of seen INTZ run a comp like that. They're very good at running team fight comps. They're very good at running scaling AD carry compositions as well. So the fact that Game 1 they were confident enough to throw out a curveball now, it's ball definitely in Hard Random court to adjust and, I guess, strategically decide how you're going to deal with it. Maokai, for me now, becomes a huge priority pick for both teams.
Yeah, and this is the thing, because I'm just thinking back. INTS, they've played so many different team comps now. The game that they won in 18.5 minutes, hilariously, was their late game scaling comp that they tried. But they've also managed to put together these skirmishing comps in like very, very early on, able to win games that way. And now we've seen this sieging comp that doesn't even care about team fighting and just wants to take down structures. There are so many things that this team looks capable of.
Yeah, certainly. And this is why I think a lot of people feared the Brazilian lineup coming in, because strategically they look like the most sound composition team. So they have very crisp rotations around the map. Their side wave control is very good. Even in the Chiefs' victory over them, all we could talk about was how good their side wave control was. So I definitely agree that these guys, they don't look better than teams because they've got better individual players. They just look very strategically sound. And couple that with the fact that Tokas is playing very well at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
It makes for a very fearsome lineup. So I definitely agree that Revolta Tokas, the team kind of revolves around that duo, but everyone else is just doing a good job of meshing into the team.
Yeah, well, it's true. And we are going to get into champion select. Again, it is going to be the Vladimir taken away Lee Sin. Revolta not going to see that champion, as Rek'Sai is going to follow Symphony. Not on that one. Revolta not wanting to pick that one up. And Janna going to follow here as well. So Jockster not going to get that one. And Janna was a bit more of a, I guess, Super Mega Death Rocket magnet than anything else in that last game.
Yeah, the Janna confuses me. Maybe they thought the reason they couldn't engage was because of Janna, but
Janna was helping a lot of the time. So Smurf is probably
Maybe that's what it was. Smurf was like, I would have got a double kill if I wasn't blown over that wall.
Maybe.
It's gone.
Maybe.
Jockster, never again.
Get rid of it. Might mean that Smurf might want to pick up some sort of cannon, maybe. I always see a Janaban, and I think they want to pick cannon. Hell yeah. But, you know, that's me, and I'm a bit crazy. Gragas is going to be banned away, though. Revolta not looking to pick that one up first. We'll see what he's going to go with here. As
a lot of jungle bans have hit the bench. Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, Gragas really leaves like Zac and Sejuani available of current popular junglers to be taken onto the Rift.
And is Zac really a popular jungler?
Yeah, I think he is.
All right. Haven't seen him yet so far in this tournament, that's all.
Well, he's like the third best.
They often are able to pick up the first two.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Nunu's also floating around there as far as these powerful junglers on this patch are concerned, but Nunu sort of belongs in a comp that sort of suits having a Nunu as well.
Nunu is like just always a strong jungler. That's whether you can build an apt composition around him. So
yeah,
I don't think there's been a patch where you're like, Nunu is no longer good in the jungle because he just does so much. As we have Maokai as well as a Lulu being picked up here.
Yeah, so taking away the Maokai from Yang, that was definitely a linchpin of their team comp, and we were saying that before they lacked Engage. Twisted Advance pretty good at that.
Yeah, exactly right. Flash, Twisted Advance, Wild Growth, you have Engage. Hard Random have learned from the last game. Also very hard to play a Kog'Maw into a Maokai because he just sticks to you so incredibly well.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether that is going to be the response. Whoa. And Revolta hovering and Elise.
I would love to see this. More early pressure to come through from our Brazilian lineup. And Udyr might be able to fill the same niche. We'll see. But I would love to see the Elise.
Yeah, so Alicia's kind of...
Oh, wow.
LeBlanc getting through for Tokas as well, not being banned away this time. That Janna ban makes even less sense now.
Yeah.
Coming in.
Far less sense. And, of course, not picking up the LeBlanc for Kira as well, as Revolta is going to head over to the Sejuani, so not going to go for any early pressure. Sejuani sort of wanting to wait until 6, but then does have incredible wombo combo potential, and we'll see what comes through in the top and support roles for Insta to round this one out. Hard Random do have some decisions to make as far as getting around this one. I would love to see that Varus. Oh my goodness.
So INTZ away from Varus is putting together a very good hard engage comp as well. They've got the Sivir speed up, they've got the ultimate to come through from Sejuani, and then a heck of a lot of damage to come through from Tokas. So this looks to be their team fight composition coming through, and we'll have to see how Hard Random respond. Do they just run a team fight comp of their own? And it looks like they are going for the Zac.
And I love that Zac gets picked up as soon as I say, but he hasn't been run this tournament. Of course, now he has. Symphony going to be picking that one up in the jungle. Of course, didn't have the ability to hop on the Rek'Sai. We'll see how he goes on this Zac this time around. Ints now able to round out their lineup, and we'll see what they pick up because they have some options, and I would love to see a Gnar in this team comp, to be honest.
Yeah, Annie Gnar is what I was thinking as well.
We'll see whether
they go for it. Nautilus, also not a bad support in heavy engage composition.
Also not a bad top lane.
No, he's a horrible top laner.
He's not that horrible.
No, he is.
Oh, really?
Anyone that relies on building Roller on the current patch is not great.
Does he rely on building a Roller, though?
Well, how else does he wave clear?
I don't know. Death Cap? Okay, but Shyvana is going to be considered here for Yang. Wants to go that teleport smite route and be that obnoxious split pusher. We're getting some head shaking from Spawn here on the other side of the desk.
And it's not at the Shyvana. Shyvana, good pickup. I just want to make that clear. Very good engage coming through the flake potential is there. So a very nice composition once again being put together by INTZ. And do not bring up top Nautilus again.
Why not? You've casted a game with a top Nautilus in it. And it didn't go too badly. I think you're being mean. Demonko, considering a Malzahar, probably not going to be coming through here as they're just considering their options for Kira in the mid lane. We may see something new coming through from him. Of course, Zed has been a pick that he's wanted to go to in the past, but Diana, that speaks to me a little bit here in the mid lane.
Yeah, so Diana is, I guess, it's a hard matchup against LeBlanc, but with the shield, you can throw a couple of extra points in there depending on how the matchup goes and keep yourself reasonably safe and farms well. The thing about Diana, which is kind of cool, is that she turns into a pseudo split pusher / assassin in the mid game with that passive, able to crush down turrets depending on what build you go. I'm a huge fan right now of the Abyssal Scepter into the Luden's Echo into killing everyone in one round. And we'll be able to deal reasonably well with Yang in that build as well, because Yang, of course, is going to do a lot of magic damage. So I think that Kira will be able to actually split push against the Shyvana if Shyvana fulfills a primary split pushing role, but also has the ability to blow up both Macau and Tockers. So I like the pickup coming through here from Hard Random. I think that they're going to struggle a little bit for consistent damage late game, and that INTZ have a much better Wombo combo coming out. But we'll have to see if they can execute on around their assassin mid laner.
Yeah, and if Kira is able to take out one of the damage dealers on the side of Inst, then there's not going to be a whole lot of damage left over.
There's 3 damage dealers on Inst. Shyvana does ridiculous amounts of late game damage, especially. So
even when she goes full tank?
Yep.
All right.
Gromp, man. You smite Gromp, and you are like freakishly strong.
Well, yeah, but do you do necessarily freakish amounts of damage?
Well, Lex either auto-attacks you and dies, or runs away and dies. Yes, you do ridiculous amounts of damage as top lane Shyvana.
Okay, well, we'll see whether it works out here as we move on.
You have Flame Breath, you have the Burnout, you are all AoE in your ultimate form. Like, I don't know what you want me to say, but Shyvana is a very legit damage threat.
I just like to see a champion build damage items if they're going to do a ridiculous amount of damage.
Go watch Shy's Contra kill from game 1 today. You will believe me.
All right, we're talking about the LCK now. Things getting a little bit ridiculous here at the IWCI. But, look, I'd like to see it. We'll see whether it actually comes through as massive damage Shyvana. They're not actually having to build any damage items whatsoever. I just like to see Shyvana's pick up Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, well, Blade of the Ruined King is a legitimate build coming through on Shyvana, but I would prefer full take with a Thorn Veil just so no one can kill her, as we are onto the Rift for game 2.
We are on the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Inst taking on Hard Random. And we'll see who's able to take this one. Hard Random now with a little bit more engaged coming through in their comp. And Inst, they're going to leave their support behind, but looking for some more funny business potentially in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, so they got a better off of the level 1. Remember, they blew 2 flashes of Hard Randoms first time around. But they continued it a little bit too far and didn't get much out of it. This time, they have the powerful level 1 support. Nautilus, if he does take the E, is very difficult to deal with because it's extremely spammable now. You see they're going for a deep invade, looking to see maybe if they can get some wards for a lane swap.
Yeah, ward is going to be put down here by Demonko just to have some deeper vision. Symphony heading back to base by the looks of things, which is interesting, but they're making sure that they can detect any form of lane swap. It looks like Inst don't want to go for the 2v2.
I've got a really big pet peeve right now, Atlas. And it's people starting Q on Diana.
Oh, yeah.
Because it serves 0 purpose. It doesn't shove the wave any better than your W. And it just means that LeBlanc can now 100% zone you away because she is ranged and you are melee. And Kira has done it
twice.
2 times.
Out of 2.
Yep.
Yeah. So look, that's just how they do it in the CIS region. Spawn, okay, they've just got different ideas on how to play Diana.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they're incorrect, if that is the case.
Oh, all right. Is going to be able to get some sweet harass from range down, though. And has won the damage trade. I don't know whether I believe you, Spawn.
Oh, goodness gracious me. Tuckers walks into it. Tuckers, you are doing your best.
No, Tuckers is listening to the stream and saying, oh, it'd be funny if I proved Spawn wrong here. Thank you very much, Tuckers. You're a good guy. Sacrificing your lane just to make me look a little bit more right.
The idea behind taking W, just if you are wondering, is that you just walk into the lane, you get the double proc, you use your passive to shove out level 1, and all of a sudden you're not in this situation where you're caught underneath the turret as a melee against ranged matchup. Because it's a lane swap, there's not really that much gank potential coming through for your team. And just going to take a lot of auto attack harass underneath turrets now. Has Macau completely zoning away Smurf, but is on Maokai, so should have an alright time at picking up some range CS.
He wasn't able to actually kill any with that last sapling, but Wave is getting shoved, and Tockers is taking a lot of damage from Kira.
Yeah, it certainly is, but is winning out on CS quite heavily currently, so is in a pretty good position still, has nearly got the shove out complete. As we see a deep invade coming through from Symphony, but his duo lanes on this side of the map, he's going to be completely fine.
Yeah, did lose his red buff by the looks of things as well as Kira.
Wow, Tockers, you are face taking damage.
For
All
fun.
Right. So now the other thing that I want to mention about Diana is her Q is actually one of the easiest spells to dodge in lane. Team fight's a lot more hectic, so it is a little bit easier to, I guess, miss time where it is. But as soon as you see her throw it out, you just walk down, so into it, and slightly to the right. Because it has a big curve and this big, huge thing in the middle where you cannot get hit by the tip. And there's a 3-man dive coming through into a level 3 Maokai.
Yeah, Smurf in a bit of trouble here as Yang was tanking up the turret. He's going to drop aggro there. Revolta flashes out, and it's a beautiful first blood dive here for Ince in the top lane.
Yeah, and also you got Kira's teleport as well, so not going to be able to use that to impact the rest of the map. Hard random, they will get Dragon in response for it, but good first move coming through from INTZ.
Yeah, really nicely done. Hard random are able to take down a very early 4-minute dragon. Or actually just a regular 4-minute dragon. That just means that it's early. Kira able to farm up these creeps underneath the turret. Tokka's back to health as he's got a massive CS advantage. Loves eating these crescent slashes though.
Yeah, but that was thrown out at a very good time there from Kira. So that was more Kira's good intuition that he was going to get chunked out there. Does his best to avoid. Wow, chains
Nice
land.
Chain. Nice chain. Tokka's getting some extra damage down. Is able to clear out this minion wave as well. Nice last hitting underneath the turret. Nails himself a cannon creep. Revolta not able to find a scuttle crab, so instead wants to kill Kira, who doesn't have teleport but does have the flash still available.
Yeah, so as we see here, no vision currently on the jungler, just good intuitive play coming through from Kira. Looks like Revolta coming back here. It's a long time spent trying to camp out a Diana, who's incredibly tanky at this part. Went back and got a second ring, one for each hand, and that just... She's real tanky at this point.
Yeah, real tanky. Doesn't quite have the Negatron Cloak part of the Abyssal Scepter yet, which would really make things difficult, but most definitely going to have the health bar available.
But she's been kicked out of lane into jungle because of the camp coming through there.
They didn't even see the... Oh, they saw the Sejuani enter the brush. But nothing else. Riptide by Joxter not going to find Smurf there, but he's going to continue to get zoned away from CS. You can see Yang has been jungling a little bit, but now he's going to be able to pick up this whole wave.
Yeah, so able to push this one out and see whether he can get it done, as Demonko also takes some aggro from the creep.
Tokka's tanking up every Q he can possibly find, as they're looking just to try and bait Kira in here as level 6 has been hit. There's the flash away though. Beautiful dredge line, gonna lock it down there for Tokka's, and the second distortion nets a kill for him in the mid lane.
Yeah, Symphony comes in, however, for a gank onto Yang.
Yeah, but Yang
solo
answering
at the
back.
moment.
Not too bad. But Lex still getting some damage down on this turret. They deny almost a full creep wave under there. As Ince, a lot of pressure here in the mid, and this is an advantage early on that Ince didn't have in the last game, but still managed to take the victory. Hard random. They do have the dragons this time. They are going to have to make some moves in order to get themselves back into this one. Kira down by, my goodness, 15 CS in the mid lane. Has picked up a null magic mantle, but it is the Chalice of Harmony. Almost the Athene's on Holy Grail finished up for Tokka's.
Yeah, Athene's a good pickup on LeBlanc at the moment. Gives her some survivability against all the AP damage coming out. Maokai, Zac, not to mention the Diana, Lulu. There is a lot of magical damage coming through. But also just the fact that you're going to be able to get some resets behind insta-giving people. And you get a lot of mana back during these team fights to be able to spam out multiple spell rotations.
And I like the term insta-give. Works well here in this particular game. Smurf. Oh, Mikhail, that was the easiest spell shoot of your life. Not going to go for it, though.
Probably wants to dive, so he wants to save that.
May have given something away here, though. Symphony going to be spotted out by that ward from Joxter. And Smurf.
Now they're just going for the 2-man dive.
Yeah, beautiful work. Revolta lands the knock up there with the Arctic Assault, and he gets stunned up to Symphony. Joxter takes so much damage. The passive is proc from the return of the boomerang, but they're not going to be able to finish off the bloblets. Demonko up here in the top lane. Revolta picks it up with the AoE smite. Beautifully done. Macau tanking up the turret. And you're just nodding your head saying, yep, knew that was going to happen.
That is exactly why I actually stopped playing Zac, because all Gragas's take that smite as well, and it is just so frustrating to deal with. The dive coming through.
Yeah, Revolta actually gets ignited, though. He's going to fall down. Damonko picks up the 1-for-1 under the turret. Jockster almost dies, but is going to survive that. And Ince, they do manage to get the 2 kills underneath the turret, but Damonko gets one back.
Yeah, so the support player grabs a kill. Not really a massive deal. They might also be able to grab a turret for themselves as Yang trying to give Kira a piece of his mind in the mid lane. Lex also coming through. So for those that were wondering how Symphony died so quickly, you see the AoE smite. You just wait for the bloblets to nearly be on top of each other.
Yep.
And then just throw the AoE smite and actually one-shots them. And it's really frustrating.
Really frustrating and somewhat sad.
Well, unless you're the Sejuani player, in which case Revolta thinks it's absolutely hilarious that he can one-shot Zac's passive.
Yeah. No, he most certainly would, but I'm a bit sad. I feel like Zac deserves to have a passive that works.
As they go in the bot lane.
Yeah, on the hunt has been popped. Jockster level 4 here against the level 7. Lex, the teleport coming through from one of these players on the side of Hard Random. Nice dredge line. Jockster flashes out of the way of the Crescent slashes. Kira's looking to try and close the gap. Luna Rush is available, but wants the reset on it as Damonko comes down. Spell Shield not going to work as Revolta's coming through. Level 6 is hit. He's got the Glacial Prison, but it's a beautiful quick draw to get Lex out of it. Kira going down solo. Macau picks up the kill. The flash from Revolta. Damonko flashes after Lex to try and give him the shield, but there's 4 members of Ince here on the bottom side. Damonko dies. Lex gets chained. He's going to die as well. And Ince now are able to transition to potentially a dragon here in 20 seconds.
20 seconds until
Almost
dragon
minutes again.
respawn, as Atlas is having a very hard time differentiating the
A hard time. Yeah, time is most definitely hard, Spawn. That is what I'm struggling with.
Blue Steel actually coming away here from INTZ, and they're completely dominating this map. 7-1. Tokas is going berserk. 2-0 on 1. Revolta also having a very good jungle game on a late game.
100% kill participation.
Yeah, 3-1 and 4, doing a fantastic job. Absolutely whiffed the ultimate and proved that it's not the best part of Sejuani's kit, apparently.
Yep, don't even need it. No, 100% of kill participation, and I mean that in every single kill that's been taken down on this entire map.
Oh yeah, because he has the deck as well.
Yeah, nailed it. Revolta making plays. Good and bad. Across this one. 1 CS is the advantage for Tokas here in the mid lane. Oh, Kira almost manages to land the Q to stop the back as Hard Random looking to try and take down this second dragon for themselves, and it looks like they'll get it.
Yeah, so against the, I guess, flow of the game, they're able to grab the second dragon for themselves. They will pick it up, so they've got a turret, they've got a couple of dragons as well. But the scaling really isn't kind of on their side with Sejuani as well as Siva just doing a lot of late game damage. They're going to struggle, I think, the later this one gets, so they need to start turning it around now if they have any hope in this one against Ince.
Yeah, and Yang now going to go back, pick up the Cinder Hulk with the Skirmisher Saber as well. Lex, good luck to you being able to get rid of this Shyvana, because she has one job, and that is kill Graves.
Yeah, it certainly is, and just going to split push until Teleport is up every single fight. They make a beeline for the Graves on the back line and try and take him out. Really is up to how quickly Kira can kill one of these members, and he keeps missing the ultimate as there's a fight in the bottom lane, actually.
Yeah, they're looking for something here as Kira not actually going to engage just yet. Toka's
no, so Toka's used the ultimate to try and jump on top of him and just miss the whole spell reel. Kira returned the favor, and nothing happened either way.
Yeah. So maybe some glasses need to be purchased. There's the Elastic Slingshot from Symphony, looking for something as he smites Jockster and almost takes down the Titan's Wrath.
Yeah, the drive-by smite coming through there for Zac, but this turret will fall next wave, you think, as Toka's being stalked by Kira in long lanes. Oh, goodness. Speaking
of a difficult time, there's the ult. It lands this time, and Yang just going to fly on out with the Dragon's Descent. Kira actually gets the passive down here on the bottom side of the map, as Tokas might need to be careful, but the turret falls down in top and in mid, and that's the whole outer ring down within a second.
Yeah, so able to pick up everything on the side for INTZ, and they're not done.
Yeah, there's Symphony with the Let's Bounce, but not going to find any kills. Yang very, very low at 2,500 health. Yep, makes sense. Okay, Spawn, don't look at me like that.
I didn't look at anyone. I'm just checking out a very one-sided matchup between Ince and Hard Random, and the Brazilian team is really taking it to the CIS region.
Yeah.
Currently, they don't look like they have any answers apart from maybe a split pushing Diana, but even then, can't pick up the kills.
Yeah, and this is a very different experience here for Kira than he had in the first Diana game that he played. Looked very, very strong, was able to pick up all of the kills in the early stages of the game, but this time, just not looking like the same Diana.
Yeah, and they're falling steadily behind in every aspect. They've got the 2 dragons, so that will stall out at least the 5th dragon that you think would be inevitable the way this game's going for INTZ. Maybe a sneaky win condition if they can continue to secure a couple more, but it's just going to be so hard against what is an incredibly good team fighting squad.
Yeah, and Revolta's shown that he's fantastic on this Sejuani. Missed the first ultimate, but nailed the second one.
Point blank under a turret.
Yep, continues to have 100% kill participation here at the same time, and Revolta has shown that he is really the linchpin of this team, and he's had a great game. Oh, Yang may have been discovered by Kira here on the bottom side. Gets skirmished up, though. Demonko coming through. Yang answering back with so much damage. Another Lunar Rush to come down. Wild growth, but Yang just do some auto attacks. Use the ultimate, do something. But no, it's not going to be enough, and the 2v1 comes through successfully here for Hard Random. Ince now trying to answer with a turret in the mid lane, potentially, but Lex not going to get dove this time around.
Smurf
and
is, though.
Looking
they need
for Smurf
to get away. They are able to pick up a kill, so that is fantastic news. Getting the mid laner going is only going to mean good thing. Kira able to pick that one up. Unfortunately now, Revolta not 100% part of kills.
Yeah, that's the saddest part. Not the fact that Yang died. That's fine. If it was Revolta that died, that would have been so much better here for the Ince lineup. Distortion going to clear out some minions here as Ince start the siege, but short range is the Sivir, and Ince not going to be able to find the turret.
Yeah, so they bring all the members up here for Hard Random, looking to kick them off that turret. 5,000 gold, the current advantage at only 15 minutes through. Not really the ability to all-out turret dive yet, although in smaller fights we've seen that they're able to do so with a Revolta. Yang has respawned. He's picking up a red buff for himself, so going to be even further frustrating in these fights. Kira looking to pick up a blue, but needs to be careful. There are a whole lot of people heading his way.
Yeah, the whole Ince lineup looking for this one. They had a ward on that as there's the ultimate to come down after the Arctic Assault, and look at all of this CC. The Moonfall tries to do something, but there's the depth charge. Kira flashes over the wall, but Distortion gonna grab it here for Tockers.
Yeah, so able to get the Summoner spell as well as the kill in the end. Tockers picking that one up 3-0 and 1. We've already seen how good his LeBlanc can be. Very strange that he was able to grab it in this matchup, and they're making Hard Random pay.
Yeah, and the Janaban biting Hard Random in the backside once again.
Yeah, really disagreed with that ban, as they even have some good damage coming through from Macau now, who's picked up an Infinity Edge boots too. They're rotating around the map nicely, trying to take down this turret.
Yeah, teleport to come through here, though, as Kira looking for something. Gets onto Tockers. Nice Moonfall. There's the wild growth, but Kira gets exhausted and destroyed. Lex looking for something, but there's the Dredgeline. Jockster able to land that one. Revolta flashes out of there. Doesn't want to die again as Tockers lands the chain. The triple kill to come through from Macau. He's very low, but he wants more. Yang picks up Smurf, and Demonko, the last man standing.
Yeah, so they threw everything, including, I think, a kitchen sink in there at the INTZ lineup, and nothing died. They were just able to stand fast there. Tockers absorbed all of Diana's damage. The exhaust came through and they cleaned them up. Now a 10,000 gold advantage will be picked up. 10 seconds until the Dragon, so they can grab that on the way out if they want. Looks like they just want to recall and spend all of their sweet cash, but Hard Random now in a lot of trouble.
And Spawn, what do you build to mitigate the damage coming through from a kitchen sink? Because if that was thrown at them, I wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow. Well, look, maybe if they do it again, it might catch Ince off guard.
There's even so much mixed damage coming through from the INTZ lineup. They've got Giovanna, who does very good magic damage, not only the LeBlanc, then all the AoE damage that comes through from Sivir, so you have to respect that. She's nearly even picked up a Phantom Dancer for herself at 17 minutes in. And They'll get a third dragon maybe, although fight.
Yeah, there's the ult to come down from Revolta. The Dragon's descent comes through, but the Dragon is locked down by Hard Random. That's 3-0 at this stage, but Hard Random falling down so low so quickly. Kira makes his way into the fight. The Mimic may actually fall down as Distortion gets Tockers out of there. Macau picks up another kill. Yang just running fast for some reason. Riptide from Jockster doesn't land onto Lex, but lands the dredge line. Yang looks for something as Lex is just going to clear out some minion waves, and Riptide lands that time. Collateral damage, not going to take down the tanky Nautilus, and Yang picks himself up a kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Ints, they're taking down inner turrets.
Yeah, they take down a turret. They move into the top lane to probably grab a second as well. And that is going to be all of the outer turrets done by 18 minutes into this game, and they're trying to catch up to their old record. I think it just slips past now, so they won't be able to get it. But this looks to be another pretty quick game coming through from the Brazilians.
Yeah, very convincing so far in this game. Hard Random are going to have to pray for a miracle here if they want to get anything done, because 13,000 gold lead.
Even then, I don't even know if that's enough.
Yeah. A miracle's not enough?
No.
But isn't that why it's called a miracle?
That's what I'm trying to say, Atlas.
Oh my goodness. Well, Hard Random are praying for something. Maybe 3 miracles.
3 miracles.
Yeah, in a row. Well, it is definitely looking like bad news here for the CIS lineup, but of course, they're not out of it just yet. Ints have to win 3 games. So Hard Random, maybe it's time to start thinking about what they do in the next game, just so that this doesn't demoralize them too much.
Yeah, certainly. He's trying to get the communication open of what they want to pick, what they want to ban. LeBlanc seems to be a huge one. Do not let that get through. The rest of the lineup can... The rest of the lineup for INTZ is very impressive. Revolta especially, but he just plays everything, it looks like, from mid to late game. Lee Sin, I think they can sit on that ban. But Tockers on mid-game champions just seem to be so strong. I think that they could have just dealt with the Kog'Maw with more hard engage as they're trying to steal away a red buff here. And I think they could have dealt with the Kog'Maw with hard engage, but to give over a LeBlanc seems to be suicide.
Oh, Symphony just gets exploded. Macau, he's godlike now, hitting, I believe, 6 kills in a row. There's the on the hunt. Smurf actually going to try and twist it advance out. The ultimate lands onto just him, though. Wild Growth comes through the Christmas tree. He's going to fall as a legendary Macau comes through. Damonco gets stunned up a little bit, but Basegate's going to get him to safety, and I was wrong. That was 7 kills in a row, and Macau, he makes it 8.
Yeah, so able to pick up everything there with the INTZ lineup. They'll sweep out a couple of wards. Baron might be the call, but
yeah,
only
there's
been
a
alive
teleport.
for 33 seconds. It's going to fall down.
Yep, 33 minutes, seconds alive is the Baron as Yang, he's able to tank that one up. Revolta, he's going low, but Hard Random, they just don't have lots to offer as far as being able to counter this Baron.
Yeah, Symphony going to look to get a smite away, but Yang's 5 levels higher than him. Kira goes in.
Whoa, actually doing a lot of damage there to Tockers. Arctic Assault not going to be found here as Symphony tries to close the gap, but he's taking so much damage. Revolta ends up just using that Northern Winds to take down the Diana, and Damonco, you are most definitely dead. Smurf, he picks up a kill with a twisted advance onto the tanky Shyvana, but he's going to have to trade his life for it as Tockers comes through. The ace is secured by Macau. Baron buff on the Brazilian lineup. They'll break the base and maybe even the Nexus.
Yeah, looking to get the first inhibitor, or at least, Atlas. I don't think it'll be the game. It's only 21.5 minutes in.
Yeah, and it's only a 17,000 gold lead.
Death time is very short.
My goodness.
What does gold lead have to do with being able to take the game?
Well, because you've got more items.
Yeah, no, but... Oh, teleport coming through, actually, for Diana, looking for something. Maybe just the creep wave.
Not sure.
No.
Just looking to try and pick up some exit frags on the back of this one. But isn't going to get anything as Empowered Recall is going to allow Ints to escape this one. They get back and fill up their inventories with all sorts of items. This is a 3-item Sivir. The 3 best items you can possibly have at this stage of the game for doing consistent DPS
for
against
a
the Graves. Yeah, that's true. Against the Graves with not even a static Shiv and an Infinity Edge just yet.
Yeah, so absolutely going berserk. 4,000 gold, the difference between the AD carries. Across the Rift, there's just huge gold leads everywhere. Junglers as well. That's nearly a 5,000 gold lead coming through for Revolta, who's been instrumental in a lot of his team's wins.
Oh, yeah. Most
And it's
definitely.
just hard random. They need to go back to the drawing board and find what they made successful the first time these teams met, as Tocca's going in deep just for a warning shot.
A cheeky sigil of malice onto Lex there, but not going to die from that one. As Ints now going to turn their attention here to the bottom side. The Baron buff still running on this lineup, and Revolta very, very tanky. Kira trying to clear out these minion waves, of course, is melee, so it's going to be very difficult for this team to actually take down this siege minion in the back line.
Yeah, it's going to be impossible for them to get to that one. Graves also not the greatest range, and Symphony, he's looking for an engage.
Yeah, Elastic Slingshot there. He doesn't have
Any health.
half of his health bar, so maybe a poor decision as chains land onto Kira. He's going to get exploded. Wild Growth tries to help him survive, but Yang picks up the kill. Symphony now trying to tank up, is going to be flashing out of there as Yang, a huge dragon here in the back line, as there's another brilliant ult to come through from Revolta. Not going to net the kills just yet as Lex falls down. I believe that might have been even a Ricochet that took that one out, and the Nexus turrets, they're falling 24 minutes into this game, and Ints, they're taking down the Nexus. Beautiful play this time around, and man, the Brazilians are looking brilliant.
They certainly are. Finally, they're able to take Tocca's out by pushing him into the fountain. Yep, fountain laser. Very strong at that point
Pretty
of the
good.
game. But wow, 2-0 now for INTZ, and now they look unstoppable.
They do. They most certainly look unstoppable. I understand your speechlessness because...
Well, there's just not much to say about that game. They're outclassing them in lanes. The early focus around getting like good leads is coming through. Hard Random definitely tried something with the Dragons there. They were pushing in very well on the bottom lane turret, but things just started falling down all around the map. Lots of it to do with that Sejuani being able to turret dive so early.
Yeah, and there's a lot of the story about this this matchup is the fact that Symphony just not quite looking as impactful as Revolta is. Revolta really dictating the pace of this game, and Hard Random, they looked a whole lot better in game one because Revolta was set behind, but even then, after that stage, was able to move around the map quite well and get things going for his team.
Yeah, well, they were just two different kinds of lineup. Realistically, INTZ have won both games in very convincing fashion because they've been playing to their strengths. Game one, unless it was like one of those freaky thing where they got another triple kill on maybe their Cogmore or something, they were never going to win at the 23-minute mark because it was a poke siege comp that they needed 3 items on their main carries to get going. So the time that they won it in was very impressive for the lineup they put together. This time round, they had a LeBlanc. They had a Siva, very mid-game focused champion. So the fact that they rolled over it in 24 minutes, just as impressive to me as game one, because both times they've executed their game plan flawlessly.
Well, let's have a look at this execution as we do have a replay.
Yeah, so as we come through here, this is one of the first turret dives, and you can see on your mini-map there are 3 members versus 2, so you think if this is going to be a dive, it actually might be in Hard Random's favor. As we roll this one out, they engage extremely heavy onto Smurf and get Symphony to commit, and all of a sudden they just turn around and use all their damage on him. From here you think Zac passive, really good, probably not going to fall, but Revolta, extremely patient, waits for all the blobs to come together, and then picks up the smite on all 4 pieces because it's an AoE smite and picks up a kill.
Sad. So sad. Boomerang went across Smurf then as well. They got some damage back, but in the end it was just really sad kill.
Yeah, so Revolta, just an incredibly smart player. Patient to wait that one out, didn't panic on anything, told his team to back away. There was no way one of them was going to fall down. It was a 1v3 at that point. Goes in, cheeky smite, gets out on Sejuani, and that started the entirety of the snowball.
Yeah, well, they'd already picked up a couple of kills, but you're exactly right. This allowed them to get that dive happening. They then moved forward, picked up some turrets around the map as well, and by then the global gold lead was just too huge.
Yeah, the global gold lead got massive, and in the end it just led to all these huge items coming through on already mid-game focused carries, and I think you just have to run a mid-game hard engage comp at these guys and try and continually fight them.
Yeah, well, Hard Random need to definitely do something. But ladies and gentlemen, Game 3 is going to be coming up very soon, and we'll see whether Hard Random can bring us to a potential Game 4 or 5 afterwards. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational Semi-Finals. I'm Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberian. We're getting into this one very, very quickly. Hard Random struggling against INTZ. The Brazilians really looking fantastic, and we're in Champion Select. Bans are coming through thick and fast, and Lee Sin and Janna once again going to be banned away.
Yeah, as well as the Azir. So LeBlanc is available again for Tockers if it's not picked up first for Kira.
That Azir is very strange.
No, it's not. He's really good at it.
Yeah, but it hasn't been banned away, hasn't it?
I have no idea. Maybe they run something particular that they think that Azir counters, but I know for a fact that Tockers is very good at Azir.
Well, they are mixing it up. Hard Random banning away the Janna yet again, though, instead of the LeBlanc, which is quite strange. Hard Random now with the first pick. Siva was banned away, so Lex not going to hop on that one, and Gragas is the consideration for Symphony. They're going to lock that one through, and INTZ now able to throw in a couple of massive picks here. The Rek'Sai is available, the Maokai is available. There are huge picks left up on this map, and Revolta is thinking about Draven.
Yeah, I think that it will be the Maokai yet again to go over to the INTZ top laner Yang. Just very impressive when they have hard engage like that coming through. Denies it away from Smurf as well. Just makes a lot of sense in their matchup. I like the fact that Symphony, he's been able to grab Gragas. Looked okay on it in game one. Needs to do some more heavy lifting though. Going to be hoping to channel his Julius Stito from the...
Oh, Julius Stito, that guy. He is a Gragas player, if ever I saw one. That was some beautiful play coming through.
Have to see how it works out though. Taking a long time, and in the end they go for a LeBlanc as well as a Lulu pickup.
Yeah, so Lulu could either be for Jockster there on the bottom side, but could also be for Yang there in the top lane if they want to. Revolta, almost understandably, going to head back to that LeBlanc. Makes a whole lot of sense. And Symphony and Kira now up to them to pick up some different champions. And Kira probably won't try the Diana once more, but is going to lock away the Zed.
As well as the Morgana. So Morgana top coming through again, you would think, for the Hard Random lineup. And Zed being locked in for Kira. Big skill matchup coming through here. You need to be able to dodge out of this distortion with your ultimate to even look at winning any of the trades. See how it does manage to go, because Tockster has... Tockers. Wow.
Tockster.
Two members in one.
Yeah, Tockster Cow.
Tockers has looked fantastic in that mid lane on LeBlanc.
Yeah, he most certainly has. Really, really great play. And Revolta as well, able to really augment that because he gets the LeBlanc ahead almost consistently throughout these matches. We'll see what Ints decide to do. Alistair being looked at, potentially, for the support role. They've only got 10 seconds left, though. Rek'Sai is available. Revolta, a fantastic Rek'Sai player. Macau, thinking about picking up a cow, and that makes a whole lot of sense, as Alistair is going to be locked in. They're saving the AD carry pick for last, and Yang, that has definitely meant that we are going to have a Lulu in the top lane.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. But we could have the very feared Lulu Alistair bottom lane coming through.
Oh.
Or Alistair top. We haven't seen him in a while, ever since Headbutt Sheen Proc got removed.
Yeah, a little bit sad. He still
sad?
sort of works.
No one was ever sad to see Alistair be booted out of the top
Apart
lane.
from the people that played Alistair top
I
lane.
played it.
And you didn't like the fact that it wasn't silly?
It was very silly, as we see a Jinx being picked up here and a Singed being looked at by Demonko.
Yeah. Demonko able to take the Morgana if they want to pick a top laner here.
Does look like they're looking for a top laner.
Yeah, so it does mean that we're not going to have Smurf on that Morgana in the top this time around. They are going to lock away Lissandra here, so making up for their lack of magic damage by shoving in a massive amount of CC there in the top lane.
Yeah, so able to grab a top laner. They had a magic top laner before if they were going to run Morgana up there. So it's magic for magic up there, but it will be Lissandra coming through. And we'll have to see what they want to run as an AD carry now, because there is some fairly hard single target lockdown with Morgana as well as Lissandra. Throw in the fact that Body Slam and barrels are going to be throwing everywhere. Probably don't want to run the Draven now, if that is a serious hover, just because of the amount of lockdown CC.
I really want to see something very aggressive early on, though, because pairing it up with an Alistair means that they can definitely have some really cool all-ins level 2.
Yeah, it certainly does mean that they have the potential to do that. One of the older lanes coming through, Vayne, Alistair.
This is one of the Vayne lanes that actually did very well.
Yeah.
Historically.
About 3 years ago, it was a very strong lane.
Yeah.
When your pulverized headbutt was about 6 meters long.
It's a different experience.
Yeah, much different experience now. You can't headbutt people from their auto attack range anymore.
Unfortunate. A little bit unfortunate. You can most certainly not headbutt a Jinx from her rocket launcher auto attack range either, because that's about 700 units, and that would be pretty broken.
So some late game scaling coming through there. Some decent protection for Macau, who's picked up the Vayne. I think it is a very risky pickup. If he ever gets locked down, it's a lot of the consistent damage going in the fight, and it's just going to be up to Tokas to really get that done.
Yeah.
Also, not really a huge tank coming through, so if Zed gets ahead, really starts rolling in this lineup, not very many people can honestly stop Kira from going berserk, as he has an absolutely massive yawn.
Well, look. Got to make sure you get those yawns out so that you can be right into it when the game does start. And Hard Random now with a very different team comp. Symphony back on the Gragas again. We'll see whether he has a better performance this time around. But Smurf on the Lissandra in the top and Kira now on the Zed. They've definitely changed things up.
Yeah, they certainly have. They've mixed it up. It's a very mid-game focused composition. We said it needs to be.
Yeah.
Need to be able to win these early game team fights. And I think they've put together a fairly decent lineup to be able to do that.
Yeah, and both of these teams as well, without dedicated tanks they're coming through from the top lane, they're going to have tanky junglers, depending on how Revolta builds up the Rek'Sai, and they also have, of course, the Alistair there on the bottom side of the map. Of course, Unbreakable Will, pretty fantastic as far as soaking damage is concerned, 80% damage reduction, pretty okay as far as that goes. And Hard Random as well, they've got a relatively tankless lineup themselves, so a lot of early action potentially.
Yeah, and action for it to be explosive. This is what we haven't been getting with Cinderhulk being introduced to the league.
Yeah.
Has really taken away from a lot of these mid-game comps because tanks scale so well, but if they're not picked, then it's just going to be an absolute bloodbath, you'd assume.
Yeah, it could be really, really dangerous. But ladies and gentlemen, we are onto the Rift. Hard Random trying to claw their way back into this best of 5. INTZ 2-0 so far. The Brazilians looking brilliant towards getting into this grand final tomorrow.
Yeah, so they move out as a unit of 5. Morgana pretty much guarantees that you've got a good level 1. She's one of the few people that you can just take as a solo champion and will do relatively well with. In saying that, you always want to be careful if the other team has an Alistair.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you walk into him, not to mention the fact that Rek'Sai's around somewhere as well with a knock-up, you could just be in the air for a very long time. And one of you might not make it back down.
Well, if you think about it, the INTZ lineup has ridiculous knock-up potential. They've got Unburrow, Wild Growth, Pulverize.
Yeah, they certainly do.
That
if
is...
only they had a Yasuo.
Oh, my goodness, the dream. That would be out of control. If they actually ever find Hard Random stacked up on one another, though, then that team fight is just instantly won. Because then you get double distortion over the top of it as well.
Yeah, you do, but after that, you don't really have that much AoE damage coming through. Maybe a Lulu to send a Glitterlands.
Yeah. Oh, and Macau builds a static Shiv. Oh, yeah. The AoE. Well, Hard Random are going to give up on a potential invade here. We are going to have a lane swap, though. Or maybe just a top lane Vayne. It's looking quite interesting as Alistair is heading around with Yang here. And I actually quite like it. You still are ranged and melee. It is that sort of still support the ranged in the bottom lane. Except you've got a Vayne top instead.
Yeah, exactly right. And duo bottom lane means that it's risky going in for an invade on Revolta because they've moved up, moved both of the wards to be able to scout that one coming through there, and have to see how it works out here. Whether they can invade Revolta or whether Symphony just has to settle for being 3-buffed.
Yeah, well, Revolta is going to start on the enemy red. They do know that he did that.
Yang a little bit late here, couldn't get in there. Nice job from Joxer to be able to hold the creeps slightly away from the turret, so nothing going to crash in there, but Lulu is going to be pretty far behind early on in this game.
Oh, actually, Kira going to follow the Living Shadow there to dodge away from a lot of the damage. Symphony comes through. Beautiful flash to get away from the body slam as Tokka's almost going to burn down after that. Was a beautiful shuriken. Revolta has found Symphony. A little bit blind there.
Yeah, so Symphony, he could have actually picked up the first blood there. One of the mechanics with Gragas is that you can follow people's flashes even if it looks like it's at the end of your body slam, and it still does the damage as well as the knock-up. He finally gets chased out of there by Tockers. In the mid lane, Kira no longer has flash available, but that was a good first game coming through. Getting rid of LeBlanc's summoner spell, her escape, is going to do good things. Allow Zed a little bit more breathing room in the mid lane.
Yeah, Jockster though can use that Triumphant Roar, keep this bottom lane alive. As it's pretty unorthodox coming through here. Smurf actually getting pressured out by Macau, who now with those Silver Bolts doing a whole lot of work. There's the flash, first blood, 1v1 in the top lane, and that was some sexy Vayne play.
Yeah, it certainly was coming through. Now getting a ward down, making sure that Symphony might also fall here.
Yeah, Revolta is closing the gap here as well. Zed very far away. Preyseeker going to find Symphony. There's the Sigil of Malice. The barrel is going to slow Revolta down, but this is a definitely difficult situation
Kira
for
might have
Symphony.
been caught as well. Symphony burns a summoner spell.
Yeah, he flashes. He might actually be able to get out of here, though.
Yeah, but they're sending members from the bottom lane to keep him trapped in. He's still going to fall, and he uses a summoner spell to do it.
Yeah, the Ignite down here at the same time, but Distortion going to lock down the kill here for Tockers and picks up a blue buff.
Yeah, so in the end, relieves maybe a little bit of pressure in the bottom lane, so Lex got some farm. I don't know what he was actually going for there, but Tockers with the blue buff now has got a kill for himself. So all of a sudden, what looked like a good lane for Tockers because of the fact that Symphony had put in some early work, went over-aggressive, made to pay.
Yeah, and INTZ now with a brilliant early start. Macau going to be able to clear out a massive minion wave here at the same time. Smurf shoved this one in, did pick up a CS advantage, but that is a full wave that Vayne should be able to pick up.
Yeah, so able to get back in there. Has also got some lifesteal early on in the game with that Vamp Scepter, so going to be doing very well to stay healthy as Yang, as well as Jockster in the bottom lane, doing their best to try and CS with this unorthodox combo. We actually joked about the feared Alistair Lulu lane, but it's come to fruition. So.
Well, you wait until level 6, man. That is the pulverized
That is the
wild
unkillable Jockster.
Yeah, that is the unkillable cow as well. Like, man, crazy. Jockster, Tockers, sorry. We are getting those names very confused today, but Kira able to do a whole lot of damage here to this LeBlanc and has a gigantic experience advantage.
Yeah, so able to get in there, get some good work done. Symphony falling very low here on the drag, and they know what's going on as well. Can you get in there? Just get out of Unburrow because they're so low. This is a double kill waiting for you, Revolta.
Yeah, Revolta get in there. Kira, he's come around here now as Symphony almost within smite range. Revolta wants to find it here as they've stopped the damage. The knockup comes through, but he picks up the kill, and the Dragon is taken down by Zed of all people. That's a double kill if you count the Dragon as one of those. Jockster actually heading over this wall. Living Shadow going to get Kira out of here. He wants the headbutt pulverized, but Dark Binding from Demonko.
He had flash. He could have got over it, Atlas, but in the end misses the opportunity.
No. Isn't going to get there.
Yang also picked up a kill in the bottom lane, helped out by Jockster to take out the AD carry player there, and they pick up the Dragon, they get a kill for it, but already 4-1 in favor of INTZ.
Yeah, Smurf sent back yet again as well. Deathmark has been acquired here by Kira, now able to put a lot of pressure onto Tockers. He is in range there as Deathmark comes through. Chain's not going to land. Jockster comes through, but Tockers, Deathmark almost doing enough to take him down, as now the Relic Shield going to help heal him back up just a little bit. The ultimate now on cooldown, but Kira able to get a lot of work done, so this LeBlanc going to be very scared about heading back into this lane.
Yeah, and blue buff still hasn't been acquired on the side of INTZ, so that is precurious there. It's been up for a very long time.
Both peculiar and curious. That is a devastating combo of unsurety. Unsurety.
Wow.
This is not going well. There's the flash pulverized headbutt under Demonko before he could use the black steel. Kira, though, going to take down Tockers. He gets skirmishing sabred, but Jockster now burning down. He's going to die to the Ignite. Double kill for Kira's Revolta. He flashes, gets the shutdown, wanders out of the Dark Binding, and he's just going to burrow his way out of there.
Yeah, so able to shut down the 3-1Z, but you think the damage is already done. Maybe someone left a door open somewhere because all of a sudden Hard Random has some hope.
Yeah, they've got an opportunity to get back into this game. We've got the 2 power items for the very early game here for Zed already completed. Bilgewater Cutlass Brutalizer, the BB. of massive damage, and Smurf doesn't take the tumble auto. But Macau, he's had his run of the lane up here.
Yeah, he certainly has. Up in CS quite far, 12 if you compare him. And Vayne does relatively well in 1v1, likes the levels, likes to be able to duel people, so it makes sense. Lulu with support, double support lane coming through here. Thank goodness Double Targon's never made it into competitive play, otherwise this might be a standard thing, Atlas. But Symphony's only level 4 on the second round of his buffs, and he got it from that blue.
That is terrifying. Revolta, level 5 now, is going to be able to give away the blue buff, hit up a few more camps, and maybe even get to that Void Rush very, very soon. So this jungler with a massive lead.
Smurf once again going back, has teleport available this time.
It's a very homesick Lissandra. Lex, though, able to clear out these minions. Demonco helping zone away the bottom lane of INTZ. And this Jinx has had relative free farm and is very far ahead.
Yeah, so Jinx is doing well, but when you compare them, they're about equal because the top lane is also about 10 CS ahead. So that's not really working out in either favor as they go in top.
Yeah, death mark to be found here onto Macau, but he gets a brilliant condemn. The Shuriken's doing some work as Macau actually going aggressive, but he's only on 200 health, might need to get out of there, but it does mean that Kira, no more tools to get that kill.
Yeah, fairly even trade though, because there's 3 members now heading top. Will not be able to catch out anyone. They've gone for a lane swap. They've thrown the Zed against the Vayne.
Yeah, this is some interesting work. Wild Growth there on the bottom side. Chomper's not going to find anyone here as hard random. Looking to try and get something done, but Lex on half health. Not a whole lot of mana either.
A weird pink ward sitting in the middle of the lane. Didn't see where that came from, but it's gone now.
Well, it would make sense if this bottom lane was a normal bottom lane and Vayne had just used her ult, but she's in the top lane, so it makes no sense.
It was also the side that has the Vayne on it that dropped the pink ward, so it still wouldn't make sense.
All right. So very, very confusing. Yang able to get a bit of damage down. Nice dark binding from Demonco, able to get some damage.
Oh, the double glitter lance coming through.
What does it mean, Spawn?
Means twice the slows.
Ah, right. Okay, so it makes a little bit more sense than you'd otherwise think. 400 gold now the lead for hard random. Sorry. Looking over at the blue side, expecting that one to come through, but hard random do have the dragon. So this game much more even than the last. Hard random having a much better time of it as another longsword has been completed by Kira.
And Kira was the member that they didn't want to get ahead. We said if he gets rid of one of the members, he can go absolutely berserk on the back line, and that's exactly where they're at. Macau now needs to be careful in this top lane because he's in a position to be soloed out. Zed has the ultimate available, I believe, just coming back off cooldown, but has the ignite as well as the flash. You would think he's in a position to make a play in the top lane.
Yeah, Yang able to use that Whimsy, get out of the way of the Dark Binding. Puddle going to come through and get a lot of money from that Spell Thieves, if nothing else. Level 8 hit by both of these pseudo top laners as Revolta looking to come in on this one. Smurf does have the ult on cooldown now as Macau. He's going to get ignited. Nice condemn to try and get... Oh my goodness, he needed that as Symphony just flashes with the ult and picks up the kill.
Yeah, so able to chuck the cask in there and able to pick it up in the end. They'll also grab the turret in the top lane. So finally, hard random in what is a little bit of a strange composition coming through from INTZ, grabbing some early advantage.
Yeah, able to pick up the kill. Smurf still with that ult on cooldown. Does have Revolta waiting in the wings here. INTZ looking to go for a play as Smurf heads towards the creep wave. Probably a bad idea. It's Glacial Path going to get him out of there. Revolta goes for the dive but doesn't want to. And Smurf, with no mana at all, is able to escape.
Yeah, so able to get through there just enough for that Glacial Path to come through. And both mid laners have to go back. You have to think with Tokka's prioritizing the arm guard there, that is why the swap came back through. All of a sudden, Lissandra, she's going towards an Abyssal Scepter, which is itemized much better for this lane.
Yeah, looking a whole lot better. And they must have known this ahead of time because Smurf didn't have any of the makings of that arm guard to try and deal with a Vayne. And instead, just going to look a whole lot better against the LeBlanc.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, for 30 CS coming through here for the Jinx. We said it was relatively equal, but
not anymore.
BF Pickaxe versus just the makings of a Blade of the Ruined King. As Jockster needs to be careful. Dragon is back up. Yang is in the top lane. Tokkas is in base. This will be the second Dragon to go across for hard random.
Yeah, INTZ just going to give that one away. Of course, second Dragon doesn't mean too much, but equalizing those 6% stats would have been something that INTZ really wanted to do. Not going to be able to here.
And it's a stepping stone towards the 5th. They're going to be able to catapult this lead through. It's only 12 minutes. That's when you would expect maybe the first Dragon to be started off. Especially if you're looking at last game where it was just deprioritized completely, as we see INTZ. They're starting to, I guess, falter a little bit.
Yeah, just a little. Tokka's able to clear out that minion wave with the ultimate, of course on a very low cooldown, so it's not going to be missed too much. As Macau able to get his way back in this lane, and now things have finally equalized themselves just a little.
Yeah, so everything calming down a little bit. Once again, Yang's got that 20 CS advantage in the top lane. Lissandra has been sent back up there as more aggression in the mid lane.
Yeah, Kira actually gets the auto attack down there as well. Tokka's not doing a whole lot of damage here to this Zed, who hasn't built any magic resist, but is shrugging off the damage from this arm guard Tokka's. Has to be very careful with the mana. Hasn't been able to go for that Athenes or anything like that. Macau continuing to try and even out this CS lead. Is doing a decent job as Kira again goes aggressive. Distortion, Mimic Distortion, going to be used by Tokka's to escape.
Yeah, so looking to just get away. Now a real dive potential coming through for Zed. And all of a sudden, Tokka's has to be incredibly careful. Zed 3-1-1. If he picks up another kill, you think that he could just take over the game.
Yeah, and Lex going super aggro here through the minion wave. Macau and Joxton now looking to try and re-engage. Symphony's heading back to base. It will be a 2v2. Revolta doesn't have too many localized tunnels in order to get himself in here. But the gold lead is nothing. It's 200 at this stage.
Yeah, exactly right. But you would have to think with a Jinx, with the Lissandra, fantastic scaling. They're going for a gank.
Yeah, Symphony looking for a Dark Binding. Lands onto Macau. He gets chomped up as well as Lex. Beautiful positioning. Demonko not going to get the stun from that Soul Shackles, and the Cow's going to escape, but
Joxter
nice pick.
flew in there. Flash headbutt to try and get Lex away from his AD carry, but it wasn't enough. In the end, the kill goes across. And INTZ, I think they may be regretting keeping their lane swap for so long as Kira just blows up Tokka's.
Yeah, he got squelched there in the mid lane, did the LeBlanc. Kira able to pick that kill up. 2,000 gold now, all of a sudden the lead here for Hard Random. The final outer turret now potentially going to fall as Kira even able to take down that tunnel. Really nicely done. Revolta flashing out of the way of the max range Dark Binding, and here goes the final outer turret, and Hard Random now with so much control of this map.
Yeah, exactly right. They're able to do whatever they want. Another 2.5 minutes until Dragon is available. They will just go back, shop, pick up some completed items. You would think that's the Infinity Edge as well as nearly the last Whisper coming through for Kira in the mid lane. And they can just run away with this mid game. They are so strong as a team comp. You got Zed, you got Lissandra. Gragas does ridiculous damage. Not to mention they've got accelerated Jinx, because CSing much better than the Vayne. They're in a really good position to take this one away. It's actually the Blade of the Ruined King that's picked up there for Tokka, for Kira in the mid lane. He's going to be doing ridiculous burst damage.
That would have been 1,800 gold sitting in his back pocket to pick that one up.
Yep.
Not too bad here for the Zed, 4-1-1. 6 CS in the lead, and that is going to be the Zhonya's Hourglass completed now for Tokka's, so probably thinks that he has a little bit more of a chance in the 1v1 situation, but has no mana regen. There's no utility available here. No cooldown reduction, nothing for LeBlanc to really be able to get much done.
The invade coming through on the blue buff from Revolta and Tokka's.
Yeah, they're looking for something here. Multiple wards going to go down, but Smurf was able to pick up that blue.
So they're able to transfer the blue over to Lissandra. Zed, meanwhile, 2v1 in this lane. Looking very comfortable. Macau not really in a position to be able to fight him as well, to be honest. They might be able to shove this one in. Will they go for the dive?
Yeah, they're looking for something here as there's the Condemn into the wall, but teleport to come through. They could have just focused that turret, though. It is going to fall down. Yes, the last caster creep. Hero caster creep going to take that one down.
Yeah, so they're able to grab a turret. They burn a teleport. All of a sudden in the top lane, Tokka's has some free time, and they might be able to equalize at least 2 turrets to 3 here.
Yeah, Yang does have a whole lot of wave clear as well. Can hold on to this mid lane. Zap not going to find anyone as Lex does get that one through and just continues to clear out these minion waves. He's got a huge amount of farm here. Only about 10 behind the clock if you're counting it that way. Dark Binding tries to find something other than a wolf and it doesn't. Revolta going to take one of his tunnels to get out. Joxter very low. Super Mega Death Rocket looking for it. The creeps help him out and he takes down the support yet again.
Yeah, so able to pick up another kill on this Jinx as they're starting the siege now. Able to rip through this one, although Yang clears out the rest of the creep wave, but the split push has begun. Zed, bottom lane, no one can go to him. Look, Mikhail's like, I ain't clearing out that wave. He's just going to dive me. Sends Yang down there instead, but now who stops the Jinx from pushing in mid?
Yeah, well, it's not going to be the Vayne who is hanging around there but doesn't have a whole lot of wave clear on offer as Revolta looking for some sort of engage. Mikau hanging around here. Tockers is going to move in as the Unburrow is being looked for here. Skirmish is going to be used onto Symphony as the Zap doesn't find Revolta. Kira rotating around now as well as there's the flash from Symphony looking for something. Knocks Revolta back into the team who wants to try and engage. Nice amount of knockups here, but not going to find anything as Lex has so much damage. Tockers is going to remove Kira though as Mikau. The ultimate runs out. Final hour no longer there as Dark Binding just sails on by. Symphony gets chained up. The chain's still connected as Jockster. Three-man knock-up. Beautiful play as Smurf going to ult himself. Lex free hitting in the back line as Tocker's looking to try and take him out. But Ince, they do protect their turret.
Yeah, they go 1 for 1. Meanwhile, bottom wave was crashing into that turret. So slightly in favor of Hard Random, you would think. But Kira, what are you doing? You dove a turret with an Alistair sitting there, was able to just get the knock-up, gave over a free kill for the team. And that could have been all kinds of bad for Ince, but HR, Hard Random, they bring it out.
Yeah, HR works.
It just reminds me
Human
of
resources.
HR puff and stuff.
All right. Human resources able to take down the map. No, not going to be happening as Mikau doesn't get too much work done on that mid lane outer turret. Now has to be careful as there are multiple members heading towards him. He's going to back away quite nicely. And Kira was unable to complete that last Whisper, which would have been a massive damage spike for this Zed. In the meantime, Tockers is on the way towards that Morellonomicon. Yang has built up both the Athenes and those Lucidity boots, so 40% CDR required here for the Lulu, who has been a bit of a shining light here for INTZ, doing quite well.
Yeah, 40 CS up, but you can see that the Jinx is 40 CS and 2 kills ahead of the Vayne right now. Infinity Edge, Zeal, Berserker Greaves, and an extra dagger means that she is all kinds of strong right now, and they're going to move in for their third dragon of the game at only 20 minutes.
Yeah, really nicely done. Revolta is going to get a ward down, so they'll have at least the timer on this dragon, but Hard Random easily able to pick that one up. A little bit of extra movement speed coming through now for the CIS team, and INTZ, they're going to need to really contest the next couple of dragons.
Yeah, they certainly do. Zhonya's Hourglass on the way now for Yang as well. Would have preferred just for him to go with the Death Cap, to be honest. He needs to be able to have all of the shields to keep Mikau safe. If he's getting ultimated, it's nearly in their favor, to be quite frank, because he's not the carry they need. Right now, they just need Vayne to go berserk.
Yeah. And Mikau, I mean, he picked up first blood. He definitely looked good, but is unable to keep up with the incredible amount of farm here onto Lex. And Lex able to pick up the kills as well with the ult. I mean, these Super Mega Death Rockets have been doing work in these fights, and no one able to really close the distance on the Jinx.
Yeah, exactly right. And you see they get some damage down in the mid lane, but Kira, he's able to zone 2 people away. And Smurf now looking to go in, doesn't take that path.
Yeah, Jockster actually looking for something. Gets Dark Bound, though, and doesn't have the ultimate on just yet. Of course, is available.
Yeah, so he went for the flash pulverize, didn't get it.
Oh, Tockers, he gets ulted up after he finds Smurf there. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't find the LeBlanc, and they're just going to transition into taking down this red buff. Lex able to do that.
So a couple of ultimates burnt, though, by Tockers. He's just going to go back, continue to split push. Now Symphony looking for something.
Yeah, and INTZ weren't even going to try and capitalize on the extra ults that were used by HR.
Yeah, so Hard Random now. They're forcing the pace of the game. This is exactly what they have to do. They're going in.
Yeah, nice whimsy. Revolta flashing out of that one immediately. Beautiful Dark Binding on Akira to stop the knockup from coming through, but Jockster, that Unbreakable Will doing some work here as Vayne. She's ulted up, but not really finding too much. Nice Wild Growth as in comes the ult from Kira. So much damage. Damonko gonna fall down, but it's a double already for the Jinx. Kira does fall down, but man, INTZ are getting torn apart.
Yeah, Lex has got it.
Still alive. What the hell? Tockers with a beautiful play is going to die, but Mikau, is he going to do it? He is easily going to take down the fat man. Smurfs back up, but INTZ, they answer back, and the kills go to Vayne.
Yeah, so 4 for 4. I just want to point out that was a 4v5, though.
All right, okay.
Smurfs in the bottom lane. They had everyone available, so INTZ, you equalized the team fight, but they really didn't have every member there. which is a little bit not great still for your lineup coming through here. You saw that Tockers, he started to do some really huge amount of damage, but INTZ, they might even be in panic mode here. Are they going to start up a Baron?
Yeah, they do have the vision available to take down this ward. But they're not going to start the Baron, not with vision available here for Hard Random. They are going to clear out some pink wards as well.
Huge amount of CS in all of the waves. Hard Random have every one of them pushing currently. So Tok is going to be able to clear out top lane. Yang in the bottom lane, he's doing the same. Has teleport available, so we'll be there for any fights that do start up around this Baron area. But Hard Random, they seem to have finally found some of their former swag that sent them on that huge game winning streak that got them to the playoffs in the first place.
Yeah, Living Shadow actually going to get Kira into this top side. Tokka's waiting for something as he chains up Symphony. Uses the distortion in order to escape. Of course, notices the 4 members of HR that are heading up here, and they're looking for this inner turret in the top lane. Yang continuing to split push. Actually might be able to get some work done here as Revolta makes his way back under this turret. And do INTZ have enough wave cleared? Not without Yang, as Jockster actually did go in aggressive, and there's actually the death mark to come down. Glacial Path to come through as well, but Yang, he's going to survive. Wild Growth going to help him out, and that's a lot of ults and initiation down.
Yeah, it certainly is. So now can INTZ make it work? Goodbye.
Oh, yeah, Tokkas uses the Zhonya's Hourglass at a beautiful time, though, as Smurf goes aggressive. There's a Frozen Tomb as Kira's going to take down Jockster. Nicely played by Hard Random. Smurf getting in amongst it there as well. Nicely engaged, but they don't get anything done on the turret, and they only get 1 kill.
Yeah, nothing yet as they're looking for the LeBlanc player. How did Smurf survive that? Zhonya's into his ult. Symphony might have been a little bit caught, but nothing coming through there. Just a pink ward to be cleaned up, and all of a sudden, it's INTZ with the waves pushing in their controllers once again. Wow.
Yeah, Lex actually, oh my goodness, the chain blocked from Kira. That could have been the death of Lex, and that could have been a lot of work done for INTZ, but not going to get it.
Yeah, Superman would have been happy, unfortunately not to be.
Oh, nicely done. I can't even be mad. That was beautiful. You and your comic books. Smurf, though, able to clear out this bottom wave. Send that one back towards INTZ. Macau getting some farm here. That is always scary for the HR lineup because, of course, Vayne scales beautifully, maybe for different reasons than a Jinx in the later stages of the game. But as soon as that QSS is completed, Vayne might be able to split push against this Zed with some outplay, with some sweet moves.
Yep. If she has some very fancy footsteps, I'll say that there is about a... I'm going to give it like 25% chance still to the Zed. Okay. I'll give her a 25% chance to kill it.
Ooh, Symphony looking for something here. Revolta is able to take down the blue buff, but...
Panic Smote by Revolta.
Panic Smitten.
Panic Smitten. I like that. That's nearly a band name. As
also
they use the flame chompers to block out the entirety of that ramp. They've started up the 4th dragon. INTZ have to fight.
Yeah, Macau looking for it as well. Gets the Wild Growth as he gets knocked back into the pit. Beautiful condemned. Kira is going to fall down. Super Mega Death Rocket, though, does take out the Vayne. Kira's not actually dead,
Kira lived,
by the way. Just went back over the wall. Jockster finds himself on the wrong side of the fight, and man, Hard Random doing so much work at this end of the game. It's a 5,000 gold lead. And ladies and gentlemen, the CIS team, they might be able to pick up a win.
Yeah, certainly look like that will be the case as they're streaming towards mid lane, trying to get the first inhibitor of the game in their favor. And they've picked a really good fight composition. You saw, even though Macau flew in there, tried to get so much work done with the Wild Growth, it just wasn't happening. Jockster, the poor Alistair player with some huge headbutt pulverizers in this game, just not able to get it done, and they break the base.
Yeah, they break the base. Unable to take the inhibitor just yet, but you have to think that that one's going to be on the cards very, very soon. Kira does make his way back up this mid lane. 5, 3, and 8 now on the Zed, and is looking brilliant.
Yeah, it certainly was, but it was a super mega death rocket that really saved Kira's life in that last fight.
That did so much damage,
Lex took down Vayne from about 3/4 health and just was able to blow him up. And with Vayne going the Duelist build, no Phantom Dancer, no Static Shift, completely disagree with what Macau's committed to here, because realistically, he's not killing anyone in a 1v1.
No. Not happening whatsoever. Needs to be built for getting something done in a potential pick, team fight, something like that. Not entirely sure where they're going to be able to get any work done because things have been looking so good on the side of Hard Random. They have 5 of the 6 outer turrets already removed. Actually, no, 4 of the 6 outer turrets and 1 inhibitor turret as well. As Hard Random now pushing up the mid lane. Tokkers is going to have to go back after this split push.
Symphony's just so confused. He doesn't know which tunnels to clear out.
Probably any ones that he can see would be a good idea. Revolta, though, hanging around his red.
The brush.
Sad times.
Sad boy.
Yep, Demonco, though, clearing out this pink ward. Revolta doesn't want to give it up, but also knows that he's in a whole lot of trouble if he goes anywhere near this Hard Random lineup.
Oh, the ultimate.
Yeah, he's going to get Explosive Cast out of here, but not really going to find too much as Symphony. Tokker's looking for the distortion, doesn't get it. Nice Dark Binding and a land from Demonco as Macau does pop the ultimate. Beautiful Frozen Tomb, though, as the QSS does come down. Symphony just tanking up everything, and Yang, my gosh, this damage from the Jinx is doing so much. Jockster again with a nice headbutt, pulverizes. The chains come down as well. Smurf not going to follow that glacial path as now Lex just getting so many rockets in through this backside. Symphony falls as a nice QR combo comes through from Tokkers, but they lose the inhibitor.
Yeah, but can they get anything done on the return? Tokkers goes in. No home guard boots currently available, so they'll just back out.
Yeah, does need to go back and pick up some health to come through, but Tokkers did do everything that he possibly could. They pick up the objective, though, to Hard Random, and now they're going to head back. Dark Binding going to find Revolta.
Jockster's in again.
Yeah, looking for something. Nice headbutt pulverized under Demonco, who was unable to get the black shield, in time, and lands the Dark Binding.
Jockster yells at him in response.
Yep, he's just going to pound the ground a little bit. He looks frustrated when he's in his passive, isn't he?
Yeah. Like he's playing this game. He's also,
jeez.
I think he's quite frustrated at the moment because he's having a pretty good game coming through on Alistair as Yang. He's completely caught out.
Wild growth comes through, but it's not enough. Tokkers just distorting into the wall. A little bit silly there as...
Well, he probably didn't even want to go over, to be honest.
Yeah, and a strategic headbutt.
And they're going to start up the Baron.
There is a ward over the side here. Yang is going to respawn in 20 seconds with the teleport available. INTZ could potentially go for something here. They're only down by 5,000 gold. So it does feel like there's much more of a lead for Hard Random than they actually have. But it just seems like, as far as these team fights are concerned, Hard Random have so many more tools.
5,000 gold, 4 dragons, 3 turrets. The entirety of the map is really in Hard Random's favor. I don't think there's a way that they can actually win a team fight right now unless they stall the game out for another 10, 15 minutes. By then, 5th Dragon probably going to be taken.
Yeah, that's true. Macau actually going to get slowed down here as the Whimsy does come through. Explosive Cast going to blow Macau down a little bit. Final hour has been popped. There's the Ghost Blade as well as Kira gets some damage down. Hard Random now looking to disengage from this one. But there's the, oh my goodness, beautiful, massive ultimate to come down. But look at Smurf. Massive in the backline. Lex getting the auto attacks that he wants. Wild growth onto Macau saves his life, but Super Mega Death Rocket's gonna kill him. And Tokkers needs to escape. And Lex just with so much consistent DPS from the backline, and they can't do anything to him.
Meanwhile, in the base, Super Creeps are on the inhibitor turrets, and Hard Random are making a beeline for them, trying to win the game.
Yeah, Revolta is going to try and get back. Teleport in from Smurf, though, and Lex, this minigun is going to shred these turrets. Kira does get altered there a little bit by Tokkers, but not going to kill him. And Lex, with most of his health bar, is going to be able to find the Nexus. And Hard Random, they're looking for the comeback 1 and 2 now.
Yeah, they certainly are. And that was a little bit of a strange game coming through from INTZ as we check out the Hard Random lineup. They look pretty happy coming through but they still need to win another 2 games for the reverse sweep to be made possible.
Yeah, but they have the momentum now moving into this one. They know, they remember how to win a game of League of Legends, and you definitely need to do that if you're going to win the best of 5.
Yeah, exactly right. So they come through with a really clean win in Game 3, actually. Just had all the answers coming through, and the Vayne pickup just didn't work for INTZ. Do you think the rest of the lineup actually looked pretty good? Even Alistair had some really good headbutt combos in there. But in the end, it was all about Kira Z. It was Smurf as well on Lysandra. Looked really good, and the Super Mega Death Rocket's on point. So got to really give it to Hard Random. They bounced back pretty well. Yeah,
Lex looked pretty good, but we're going to have a look at a replay to see how Hard Random did it.
Yeah, we certainly are. So as we jump into this one, so this is a 4v5, I believe. So you see LeBlanc currently recalling in the back. As we roll this one out, Revolta gets a little bit caught. They shove him back into the team, and from there, they have to fight. So Jockster goes in, gets chunked out incredibly hard, and Macau commits. He tumbles in there, has used the ultimate, but realistically, there's nothing that they're going to be able to get done here because they're just not strong enough. You see still Smurfs in the bottom lane doing nothing. Tockers has shown up. They continue to push in here. Lex nearly takes Tockers out. In the end, he goes in with a lot of damage. Symphony gets the fadeaway kill, and they trade 4 for 4. But when you do that and you have a man advantage, you know the game's not going your way.
Yeah, that's true. In a 4v5, if you manage to go even-esque in that fight, things are definitely working out. And
even with losing a turret. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not even. That is not even in the slightest. And Demonco actually played very, very well in that fight at the same time. And we didn't really mention the Morgana play, but Soul Shackles actually managed to get a gigantic stun underneath that turret, sacrificed himself for it, but did lock down a lot of these members and in a clump. So these rockets coming through from Lex were just shredding the team.
Yeah, and he hit a couple of key blinds as well, really setting up the pixel. One in the top lane on LeBlanc especially was something to remember. So I agree, all the members of Hard Random rising to the occasion, and that's what they need to do if they're going to take this to a Game 5.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, we will have Game 4 coming up very, very soon. A small break to happen now, but we'll see if Hard Random can carry the momentum after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. I'm Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberian. We're here for Game 4 between INTZ and Hard Random. Brazil taking on CIS, and Hard Random, they managed to get a win back.
Yeah, so they hit back. Some good Z play coming through from Kira. Really solidified a win there. Lex also came through with some nice jinx, but for me,
massive.
It was really about Smurf in the top lane. Didn't perform the first couple of games, came out, had a much better showing, especially in the team fights on Lissandra, and kind of tied together the team fight comp.
Yeah, and Demonko also managed to land a whole lot of Dark Bindings. Really looked good on that Morgana.
Yeah, he certainly did. He had a fantastic game, and I'll give him some props. Props to Demonko. There you go.
I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I know. You love your support players, don't you?
Hey, no. No.
Yes.
There was some good plays there, okay?
Cool. The only member we didn't mention, Symphony, also had a couple of good ults. Still struggling a little bit, you feel, in this series, and needs to get back to kind of matching Revolta if they have any chance of taking this to a Game 5.
Yeah, and Revolta sort of looked a little bit uncomfortable in that game as well. Wasn't really able to get any of the engages that he was looking for on that Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and the reason is when your team picks all losing lanes, you can't really do much, and so they need to start getting some lane bullies back in. Zed at the moment, because of the low health pool and the fact that you have to build Zhonya's first, kind of deals with LeBlanc. Lots of lockdown CC in the top lane, and you had an Alistair Lulu lane running around in the bottom lane. I don't know who they expected him to gank for to catch.
That we want to play in. When they did that, they didn't really work out
If they did that, they're a very brave or silly lineup, because this is a best of 5 and anything can happen if you reverse momentum, especially when you're 2-0 up and you end up losing. This is probably the biggest tournament they'll play this year, unless they are the qualifying team that can go through to international qualify for Worlds.
Yeah.
This is everything right now. This is for a shot to play at MSI in a couple of weeks. They really need to start pulling out their best game.
Yeah, they most certainly do, and we'll see whether they sort of realize that coming through into the next one and whether we're going to see a very different champ select. But maybe it was just an idea that they had that they didn't manage to get to happen into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, well, you can see what they were trying to do. They were trying to set the Vayne up for lots of split-pushing success, and then catch people as they were rotating to Vayne with some CC lockdown, get Tokas to blow them up on LeBlanc, really set it up that way. But what happened in reality is that they lost a couple of... Everyone was strong enough to 1v1 the Vayne, and from there, Macau just had no do anything.
Yeah, and also Kira looked fantastic there in the mid lane. Tokas couldn't do anything against the Zed.
Yeah, exactly right. And if no one's rotating around the map, everyone's just staying in lane, Zed's able to farm up, the 1v1 potential comes out there.
Yeah.
LeBlanc's not being utilized to pick, delete people off the match, start uneven skirmishes, things like that, then of course it's going to go in the Zed's favor. That's exactly what his kit's designed to do, whereas LeBlanc, she's all about the high mobility, getting in and out of lanes, being able to roam around and force these uncomfortable matchups. And none of that happened because they outright lost all their lanes.
Yeah, we were calling Hard Random out for not banning the LeBlanc and looked fantastic going against it this time around. So maybe that's sort of what they were thinking. They're like, okay, we've got answers for this, and that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, potentially. I still think they need to ban it. Not sold that they do have answers. They had a pseudo answer there with every lane winning, but if you count on that to beating a single lane matchup every single time, it's probably not the best solution to a problem.
Okay, so it may not necessarily work that way, but we'll see what happens moving into the next game, because Hard Random, they do have an opportunity now to try and get back here with the 3-game sweep. INTZ now with the blue side are going to be first picking the Sivir. Certainly worked out for them the last time around, and these bans, they haven't changed.
Yeah, so Rek'Sai and Gragas being taken away there, so I believe Gragas is a new ban.
I think this is the same bans coming through last time INTZ were on the blue side, though.
Okay, yep. So not doing anything different there, and we'll have to see how it works out. Nunu, of course, strong pick. I believe that they took the Sejuani last time around for Revolta, and it's going to be a Jarvan and the Morgana locked in for Symphony and Smurf.
Yeah, it's interesting because Jarvan fallen off just a little bit since his nerfs to his standard.
And also doesn't build an early warrior. Hasn't fallen off. He took a dive off a cliff, and I'm surprised to see him on the Rift. Must have climbed up somehow.
Yeah, and look, everyone's seen the top lane. Like, it's a big cliff off there. So, look, congratulations, Jarvan. Made it back onto the Rift, but we'll see whether it's going to be a positive effect, because he must be tired.
Although we saw a mid Jarvan. The Marvin did come out,
yeah,
I believe.
G4.
Yeah, it did.
G4's J4, not too bad.
Pretty good effect coming through there. Was able to get rolling with some early kills as well. Turned into this huge assassin. So maybe it's a mid-Jarvan. Maybe this is the answer to Z, because I believe G4 played it into Z as well.
He did. He most certainly did. But, of course, Kira, his Z isn't banned, and he's the one that played it. They could have just picked it away.
Oh, yeah. True.
But we'll see what happens. Revolta is going to go back to the Sejuani in the end, and Jockster thinking about the Thresh.
Yeah, so those are
Thinking
both...
about it, he picked it.
Yeah, well, he didn't pick it. Tokka's picked it. Maybe Jockster didn't want it in the end, but that's going to be the pickups regardless, so sorry. That's what you get.
That's what you're playing. Lex is going to have the Jinx, though.
Yeah, so definitely looking at that one. Of course, Jinx, a very good lane matchup against the Sivir just because of the range of the rockets coming through.
Yeah.
That trades relatively well, able to shove out with equal ease. And depending on whether that is a support Morgana or they go something a little bit more aggressive, this could even be a winning lane.
Yeah, Smurf is actually going to be playing the Rumble, though, in the top side of the map. Going to mean that Demonko back on the Morgana. Looked great on it in the last game. And we'll see how this hard random the lineup is going to round it out. Because, of course, the mid lane's still yet to come through. INTZ now able to pick up their last couple of champions, and we'll see what they grab. Tokkas could pick away the Zed, could hop back onto the LeBlanc as well, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so it's going to be the top lane. It's going to be the mid lane picked up right here. We see an Azir hover coming through there. Wonder what they're going to take into the Rumble top lane. Maokai deals with it, doesn't do horribly in the matchup, but Rumble does get some farm through there, so maybe look for something a little bit more aggressive. Maybe the Gnar will come through from Yang. I don't know. Shyvana, wow, that's a whole different level of aggressive coming through there.
Yeah, although now knows that it's against a Rumble, so how does that matchup go?
Yeah, Shyvana destroys him.
Wow, well, look, that's going to be the lock away, so things working out here for Yang potentially on the top side. And Ari for Tokkas. He had one fantastic game most definitely on that champion. It lasted 18.5 minutes. It wasn't really based on that, and now the classic skill matchup.
Yeah, so the
Potentially.
definitive skill matchup coming through there. I think it's in Ari's favor, in Zed's favor. He just does a lot of answers to her during the mid game that Ari doesn't bring to the table. I think that Luden's Echo makes Ari a little bit better at the pick part of the game at the moment as Kira goes in for the Ezreal, so we can just ignore it. But I want to see whether with this lineup Tokkas rushes that, or does he go for some CDR? There are some very squishy members in here. Early Luden's Echo, if you just go double Doran's ring boots to Luden's Echo, he will be able to nearly one-shot everyone on the map.
Yeah, there's no sort of dedicated tank apart from the Jarvan, who's taken a hit as far as the tankiness is concerned, so going to be very difficult for anyone to survive the onslaught.
And the other thing is, there is no lockdown for Ari here. There is no point-click stun. Unless a bind hits from Demonko, no one can really tie her up. And this is where Ari's tend to have a bit of a field day, because you can dart in and out of the team fight. You're able to get down a lot of damage. You can wait for your cooldowns. One of the biggest things about Ari is once you ult, if there's lockdown CC, something that's like a point-and-click stun, you generally have to rush your ults through. Now he can get the W up, use it the first time around, use a second charge, hold on to the third charge, get another W through, get resets coming through from the Luden's Echo, and really start blowing people up. So I think that Ari, a very good pickup in this mid lane here, and I don't know whether I agree with the Ezreal coming through from Kira.
Yeah, Kira, going back to a comfort pick, you have to think, so definitely more than happy to play that one. Wants to be on a comfortable champion here when everything's now on the line. They're looking to try and win 3 games in a row. It's going to be difficult for hard random. His Ezreal, as you mentioned after their second match, actually looked quite good.
Yeah, his Ezreal looked really good. It's just I don't know whether they have the CC going to be available. And once again, it's kind of like, how do they start the team fight? Jarvan's going to have to fly in, and they're going to follow it up with an equalizer. But everyone can kind of just take a step back, and then they don't have any real follow-up engage coming through from there.
Yeah, I guess it is sort of the combo of old with the Cataclysm Equalizer, able to lock people down onto that one. But if you're trying to lock down the likes of an Ari, she's not going to stay there for too long.
Yeah, but the other thing is, like, when you used to run things like that, you'd run like a flanking Twitch or like a Braum in the support position, something that had a lot of follow-up. Right now, they're running double AD, which doesn't historically translate into chasing forward extremely well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are under the rift for game number 4. INTZ looking to try and close this one out, and hard random looking to tie it all up with a victory. And we'll see exactly what happens. INTZ looking like they have a pretty decent team comp this time moving through. Yang back on the teleport smite yet again. Looked terrifying on that one before. And we'll see how it works out this time around.
Yeah, so they're just going for a little bit of an early invade. Will be spotted out here by Demonco. So he will have exact information of where they are. They'll get the first ward, though.
Money. Not too bad. Revolta picks that one up. Yang is going to find Smurf. Bit of a taste of things to come here for the Rumble as he gets burned out.
So a lane swap is actually coming through, though, because they spotted out the Morgana. So they think that they're in the bottom lane. They're pretty happy to keep that one up, although now Jockster as well as Macau going back, you would think. So maybe we'll get standard lanes just in the top lane.
Yeah, it looks to me like we are going to have the Thresh Sivir moving towards that top side of the map, and
you'd think that's in Lex's
within mind games.
Yeah, you'd think that's in Lex's favor. So maybe they went up there early, anticipating that that would be the call coming through from INTZ, and they're able to get the 2v2 with Jinx, who does pretty well in the matchup.
Yeah, not too bad at all. And of course, with the Black Shield there as well, not going to be too worried about the death sentences.
Yeah, and I can't believe Yang's starting on the same camp as Revolta here. They could both simultaneously get level 2, although now Yang runs away. He's going into the bottom lane. If he had started up something like Raptors, would have been able to pick up the very early level 2 and then just go into the bottom lane. You don't even need to recall most of the time with Shyvana because she stays that healthy.
Yeah, it does have the Ruby Crystal as well, going to be absolutely fine. He's able to pick up some farm though, doesn't miss too much experience here on the bottom side of the map as Rumble.
I think he missed 2 CS down there, which is not fantastic because Rumble's going to have an earlier level 2, can chuck on his shield, be able to just run at you.
Burn you down. Yeah. Yang though
Actually gets the earlier level 2 because he's got the bigger creep weight.
not too bad. Smurf does find it in the end. Gonna head over here, and Macau and Jockster, they were beaten to level 2. Dark Binding doesn't quite find the mark as Macau hits level 2 now and is going to be able to clear out this creep wave. Whereas in the middle lane, Tockers and Kira just battling one another down. Kira does have the push on though. Look at this huge minion stack.
Yeah, so this is what Ezreal does to everyone. He just queues minion waves at the start of the game and actually pushes extremely well. The difference is when you can start one-shotting the minion wave and Ezreal can't use his persistent damage to get it down, he starts to struggle. So this lane will turn around at about the level 5 mark when Tockers can throw 2 of the Qs across and just chunk out the wave automatically.
Well, we'll see how that one goes. Of course, Kira is ahead by a couple of CS at this stage, so working out as far as that push is concerned.
Ezreal's one of the, just on that subject, Ezreal's one of the best early laners in the game. So generally you see junglers pay a little bit more attention to Ezreal's lane because he does like to push like this. He's susceptible to early ganks even though he has that arcane shift. So normally you would see someone, if it was like a Rek'Sai or a Lee Sin, come over to Ezreal's lane and try and gank him. So it's a little bit surprising that Symphony isn't in there trying to go for a counter gank, although he probably just thinks Revolta, being the Sejuani, wants to wait for level 6 before he goes for that gank.
Yeah, Smurf though, here in the bottom lane, is able to get himself a bit of a CS advantage as Yang went to clear out the Krugs. He is now able to burn the dragon down just a little bit. But of course Yang's probably going to be more than fine.
So now we see the junglers come through.
Oh, there's the Arctic Assault's gonna land, and Revolta gets some consistent damage through here. Tokka's looking for a charm, doesn't find it onto Symphony as there's the Orbit Deception. Jockster moving through here, though they had the man advantage. Looking for a death sentence. Revolta very low. Kira, oh my goodness, that was close. Good attempt by Jockster, would have got himself a cleanse.
But they win out in the 2v3. Realistically, they will be able to move back in, sweep out that pink ward, you would think, and in the top lane, Macau, he's been forced away a little bit, although now they're trying to go for a bit of a skirmish up there as well.
Yeah, looking for something here as Symphony was actually looking for the piggy. Revolta quite low going for this Gromp as Symphony is going to come through. Massive amount of health. Revolta, is he going to get the smite? Not in time. It's not up in time. And Symphony's able to pick that one away.
But 3 members now collapsing on the jungler for hard random. Might just have to execute here. That's not what you want to do this early in the game. And again, Symphony on another wild goose chase.
Yeah, Tokka's flashes into the charm, but Symphony flashes in response. Takes the turret shot. And
he's
Yang,
out.
Yeah, he's just going to wander toward, maybe even pick up some Krugs.
What are you doing, Symphony? Just hit B. They're not even looking for you anymore. Or maybe he's still looking for Revolta.
Oh my goodness, this Jarvan is so aggressive, looking for Revolta, is able to steal another camp.
Yeah, so Symphony coming up huge in this early game. They had actually brought Demonko around the whole of the map to support that little invade, and now they're going for a gank in the mid.
Yeah, to pick something up. Tokas doesn't get caught by the flag and drag, but first blood comes through anyway because it was a beautiful dark binding. And Hard Random, they're really going for this 5 game.
Yeah, they certainly are, and that's a much better early game coming through from the lineup as Jockster hits a bind.
Yeah, there's the Death Sentence to come through as well. Nice boomerang. There's the, oh my goodness, the heal is actually going to save his life as Smurf comes down. Demonko takes a lot of damage. There's the black shield. He's going to help him out. True shot barrage onto Jockster for a lot as the Harpoon's not going to find the last bit of damage. Smurf flashes forward. Does overheat though, and Yang, he's got the ultimate available. Can turn into a dragon if he needs to, but Hard Random, they don't find the kills, but they save their AD carry.
Yeah, so able to force him his way as well. They get a favorable trade once again. So everything going in Hard Random's favor right now. Macau probably could have snuck an extra auto attack in there and taken down Lex. Instead, Lex got the heal across, and that really has hurt them because all of a sudden, pressure everywhere for the INTZ lineup.
Yeah, they're down 800 gold at this stage. No turrets have been taken. No early dragon pressure here as well, but Hard Random with the vision control around this map, as well as the fact that they've picked up that extra kill and they've put Revolta so far behind.
Yeah, so able to get in there. Revolta on stage 1, he's being punished for his early game. This is something that Jarvan has always been able to do. As you see, Kira calling in Smurf because he's struggling to push out this lane and wants to go shop. He's only on a Doran's Blade. And already the Aether Wisp has been picked up, so finally he shoves out the wave enough to potentially get a bind, but he's still going to miss a whole wave if he goes back right now. Kira in a little bit of trouble, honestly, mid lane, even though he's up in CS.
Yeah, a little bit strange there as Tok is able to get a bit of a push on. Symphony is here to at least pick up all of these creeps.
So Symphony comes across, that's a good move. Actually, needed to walk him over a little bit. Kira will have words to Symphony there. Greedy man.
Potentially. Equalizer's going to be down here to clear out this wave. Death Sentence onto Smurf, though, as Macau able to get the damage down. There's the boomerang. They're looking for the dive. Revolta still tanking this one up. Smurf, the last auto attack. Macau takes a little while for it, but is going to be able to lock down that kill.
Yeah, it looked like they were actually debating who to give it over to. Tokas wanted it, but Macau ends up taking it. I actually think getting the Assassin ahead in this situation is a little bit better because you've got 2 AD carries. If he grabs that Aether Wisp, he's already got that spawn. He grabs the Luden's Echo early on. He's going to be able to wreak havoc across the map.
He certainly is, but not going to happen this time around. And Macau actually did have a CS advantage anyway in that top lane, so able to play out what is generally a bit of a counter matchup very, very nicely. Toka's able to clear out this wave a lot quicker now with that orb of deception.
As we have Yang counter jungling everything as Shyvana.
Oh dear, the classic dragon.
Shades of Darian.
Oh my goodness, my favorite top laner. Symphony comes through. Tokas, though, with that Spirit Rush is going to be more than safe.
Was Darian really your favorite top laner?
Yeah, he was. Just because he was so crazy. It was mostly for his gangplank.
And we have Yang with the red buff now looking for a little bit of a brush camp. He's going to lose out on a cannon creep. Are you crazy, man? You are not a top laner, Yang. That is the first time I have ever seen a top laner sack a cannon creep for a potential gank.
Yeah, he waited for a Revolta to come through. Harpoon going to land here. Smurf is going to overheat.
That has
didn't do anything.
absolutely blown my mind.
What's left of your mind?
I am speechless.
Oh dear. Well, solo cast from now, ladies and gentlemen. Revolta taking down the blue buff. Tokas is going to gain that one for himself. A little bit more mana regen as Kira continues to shove out this wave. Bottom lane just going normally here. Both of these teams just farming it up. And we've got a bit of a lull, ladies and gentlemen. Wards in the river. No one more aggressive than the other. Boomerang's going to clear this one out. Macau actually spell shields very, very late there as takes the Dark Passages. Going to be relatively safe, but loses half of his health after that combo.
Yeah, good layering of CC actually coming through from Hard Random. Thank you.
And Kira going to Mystic Shot that last minion down. Is just more than happy to use that Arcane Shift on cooldown.
Yeah, definitely wants to get in there, use the tier, stack that up nice and quickly. We saw that he had a very good click last time around. And Symphony, he started up the Dragon.
Yeah, Flagon and Dragon all over it.
I think the particles are in. I don't know if that's a spectator thing or whether that actually can be seen.
Well,
they have to
they're
know
not
what's going
reacting.
on because they just saw them take the pink ward out of there. See if Sejuani can get in there to affect it, but it's going to fall down.
Yep, first Dragon easily goes over to hard random there just by having better vision. They are behind a couple of 100 gold after that previous dive went down onto Smurf. Nice 2 wards. Beautifully done. Kira.
Still up in CS in this mid lane, even though Tokas has been able to shove out relatively well. And Yang, he's being a pest in the top lane. Started to get ahead. Smurf needs to be careful. J4 is coming up, but as you can see, Shyvana pretty good at the 1v1 thing.
Yeah, and the Twin Fang, the Twin Bite is pretty damn good. Twin Fang is in fact not his ability. Oh, the ultimate actually missed here by Revolta. Lands the Arctic Assault though, and Symphony makes his way underneath the turret. Smurf at half health, as is Symphony. Doesn't land the spike either. Is Revolta going to clear out this minion that's hanging around here? Charm going to land onto Kira, who uses the cleanse a little bit late, but is going to be safe.
Does avoid him from taking a wander back towards the Ahri though, which is definitely dangerous as Revolta continuing this pressure. They've zoned them off the top turret. It has fallen down. Yang doing his job as Shyvana very well. 20 CS up at this point.
Yeah.
Also stealing away a lot of camps for that CS. So that means it's even better because, you know, if you get up in lane CS, that's huge. Just teleport coming through.
Yeah, Yang looking for a teleport here on the bottom side. Does have Dragon's Descent. Lex very, very low. Joxter, though, is almost dead here in this lane as the burnout is going to mean that Joxter survives, but Yang not able to close the gap quickly enough in order to get anything down.
All
but they'll
of
get
a
the
sudden,
turret.
Tokka's coming down as well. Forces everyone away. Second turret of the game going to fall. This is the snowball play that we're used to seeing out of INTZ.
Yeah, and Macau actually going to wait until this turret has taken down as many of these creeps as possible. Does miss out on a Dark Passage. Actually, no, he doesn't. Just decides he doesn't want to take it. Nice sidestep there from Tokas. As now he's looking for the all-in. Kira taking a whole lot of damage. Doesn't have the cleanse. Misses the charm. But Tokas probably can still make this one happen. Flashes over the top just so that he can get some guaranteed Foxfire damage. That was very strange.
He didn't need to flash there.
No. No, he didn't.
And it
looked
might
cool.
cost him his life.
Yep, Cataclysm. No.
Symphony doesn't want to kill him. Once again, sometimes it's about sending a message. I let you live this time.
Yeah, the merciful
Symphony,
Demacian
the merciful.
Prince, my
Yep,
friend.
I like it.
Yeah. See, it's what it's all about. It's being true to the law, ladies and gentlemen. So Symphony going to let him live. Revolta taking a couple of harpoons here as Joxter is just going to share some experience here in the mid lane and help Revolta farm this one out.
Luden's Echo has been finished here. 20 CS down in the mid lane is Tokas, but he picked up that kill to really equalize out there. And you think now with that one purchase, he's in firm control of not only probably his lane, but majority of his map. That item at this point in the game is incredibly strong.
Yeah, and there's not many tanky members here. Symphony does have a Cinderhulk and a Ruby Crystal, but there's no magic resist to speak of. And Smurf, he's not a tank. He's got a Haunting, guys. He's a Rumble, for goodness sake. And Lex is going to die almost instantly.
Yeah, Symphony might be caught here.
Yeah, Descents onto the Jarvan here as well as the Dragon comes over the top. There's the Equalizer, though. A lot of burning to go on. Super Mega Death Rocket sails by. And Smurf manages to take down Sejuani. Yang now trying to do some work. It was, in fact, Symphony that got that one afterwards. Not entirely sure how. As Kira, so much consistent DPS, picks up the Ahri. And Tokas didn't do anything.
Yeah, as soon as you see the fact that the Super Mega Death Rocket came from that angle, you must know that all 5 members are there. Why would you continue the fight in the jungle? Just walk away, live to fight another day.
Nice rhyme.
Instead, top lane, Smurf died.
Yep,
Thank goodness for the action in this game.
I thought it was good. I don't know what you're talking about. Cinderhawk going to net Yang some CS there as well as Sivir was pushing in that bottom side. And that's what you meant. The fact that Sivir was missing from that team fight meant that INTZ definitely at a disadvantage. But they are able to get some pressure here.
Thank you for putting it so eloquently, Atlas.
Hey, you're welcome. Someone's got to do it. Revolta, though, able to clear out this mid wave. Not too bad at all. But Kira seems to be the shining light for his team. A lot of these games that Hard Random managed to win, it's off the back of Kira, and this Ezreal play so far has looked fantastic.
Certainly has. He's about 25 CS up in lane. He's got that Manamune now, about to transform. About maybe 8 minutes before he picks up the Trinity Force, so he has those 2 big items coming through there, and you expect he needs some boots as well. Ezreal really does rely on his mobility to get in and out of fights, get the poke damage down that he needs to be so successful, but you're right, he's Ezreal. It looks fantastic, looked great game 1. He's just grabbed a blue buff for himself and is about to take out, wow, half of Tokka's health, I think, with that ultimate.
That's ridiculous.
Tokka's waiting on level 11. This isn't a fun time as a mid laner. Whenever this happens to you, like, I am not ulting. I think I can kill him, but I want my level 11 first.
Yeah, well, INTZ are going to give him a bit of a hand here in the mid lane as they clear out some vision. Revolta Arctic Assault's away from that Dark Binding Symphony. Not in too much trouble.
Yeah, so nothing happening there. They might just look to pick up the Rift Scuttler before this Dragon fight coming through. Although in the top lane, no teleport available currently for Yang. Smurf already wandering down. They might not be able to fight this one. Might just look to trade a turret for it instead, as Yang had altered the wave.
Interesting.
Or did he ult Smurf and just still have it running? I don't know. Confused.
Yep. Yep, strange one, but he's going to be able to get the turret. Yeah, he's got a lot of damage available here to take down the turret. Does have the twin Fang as well. Twin Bite. I apologize. Those abilities are very, very similar in name.
Come on, man. One's a snake, one's a dragon.
Yeah, but both of them bite. Both of them have fangs.
Wow.
Beautiful
Good spell shield coming through there. They might actually be able to fight this one now.
They're going for something. Jockster almost dead, though. They do lose the dragon. Immediately, Tokkas gets exhausted as he comes into that fight. Nice Cataclysm with the equalizer there as well. Beautiful playback of Smurf. He's going low, but Yang gets the teleport in time. Kira is going to fall as Macau picks up that kill. And they lose 3, but they get the dragon.
Yeah, and you saw how much damage came out of Tokkas, even though he was exhausted. He got exhausted as soon as he dove into that fight and still was able to blow up. I think it was Kira on the back end. So a fantastic, no, it was actually Lex. So a good team fight coming through from INTZ. They'll grab a turret in the mid lane. They'll also grab...
That's all of the inner turrets and outer turrets already gone at 18 minutes.
Yeah, so they're looking to get the outers here. They might be able to grab mid lane, but they won't be able to grab bottom, that's for sure. And that's just a fantastic chain of events there. They were able to pick up the top lane turret by being patient. They lose out the dragon, but they win the team fight. All of a sudden, an 8,000 gold lead advantage.
Yeah, well, Macau able to go back and now possibly get towards that Static Shiver. Symphony doesn't want to let him here.
Wow, and out.
Nice spell shield. Man, Macau's good at that.
I didn't notice this, but Yang has a Warmogs on top of his Cinder Hold. That's a very cost-efficient, but really tanky Shyvana coming through.
It's insane. And you also get so much extra resistances from that Dragon's Descent, even when you're in your regular form. Your half-dragon form, if I was to be correct. Dark Binding not going to find its mark. This wave is going to be cleared here by Tokkas. But man, you're exactly right. Yang is just gigantic.
Yeah, certainly is. 40 CS up, 45 CS.
And a lot of those are monsters as well, so probably further ahead in gold than we really even understand.
Oh, he definitely is. He's had a really good game, and you can see already he's hard random. This is, of course, do or die time for them. You can see they're trying to force.
Yeah, Symphony doesn't get charmed there as Revolta able to play frontline. Tokka's very, very squishy, of course, doesn't have any sort of health item at all.
But he's got a needlessly large rod after that Luden's Echo. I actually think some cooldown reduction would be useful right now. But
nah, more AP. Just more AP, please.
If only there was an item that gave you both.
AP and cooldown reduction? Preposterous. Oh wait, maybe Athene's on Holy Grail or Morale Number.
I was about to say they should name it after a rider.
That Athene isn't a rider.
Oh god. As Kira, still working towards that Trinity Force. So he's got the 2 major components there. Hasn't picked up boots yet though. Macau, he's still farming up nicely as you see Luden's Echo clearing out those waves.
Much to Macau's disappointment.
Yeah, Luden's Echo is just a really good one-item power spike for a lot of mid laners now. Even people like Orianna are starting to make use of it as a nice boomerang blade goes across the team. I think that, yeah, it definitely doesn't scale as well as Death Cap. So it is a risky investment. You have to make something of it in the mid game as Yang's just pushing in the mid lane turret. But as a standalone power spike, it is just so strong. And Yang, he's got...
Yeah, Symphony's got some friends here as Revolta gets taken down to half health. And Macau still pretty healthy in this fight. Tokka's with a whole bunch of mana. Spirit Rush available. Yang coming over the side. There's the flash Cataclysm onto Macau. He does take the land, but straight into a True Shot Barrage. Night Charm onto Demonko, but he flashes in. Yang, he's going to get stunned. Actually, Dragon's out of the fight. You would have thought that they'd want to use their Dragon to try and actually get some work done, but they lose both of their bottom lane members. Symphony's going to die. Are they going to be able to pick up Tokka's though? Nice flash to get himself to relative safety. Yang coming around here, wants to try and pick up some follow-up kills, but can't really get in amongst it. No flash, no Dragon's Descent. And they are going to disengage. That's a 2-for-1 in favor of Hard Random.
Yeah, it certainly was, and they were able to, I guess, force them off the turret more importantly so they don't lose any objectives for that. So you can see already how tanky some of the members are coming through here. Shyvana's picked up a Thorn Mail.
What?
Had it during that fight as well, just wasn't there in time to be able to jump into only a Leandry's Torment Sork Boots Rumble. That is a huge discrepancy on the Rift. As soon
70 CS, that's insane.
As soon as someone gets a locket, either the support or the jungler, you feel that this game is just going to be so hard for Hard Random to win. Have to see how it works out though, as, wow.
Yeah,
That
looking at Kira's build?
Yeah, that Thornmail has forced Kira to abandon the Trinity Force.
That's ridiculous. Smurf trying to chase down Yang, but not burning for too much. You have to think probably just wants to sit in a brush for 4 seconds and get all of his health back from that Warmog's regen, which is just a little bit ridiculous. Lex able to head into this mid lane and try and take some farm away from Kira with that minigun. Is able to.
I actually think it's very important right now that Lex gets as much CS as possible. Realistically, he is the one that's going to, if at all, carry the back end of this game. Kira's done a good job throughout the mid game, but Trinity Force Ezreal will struggle to get through both Sejuani as well as Shyvana. It's up to Smurf and I think Lex to really put on their carry pants and get this one done.
Yeah, and Smurf, he's going to have to try a whole lot harder than previously. It's going to be very difficult for him to get back into this game just because he's so far
70 CS
behind.
down on Yang at the moment. Yang is just farming up an absolute storm. And this is the thing about Shyvana. If she ever gets ahead, she just completely disregards people on the map. Because of that ultimate that you talked about, she's so tanky. She's level 15 to level 9.
6 levels above Demonko. That is insane. Twin Bite able to easily clear out these minions. Beautiful Dark Death Sent's going to land onto Symphony, but the Flay not going to find it because of that Dark Black Shield.
Just to illustrate how far Yang is ahead of anyone on the map, Tokka's his mid laner is level 13. So he's 2 levels ahead of the highest person on his team and 3 levels ahead of anyone on the opposition team. He's just been in the lane so often, farming up everything, jungle camps as well as CS. He's catapulted himself into a huge lead.
This is a very, very scary dragon. Is basically what we're going to get out of this. Yang is easily going to be able to clear out this pink ward as well, and no one can go near him. You can see Hard Random. They're like, okay, there's one member in our blue side jungle, but they ain't going to go anywhere near that dragon.
Yeah, exactly right. And the team has started up Baron as we speak, trying to sneak that one away. Will be spotted out here, so nothing going to happen. But once again, they've forced people out of the bottom side of the map. Yang going to be able to take down another turret. And Lex, you need to be so careful.
Oh, dear. Yeah, Lex is actually backing right now in full vision of Tokka's. Oh, the charm not going to find it after the Spirit Rush as Lex just wanders casually out of the way.
Yeah, so not able to get anything done there, Tokka's. He's picked up a death cap for himself. I actually think Assassins this tournament are underselling the value of boots 2 in their build. I would have liked to see him complete the boots 2 before he goes for that, as Yang successfully secures another Grom.
Smite helps for that. We didn't mention the fact that INTZ were able to secure themselves a dragon as well, so that 6% stat discrepancy now gone for Hard Random, and they sort of lose that other win condition, which was the 5th dragon, but losing that one to INTZ, also being behind this far in gold, it's going to make it very difficult. Of course, Jinx still going to be fantastic in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, Jinx, one of the hardest scaling AD carries in the game. The last Whisper has been finished up by Kira, so he starts doing damage to the Shyvana again. And Shyvana, Your wishes come true, Atlas, going towards the Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, well, last time he played it, he picked up a Bilgewater Cutlass second item. Definitely was listening. Thank you very much, Yang. Wonderful play. Revolta hanging around here. They've got some vision down to INTZ. Revolta able to clear out, not almost able to clear out that ward. As his sweeper not quite available just yet. Actually, it is. Why don't you just sweep out the ward, Revolta? He just wants to sweep out that one instead. Not too bad. He's going to finish off that ward in towards the Baron as well. And INTZ now with complete vision of this Baron area. And Yang able just to split push to his heart's content. And INTZ, they can just wait around here all day. Yeah, might want to sweep that.
Certainly can. They go in.
Oh, Lex doesn't find the charm here, does Tokas, but there's the descent onto Demonko. Super Mega Death Rocket comes through, but look at the Dragon launching its way into the back line. Lex is a forgotten thought as Tokas lands the charm onto Kira. Smurf, the last man standing, as the triple kill comes through from Tokas. Beautiful playback there from Jockster, but they've forgotten him.
Yeah, no one is actually following him there, so he can't kill him by himself. We'll be able to push out this mid lane, but Wave's not at the turrets. They might look for a Baron here, otherwise they won't get much. They will go in for it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take down this Baron. Siva hanging out around the blue buff, I think, has a fair bit of consistent damage to give to this Baron, but INTZ just happy to go at it with 4.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're losing a lot of health, and everyone's streaming in here. They might catch Smurf, though.
Yeah, actually, Macau getting a decent boomerang. Beautiful timing to make his entry into this Baron fight.
And to stage right.
Yeah, Demonko coming through. Doesn't get the steal with the puddle, which is a very difficult ability to steal a Baron with, as Jockster almost gets himself desentenced. Macau, though, could be in trouble. There's the Dark Passage. Oh, whoa! Jockster almost dead.
Oh, he got stuck on the turret.
Macau, that's cheeky. Super Mega Death Rocket saves Jockster because Macau had a bit more health. Smooth moves.
Macau gets everything thrown at him. Like, what was that? The knock up, he got smote, he got the Ezreal ult, the Jinx ult.
Everything global possible, and then Symphony right in his face, and then Demonko as well. Yeah, that was as many
Q
things
did a
as
lot
possible.
of damage to Tokas. Like, one Q from Ezreal just took off like half of Toka's health.
Yeah, he's got a mirror man, dude. It's pretty good.
Yeah, Tokas goes Avoid Stuff before he even goes Boots 2, even though no one has built MR yet, and Boots 2 at this point in the game are more cost efficient than the Void Stuff. Still goes for it.
Flat magic penetration, very good. When your
no one has
opponents
MR.
Yeah, precisely. Maybe someone should tell Tokas. But of course, Void Stuff in its own right, pretty damn good item.
It certainly is, and if anyone does get it, it's always going to be useful, not to mention the fact nearly cost efficient just from the AP that it gives you.
Yeah, and any melee champions that have scaling magic resist at this stage might have enough to make it relevant.
Maybe.
You know? Not sure. Not entirely sure. But Tokas and Revolta up here
It's only
towards the top
J4.
side.
There's no other ones that get it.
Does Rumble not get scaling magic resist?
I don't think so. I have to look at it.
Yeah, not entirely sure. There's one. Go home. Oh, Macau. Not going to be able to spell shield much here because oh my goodness. Probably wanted it for that Q. As Kira almost has the Trinity Force. Man, he's been sitting on these items for quite some time. Probably wants to go back to base and finish off something. Dark Binding not going to find anyone as INTZ are doing the split push thing. Tokas takes a whole bunch of damage. Kira, if he can poke down these members, they're not going to be able to continue this siege as he takes a boomerang, and that's going to be pretty similar damage across this Ezreal as Bloodthirster has been completed. So, of course, Siva doing a whole lot of work. Yang relentlessly pushing here on the bottom side as Tokas is going to Baron up some creeps and take them down the mid lane. Jockster does land the Death Sentence. True Shot Barrage only finds Jockster, who's just getting destroyed by these global Symphony. He's falling low. There's the ult, but only gets the slow as Macau coming through manages to get Demonko. Lex is so low though. Tokas falls down to Kira, but the turret falls, and Kira, is he going to be able to get enough work done to get them out of this base as Yang has ignored everything that's been going on this game. The shutdown comes down onto Macau. It's only the jungler and top lane are alive, and Yang saying, Smurf, don't bother me. I'm taking down your inhibitor.
Yeah, so he's able to get it. Can he get out, though?
Yeah, there's the ult to come through. Burnout doing a whole bunch of work, but he's unable to do it. Revolta, in the meantime, he just realizes that he's been ignored as well, but he has no damage.
Yeah, so he's not able to get anything done. Kira nearly fell on the backside of that fight, but was able to assassinate Tockers on the back end there. And Tockers needs to be careful because he's a lot of the damage currently coming out of this team and was not able to do anything in that fight.
Well, I mean, you have to remember as well that Yang also did do anything in that fight and took down an inhibitor.
That's doing something in the fight.
I guess. Or doing something at least. Whether or not it was in the fight.
He's got the Blade of the Wrong King. He's got another Giant's Belt as well. They're going to be able to pick up their third Dragon of the game here.
Whoa! Jockster going on a merry ride. Is Revolta going to join him? They're looking for a kill under Symphony as Dark Binding. Not going to find anything. The flash over from Jockster as the Righteous Glory pops as well for a bit of a slow. But again,
the flank
Jockster just getting ignored. The flash back here. Lex so deep. What are you doing? There's Symphony going to get found by Yang as well. The Twin Bite is in there. Does manage to get some Flame Breath across as Kira actually manages to get a kill. Smurf very low. The ult goes wide as Revolta looks for the Arctic Assault. Flashes over the wall. Double kill here for the Sejuani. Doesn't even need to hit the ultimates as Yang, he's going to clean up Smurf as Damonko trying to make his way out, and Yang not actually able to lock down that kill.
Yeah, so once again, a 3 for 3, and you asked what Lex was doing. A huge teleport came through from Yang on the backside of that fight and corralled the whole team into that position. Once again, Kira was able to solo out Tockers before that fight even began. And Tockers' positioning has been somewhere, yeah, it's been pretty bad in the last couple of minutes of this fight.
Yeah, he's still 6-4-3, so having a decent game, but you're exactly right. The Ari has not been present in these last few team fights.
Yeah, and he's just been continually deleted. Now 4 items completed. 6-4-3 also for the mid lane Akira, and you have to think when your team's got 6 less kill and in a 14,000 gold hole, it's a hell of a lot more impressive when you can do it against those odds.
Yeah.
But he's been managing to pull it off every single team fight, and there, that's a very important core build finished up now for Ezreal. Anything he gets from here is a bonus.
Yeah, we'll see whether he goes for the Blade of the Wrong King or whether he has to.
Yeah.
Because otherwise Yang never dies?
Yeah, exactly right.
I have a feeling Yang's probably never going to die anyway. That's my vibe that I'm getting from this game.
Yeah, potentially, you know what? But at least you
110
have
CS
a bad tool is better than no tools.
Hey, that's a good point. That is a good point. If you're trying to open a can, you may as well use a rusty can opener. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
Something like that.
That's
I didn't say that.
Terrible analogy.
You said that.
Just trying to work it out. I need to visualize. I'm just imagining it. Okay, Kira in this top side wants to try and clear this one out. 47 seconds now on the Baron. We'll see whether INTZ are just going to wait for that one to respawn. Yang finds himself once again in this bottom side. There's only one Nexus turret.
But
it's a
no
realistic
teleport available. They might be able to collapse on this one. No. Yang going to force people back into the base.
It's going to be INTZ just trying to push out minion waves. Mid lane is going in
Good
favor.
luck, Kira.
Yeah, I don't know. Twinbite did a lot of work. Man, still had the Blade of the Ruined King available here and the Dragon's Descent to close distance. Kira getting a taste of what might happen in a team fight.
Taste of things to come, you think?
Yeah, potentially.
Yang is 120 CS. Wow.
Oh, here's the fight. Box went down. Symphony just getting smashed in the back of the head. Wanders out of the base gate yet again. Yang sort of ignoring everything. Really wants to kill this cheeky jungler, but gets trapped in the Cataclysm. Revolta forced to use that Q to get out safely as Jockster needs to just... what the heck? Tockers finally picks up a kill for himself in a team fight as True Shot Barrage comes across. They take down Lex, but hard random. They've got a man. No, they do not. They have only 2 men, and Kira trying to do some work here for the team, and Smurf doesn't have the equalizer available, and INTZ, they're going to take down this inhibitor, but they're very low. Kira with a lot of consistent damage. The Mystic Shot's not quite landing. Damonko coming into the fight, manages to turn it around, but Kira picks up one. It's now a 3v1. Oh my goodness! The shutdown comes through, and Macau just says, okay, I'll kill all of these champions.
Macau has the RNG. He got 3 crits in 4 auto attacks, Ed, to absolutely destroy the team fight.
He probably has over 50% crit. That would make sense. No, it's completely ridiculous. Super Mega Death Rocket looking for some... No. Doesn't get yet. Why was he aiming for the Shyvana? If there was another one to come through, I don't even know whether that would kill him. Oh my goodness. I have a feeling that Macau possibly could have died, but Lex, now with 3 items, is going to do relevant damage in these fights, we saw, but if he keeps dying to Tokka's straight up, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to build up another Nizzly Large Rod as Tokka's actually face tanks that one just to save Jockster. Which is really, really nice because Jockster has just been getting destroyed by ult upon ult in these team fights.
The ward in that brush, not actually seeing the other one because it's slightly around the corner, whereas the pink ward is not.
Oh my goodness. Can't see it.
So the ward going to deny this Baron for now.
Whoa, that Luden's Echo. Gosh, to look for something. This Baron very, very low here. They are going to be able to secure it. Equalizer comes through. Yang across the wall. The Cataclysm going to lock Symphony in his own demise. Tokka's doing so much damage as Lex gets torn apart as well. Macau goes for the 1v1. They trade their lives, do Kira and Macau, but it doesn't matter because everybody else on hard random, they're dead. INTZ, they are going to be able to take down the last remaining Nexus turret. Actually, it was already dead. The Nexus is going to be taken down. INTZ, the Brazilian team, take down the CIS lineup. 3-1. Hard Random came off a decent victory in the last game, but Brazil proved to be too much.
Yeah, they certainly did. Their top laner went absolutely berserk. Yang had a fantastic game.
Oh, yeah.
He was huge. There's no way
He was a
anyone
huge
could kill him. Yeah, he certainly was. He was flying over the Baron pit there, and Kira, props to him in the mid lane once again, had another solid performance. You saw even soloing out the AD carry in a final duel to the death, a very fitting way for him to go down for his team. But INTZ going in, they've dropped one game, they did it with a Vayne. I don't know whether we'll see that again.
No.
But they're looking very strong.
Yeah, they're most certainly looking good. They are going to be going up against either the Bangkok Titans or, in fact, Besiktas, of course, the home team as well from Turkey, clinching themselves a spot based on the head-to-head against the Chiefs. And we'll see who manages to come out on top. Of course, that's our next semi-final.
Yeah, exactly right. And if you are the Bangkok Titans or Besiktas watching that game, you have to think, Tokka's in the mid lane. His LeBlanc looks extremely good. His Ari looks solid. So they're two kind of mid-games assassins. So maybe now the ban does become invalid because it's very, I guess, it's strange to take away one and not the other because you just leave another mid-game assassin up. So I definitely want to see how they attack this INTZ lineup. There's not very many holes that you can find in there. Maybe get rid of the Smite Teleport top laners because we've seen how huge Yang is, but he's also shown that he can play Rumble. So pick bans are extremely difficult to go into this up against this team.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they do, but we do have a replay here from the last couple of team fights, and man, INTZ, let's see how they manage to win this one out.
Yeah, so this is Yang in the bottom lane. He's continuing to split push. This is the turret's still up there. So when we roll this one out, they try and go in and delete Lex off there. The huge box came through that slowed down two members, but unfortunately Yang on the back end, he's level 16. There's just no way you can kill him. You saw Smurf there. He's his direct opponent. He's level 13. So Yang's 3 levels and higher than anyone on the hard random match lineup. And they're just able to push into the base, take down a couple of Nexuses off the back of that one.
Couple of Nexuses.
Couple of inhibitors off the back of that one. And they were just dominant, and they did it through their top laner. It's very hard at the moment if top laners have carry positions and you're used to playing the supportive role. Maokai's, Lulu's, even Rumble kind of isn't that hard carry, more known for his equalizer and being able to survive with very little farm. If there is someone like Yang that is going to abuse these lanes, we saw people like Flame and Shy make livings off this, being able to get that far ahead. It's just so scary.
It most certainly is, and Shyvana is a fantastic example of a champion that can get out of control. We saw it just then, but we have another replay, ladies and gentlemen, the final team fight.
Yeah, so this is where they started up the Baron, and hard random feel like they have to do everything. Otherwise, the game is just going to fall apart. All of their base is exposed. Nexus is exposed. Last roll of the die. So we come in here with a pretty solid equalizer, actually, over the Baron wall if we get this one rolling out. And Smurf able to get that in, but the whole team just traverses the terrain. Revolta able to get a good ultimate. Meanwhile, Kira and Macau meet up for a duel, 1v1. Kira able to take his life first and then dies down admirably. And when you are in a position like that, really respect Hard Random for being
Yeah.
able to throw everything in there, give it one final crack. No point just losing a game out slowly. They went for the final team fight. It was just that weren't in the game. INTZ were too far ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing. And INTZ really did well making sure that they got the objective snowball. That is something that's really beautiful about their playstyle. You have to think a lot of the games that they had the victories in, they got it off taking turrets at exactly the same times across the map based on better laning.
Yeah, the simultaneous turret taking was absolutely massive. You sure saw a proxy Shyvana in the top lane.
Yeah.
Even the losing Civil lane was doing, losing is in the sense that it should lose, was winning.
Yeah.
The only thing that they haven't done well is secure early dragons. And
Yeah.
Hard Random, once again, were able to pick up early dragons in the majority of these games. Looked like they could almost snowball that advantage in a couple of them. So I think that is one thing that if you're INTZ, you go away from this and think, how do we get control of the early dragons? What do we need to do to make sure that that isn't a win condition that we're leaving open to other teams?
Yeah, well, I guess they can just play later game scaling comps. We've seen teams give away dragons and then do absolutely fine. Is it really a necessity to go for that?
Yeah, of course it is. Because if at any point you give up 3 dragons and then you lose one team fight, you never want to be put on the 4th dragon. Because even if you are a better scaling comp, all it takes late game is one pick. Your support to die. You can't fight the fight. All of a sudden, 5th dragon equalizes majority of the scaling in the game at the moment, and they can run over the top. So I think that dragons definitely are a risky subject. You can afford to give away the first 2. Anything after that starts costing you little bits of the map.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they do at least look at that heading into their next matchup, of course, Besiktas or the Bangkok Titans. Bangkok Titans looking fantastic heading through into this last semi-final. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get straight into it. We are going to have a short break, but we'll be back with our second semi-final. Besiktas taking on the Bangkok Titans right after this.
jogos, já a gente repara essa imagem, enquanto isso o Revolta bate o Gani, mais um.
Assassinado o le podría ser el ha caído 3.
As the Culling moves in on the kick, almost snipes him, but the body block will save him. Brady there gets ulted there as it moves in for Vladimir, but Salt.
Agora do Leandro Beckham kill! I have a stop! Roland Pepper kill!
Один сразу Израиль, минус, Никарим тоже, Крагаса забирает, Симфони какой ульт шикарный дал.
Aldı günden beri topluyorum. 3-3. 4'te 4 4'te 4 Taç.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberi and INTZ, our first team into the grand final here at the IWCI. Make sure if you're on Twitter using that hashtag IWCI to communicate with us. And man, they're ready to meet either Besiktas or the Bangkok Titans after this next semi-final.
Yeah, and I wonder who's going to make it through. This is really going to be, I guess, a close series. Bangkok Titans came in here. They weren't even supposed to be at the tournament.
No.
First things first, Saigon Fantastic 5 unfortunately not able to make it. Bangkok Titans coming through and performing very well. Coming through at top of the board. They went 1-6, I believe, coming through there. 1-5 coming through there. They only played 6 games, and they've looked dominant throughout the entirety of it.
They have looked fantastic moving forward. G4 in that mid lane has really impressed me. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a Besiktas video to show you, and let's see how they're feeling heading into this one.
Çok kısa zamanda büyük başarılar elde ettik Beşiktaş olarak. Bunun bence birinci sebebi herkesin profesyonel olması, iyimser olması ve herkesin isteği kendi oyunumuzu her gün biraz daha geliştirmek. Bunun üzerine çok yoğunlaştık. Takım antrenmanlarımız çok yoğun. Bunların hepsini de karşılığımıza alıyoruz ve böyle devam edecek.
It's nice that the tournament is actually in Turkey because we were already here, so we don't have to travel that far.
Bu benim birinci uluslararası turnuvam ve benim için farklı bir anlamı var. Ama aynı zamanda Türkiye'de olması ve Türkiye'yi temsil etmenin nasıl gurur verdiğini anlatamam. Gerçekten bu konumda olduğum için ve Beşiktaş'ı temsil ettiğim için çok mutluyum.
Our goal at Wildcard is to win, obviously, to get more experience, to beat other regions, and possibly get to MIC, where we could play against teams like Fnatic or TSM. That's huge motivation for us.
Tabii ki de ev sahibi olmak ve arkamızda taraftar desteğinin bulunması bizim için bir avantaj. Çünkü oyun oynarken arkada taraftar desteğini duymak gerçekten moral verici bir şey ve de oyunun performansını arttırdığını söyleyebilirim.
So being the home team of this tournament is really exciting for us, but it also adds a lot more pressure onto our team because everyone from Turkey is rooting for us. Everyone from Turkey is gonna be here, and we do not want to disappoint our fans.
Önceki senelerde Dark Passage takımı Brezilya'ya yenilmişti. Biz bu sene Türkiye'yi daha iyi bir şekilde temsil edip rövanşı alacağımızı söyleyebilirim.
And Besiktas already talking about getting revenge on Brazil, but they have to go through Southeast Asia first.
Yeah, they're putting the horse before the cart that time round because, wow, the Southeast Asian lineup is looking amazing coming into this one.
Oh, yeah.
We were hitting on energy. I think that is one of the key matchups for Besiktas to get right going up against G4 because G4 has looked like an absolute monster. He's even played unconventional picks and is looking real strong.
Certainly is. And of course, coming into this one, playing, I think, J4 in that mid lane. Did G4 also picked up the Z? A lot of assassin play and a lot of sort of massive 1v1 potential coming through from this guy. He's more than happy to pick a fight and will always go for it if he can.
Yeah, certainly. And he like kind of teams up with 007X to provide these dive threats because 007X, he plays the Nunu, plays the Udyr. He can tank up the turret, but he needs to bring someone with him to dive. And we've seen, if nothing else, Bangkok Titans love to be under the turret sub 10 minutes, trying to pick up as many kills as possible. If there has been a weakness in their lineup, I think that Warlock hasn't really behaved in lane swaps the way that he should have. He stuck around on a turret and didn't get dove. Against KLG, I was surprised that they didn't go for that one. If the situation was reversed, I guarantee you Bangkok Titans would have pulled the trigger on it. And I think that he has to step up huge if they do lane swap here against Saldrin. But there's a lot of pressure right now on Besiktas.
There is so much pressure. They've got their whole nation now looking at them to try and win this one. Of course, the home team, and they do not want to disappoint, and that's put a whole lot of pressure on these guys' shoulders.
Yeah, it certainly has, and you would think that the bottom lane really is their shining hope. Nadius and Dumbledore coming through here. Dumbledore, fantastic roamer, loves to jump on the likes of Thresh, also picks up the Morgana a lot. He needs to get into other lanes and impact it. He's shown that he can get Nadius ahead, but he needs to transfer that into getting energy ahead, making sure he has good ward coverage to get early objective control, because we've seen time and time again that the Bangkok Titans will just get early leads and never let up. These guys are relentless. And one thing that they have in common with like the LPL and even the LJL to a certain extent is once they start fighting, they do not take their foot off the pedal. They are willing to continually skirmish and pick up objectives. And because they do it so often, they transition between fights really well. They don't let up on ward control and prioritizing farm, whereas other teams, particularly the Chiefs, when they tried to match them, they were going with them, but then all of a sudden you see the CS advantage start creeping up and you're going even, maybe a little bit behind in these team fights. They live on no health, the flashing health bars, we kept talking about it, but then 2 fights later, it's a complete whitewash because these guys have grabbed every advantage they could out of the resources available.
Yeah, just really eking out everything that they can possibly get. And you mentioned Besiktas's bottom lane. I want to talk about the Bangkok Titans bottom lane because Moss coming through as a sub-support has pulled out Gragas support. His Nautilus looks absolutely incredible. And then you've got Lloyd. This guy's Kalista, not to mention earlier on his Graves play and his Lucian as well. They look unstoppable. How is Besiktas supposed to go up into that feeling good?
And that's the thing. They mentioned, will you get a Kalista ban? And I said no because his Kalista's awesome.
Yeah.
But it needs 2 items to get going. The problem with his Graves and the Lucian, he's happy to get going at like half an item. He just grabs a BF sword and starts trying to fight people. And that's even more terrifying. At least if he has to get to 2 items, you get some respite at the start of the game.
Yeah, you get no respite though at all. A quick draw isn't fast enough for this guy. He needs to flash in your face to get the buckshot off.
Yeah, exactly right. We saw him go completely ham with the Graves, the flash into the crit, into the collateral damage buckshot. He was just all up in everyone's face. Theocles, he's got his work cut out here, I think. 007X doesn't jungle like anyone I've seen, honestly. He's got very erratic jungle pathing. He goes for really weird ganks, but good timings of them. And if you're a jungler, a lot of the thing about jungling is you do it on feel. You've done it for that long. You think, the jungler is probably here, so I should be here. Your jungle pathing, very important. I think that one of the keys to success against Bangkok Titans is that you light up their jungle and try and get eyes on 007X because, as we said, he plays these tanky, highly mobile junglers, so you have to get some eyes on his camps and make sure that you're able to track him around the map because he moves really quickly.
Yeah, and is a lot of this to do with banning out 007X as well? We've seen a lot of the success against the Bangkok Titans in banning the Nunu and the Udyr straight away.
Yeah, exactly right. Get him off the board. I don't think you hit anyone else but this guy. Just continue to ban those 2 picks. Make him prove time and time again that he can perform now in a high-pressure best of 5. These are no longer best of 1s on another champion because he is by far and away the best on those 2 picks.
Yeah, and he's one of the only players on this Bangkok Titans lineup that looks to be bannable on this map because everybody else seems to have so much, I guess, versatility in their picks. That being said, Kalista is the first ban that Besiktas throw at the Bangkok Titans, and that's at Lloyd, and they've already said they weren't expecting it, but it comes through, and they're not too worried based on that last interview.
Yeah, exactly right. Ari Rek'Sai hit the bench there. Bangkok Titan taking them away. And this is just maybe a Besiktas thing. You can see in their last bans, they also took away the Kalista. On the side of the Rift, Theocles is also happy to play the Udyr, so maybe they'll try and leave that up. And Warlock actually takes a Hecarim ban. That's very bizarre to me.
But, I mean, Hecarim, incredibly strong.
Yeah, it certainly is, but this means they have to either leave up Nunu or Udyr, and I believe both are first pickable if you are the Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, and Morgana going to be taken away from Dumbledoge. His Thresh still available, so they can pick that one up. And we'll see. Do Besiktas now ban away
one of them, or do they leave them both up?
Yeah, exactly. And I would imagine leaving them both up probably the better idea. Hit something else that might be a more high priority target. Something, potentially the Gragas here. Probably not, because 007X doesn't really play it that much, but might be aimed at Moss. Maybe hitting the Nautilus is a good idea.
Yeah, maybe getting rid of something like that, but Gragas does get taken out here. So Nunu can be picked up here if they want, or they don't even have to take a jungler because both of them are available.
Yeah, 007X going to get at least one of them here. Bangkok Titans could take away the Nautilus for Moss if they want to. Maybe even Shyvana for Warlock. He could pick up the Lulu. He looked far and away the best on that champion.
Yeah, he certainly did. His Lulu play was outstanding coming into that final game that shut the Chiefs out of the playoffs and set up this matchup here with Besiktas winning against Detonation Focus Me once again in quite convincing fashion, able to shut down exactly what Udapon wanted to do in that game. But I agree, his Lulu was stellar. His shields were on point, but more importantly, the ability to hold on to the ultimate until the last second really did force some very uneven team fights because the Chiefs thought they were further ahead. Instead, they pick away Dumbledoge's Thresh. So you mentioned the fact that they banned the Morgana, left Thresh up. Maybe it's because they prioritized it as a first pick.
Yeah, and Besiktas now thinking about Riven Rammus. It's probably not going to come through, but Moss now in a more conventional support, and I don't even remember seeing his Thresh.
Yeah, no, I don't think I have seen his Thresh either. I did like his Nautilus in there.
It was fantastic.
Good Nautilus playing. Quite a conventional support, at least on the 5.6, 5.7 patch. And we'll have to see exactly what the picks are here. Tholdrin, he does play Riven. I don't expect it to be a blind first pick.
That seems odd.
For himself.
It most certainly does seem odd.
It's an overcommitment on a pocket pick, I think, would be
Potentially, you could say that. My goodness. We'll see what they do go for. Theocles has moved over to a Nunu. That's been locked away, and Tholdrin, he's going to take the Maokai into this one. So some pretty standard picks, not giving too much away.
That surprises me there, because Tholdrin also plays Nah very well. So the ability to be able to take that into the Maokai, if that's what Warlock wanted to go for, is now no longer available. Also opens up the Lulu pick, because Lulu can deal very well in lane against the Maokai.
Yeah.
And that's one of the facilitators they like to play with. If they are going to go the Udyr, which they have just locked in, all of a sudden, Lulu is nearly key in this matchup to be able to open up exactly how they're going to get the Udyr into the team fight.
Yeah, but they don't need to pick it away now if they don't want to. They can pick whatever they feel like, because the jungler already been taken here by Besiktas. Then you're not going to put an Udyr in the mid lane, although Luden's Echo Phoenix Stands Udyr actually legitimately good. Bangkok Titans, though, thinking about the Sivir for the bottom lane.
Yeah, so it does look like they will go for the Sivir. Once again, another facilitator, so something to speed the Udyr up. Make sure he's in there. They play around 007X's champion pool incredibly well, but wow, the insta-locks coming through.
Yeah.
Energy has locked in Janna for Dumbledoge, and Nadius has picked up the Lucian. That's going to be a fireworks bottom lane. Very low range AD carries like to trade very quickly. Both have very high burst potential. And I think that whoever pushes out gets level 2 first will be in a good stead to take that lane.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they are going to pick a top laner that is going to be capable in a 2v1 situation, or whether we might have a lane swap coming through here. Maybe we'll just have these guys go head-to-head in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how it works out here. As we have some assassins being hovered by Bangkok Titans. I think that's a little bit strange because Energy does play mid Lulu. Does leave them lacking in damage a little bit, but that's what will be picked up here.
Yeah, LeBlanc locked in. Moss is considering a Lee Sin, which is interesting at this stage. He's got a grin on his face though, and at the last second is going to head possibly over to it. Nope. That's Warlock's Lee Sin locked into the top
so
lane.
top lane Lee Sin or jungle Lee Sin, top lane Udyr.
That's true. That's true. Oh my goodness, we might have the cheeky level 1 Doran's Blade Tiger Stance Udyr doing half of your health in one auto attack. That could be fun. It could most definitely be fun. It's probably not going to happen, but it'd be fun. Energy now thinking about an Orianna. This is the age of the control mages. Does have a decent matchup against LeBlanc too. We've seen it go both ways, but generally considered decent.
Both teams have really low damage. I would like Energy to actually go to Lulu here. Lulu augmenting Nadius right now means that he becomes unkillable pretty much. If LeBlanc doesn't get him at the start of the team fight, going to be extremely difficult to take out the Lucian, and we'll just be able to allow him to kite. Don't get me wrong, Orianna adds similar defensive qualities to Nadius. He's still very hard to kill and it is more damage, but doesn't augment Nadius's damage to the point that he really is set up to be the solo carry. And it does look like they are going towards the Orianna. So once again, has a similar defensive quality, has a very good lane against the LeBlanc. Yeah, but just doesn't augment the late game the same way that the Lulu would.
Yeah, Command Protect is going to sort of get halfway there, you might think. So it's sort of like they're going halfway towards that point. But you're exactly right. It's not like the wild growth to come down there. And especially, I mean, I guess it's now like the ball delivery system with the Maokai could have been the AoE knock-up to come through with the added factor of being able to be put on the Lucian if they wanted to. But still, being able to have that with the Maokai with the ball is still very strong.
Yeah, it's certainly a very strong lineup coming in here. Besiktas look like they have some very clear keys to victory. I like the fact that we mentioned Nadius being one of the stars on this team, putting a lot of pressure on Nadius, but also giving him the tools to be able to deal with the late game on Lucian. I want to see how Warlock performs on top Lee Sin. Haven't seen it in a while. I think maybe Unicorns of Love played it in a EU LCS game. I'm going to throw it out there.
Sounds like something that they do.
One of the teams played it in EU LCS. I think it was Unicorns of Love. Could have been someone else, so correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Remember, hashtag IWCI. Spawn doesn't know anything because the Bangkok Titans are still in the finals. But yeah, he pushes out the lane very well, has a devastating level 6 teleport gank because of the fact that he's a jungler, so that dragon range kick does all kinds of good things if you're behind someone. Fairly reliable initiation if you're able to get the flank and the kick back into someone.
That's true.
But unless you do pick up some damage items, does fall off incredibly steeply late game.
Yeah, so his early sort of skirmishing ability there in the top lane, able to sort of dominate that lane, very safe as far as those ganks are concerned. But you're right, sort of unless you build full damage and go for the insta-deletion.
Oh, you don't need full damage.
Oh, okay. You're talking about your, like,
you can go
Hydra into
Hydra Last Whisper is fine.
Yep.
If you can go Hydra to tank items Last Whisper and you still do relevant damage.
I am aware of this. I have seen you play Lee Sin Spawn. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are under the rift. Game 1 for our second semi-final. The Bangkok Titans against Besiktas. And we'll see whether Turkey is going to be able to reign supreme in this one. They just managed to get a spot in this semi-final, and they very much want a victory. The home team really wanting to do it for their fans, but the Bangkok Titans have looked brilliant throughout this entire season. And to go up against Brazil now, I mean, that team also looking very, very strong. And the grand final is going to be fantastic, regardless of which one of these teams gets through.
Yeah, certainly. And all of a sudden, there are 3 poacher's knives or hunter's machetes on the rift, Atlas.
Oh,
top lane has finally
goodness.
picked one up. The extra 15 gold from the first camp. If you take a second, it's an extra 30. That's your pot on the way back.
Who? Oh my goodness. The teleport smite top lane Lee Sin. How did we not think about it before?
Because it doesn't seem very good.
You take that back, Spawn.
No, I'm not, because Flash is like Lee Sin's most important thing in his kit. You have to be able to reposition yourself in a team fight instantaneously to make yourself useful for a kick.
No, you can safeguard kick, animation cancel, right? No, you can't do that.
So, yeah, Warlock's just removed probably the best part of Lee Sin's kit.
That is a little bit unfortunate. Oh, well, look, we'll see how he goes. This Lee Sin in the top lane with the teleport smite. G4. Oh, energy with a really nice...
He's going to jungle extremely effectively.
It's true. So is 007X, though.
Lee Sin can do a full clear, one of the few junglers, so every single camp with 1 potion.
Wow, really? Look at that. Fun facts with Spawn. Ward in this brush is going to spot out the members of the Bangkok Titans heading towards this red buff.
Also one of the few champions that you don't have to take crazy rune pages to do it on. Okay. So other people you can do it, like Xin Zhao, you can do it as well if you like max W first and take like full attack speed. But he can just run
Standard.
AD, yeah, MR.
Yep, teleport from Warlock though into the bottom side.
Oh, that is so dangerous coming through from Warlock. He's going to pick up some CS, but there are 4 people down here, and he is a very real possibility to get dove. They're even proxying the wave. Thaldron, I think that's not a great idea because you just took half your health.
Yeah, and now the minion wave.
But this is what we mentioned about Warlock. He teleports and goes into weird positions on the map and gets away with it somehow. How is he not being dove right now? There are 4 members on that side of the map, and Thaldron's going back.
Yeah, and Theocles
and going to teleport into the same thing. And this is what I said. Bangkok Titans will guarantee dive him.
Yeah, 007X wasting no time. Moss doesn't land the play, but now he's tanking up the turret. One more auto attack, and oh my goodness, decides to take a second turret shot, and he's going to die to Thaldron. Meanwhile, dive successful in the bottom side of the map. Thaldron able to escape this one as 007X does get the stun. Red buff is now ticking on this Maokai, but he's got the Arcane Smash. Wants to get over the edge, but 007X picks up the kill.
So in the end, both top laners get dove and both die. Justice is served, Atlas.
Yep.
Top laners at home never teleport into 2v1 lanes. It's just not smart.
Whoa.
They take down the turret nice and early. Besiktas off to the dream start because it was their AD carry that picked up the kill as well. Whereas on the other side of the map, no assist came across and it was onto the jungler.
Yeah, well, 007X is going to be able to use that gold relatively effectively. Still have to think, but you're exactly right. Having that onto the star of Nadius here is going to be fantastic. Moss finds himself a cheeky Nunu, but
because of how long it took him, the fact that they couldn't keep 3 people in the lane, also the turret only at half health, all of a sudden, because Thaldron, he also picked up one of the kills. He's picked up Ruby Crystal as well as Sapphire. So he's got the tools needed to survive. Lee Sin still only on the Hunter's Knife. And Lloyd, you're in trouble.
oh, beautiful spell shield though, getting him out of that knock-up. He walks back towards his turret. Wow, was that a crit? What the hell? Flashes, picks up the kill underneath the turret. Death sentence not going to find Nadius as he relentlessly pursues away from the turret. Moss comes down, does have a decent flay there. 007X looking for something. Dumbledoge, is he going to be able to disengage this one? Does have a shield there. 007X trying to close the gap. Oh my goodness, Moss's Thresh play is beautiful. And that's going to be 007X picking up another one.
Yeah, so maybe 007X with 2 kills can start the snowball happening. But once again, the kill goes across onto Nadius. He's 2-1-0. Falling off a little bit in CS, but that's just because he's prioritizing champions right now. And 007X, he's picked up all the farm. This is a snowballed Udyr.
Yeah.
Oh, they've held it off the turret.
Oh, they're trying to. 007X with the bear stance, able to get some work done, but Theocles, a lot of damage back here. Are they going to break this freeze? They're not able to.
No, they've held it up there. Nadius going to get it all. That is huge coming through.
Oh my goodness, Warlock taking Thaldron for a bit of a ride there. As the damage from this Maokai, highest base damage for a melee champion in the game spawn.
Yeah, he certainly is coming through there. His auto attacks do work, Atlas, in the early game.
Why does he not have a Doran's Blade?
Oh, please stop.
No, every single time, my friend, I'm sorry. Nadius not able to get the cannon creep, so definitely a bit of a win there for the Bangkok Titans. They're still looking for this top turret. And Nadius by himself. Now Dumbledoge is going to turn up in this lane. But you have to think that Besiktas could have possibly got a bit more pressure there if they had Dumbledoge with him from the beginning.
Yeah, well, Dumbledoge had to go back. Remember, he held up the entirety of the minion wave and took a lot of damage. So whilst that was there, they were just using that to send him back. He's also spent all of his gold, comes back with the consumables. So they're going to now go into standard lanes at about 7 minutes. And Nadius has a fairly significant advantage. He's got some more mobility, can duck in and out of the boomerang much more effectively. And Warlock, he's been completely shut down in the early game. He's only got his Skirmisher Saber, now goes back and grabs a Ruby Crystal. He's been doubled in CS. Soldier doing a much better job here on Maokai. And you feel that Maokai going to be performing the pure tank role much better than the Lee Sin.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. And Looks like we are going to have a Cinderhulk Lee Sin to start off things as far as this top lane is concerned, and that is not really great. We've seen even the jungle Lee Sin
Cinderhulk Lee Sin doesn't do great.
No.
Let alone top lane Cinderhulk Lee Sin. Warrior is
ridiculous.
just such an important item on Lee Sin, you feel. It gives him lots of early skirmishing as well.
Oh, nice fake out. Gets the playback as well as Eye of the Storm is keeping Dumbledore alive. Moss is potentially going to tank up another turret shot as 007X coming through here. Decent bait from the Bangkok Titans, but
Can he dive again?
they get underneath the turret. Piercing Light doesn't find Lloyd there. But Besiktas, they do survive. But Moss's Thresh is looking so good.
Yeah, that was a fantastic death sentence coming through there. They ping out 007X. They're doing the hokey pokey around this red buff.
Yep, teleport behind the top lane here. Bangkok Titans, they do manage to pick that one up. Moss with the Dark Passage gets him right on top of Theocles. Death Sentence is going to help.
Lee Sin going in as well.
Not quite getting there. Lee Sin coming from the backside. We'll see whether he can get anything done as 007X is on a killing spree. Picks up Nadius yet again as Warlock trying to take down Thaldron. He gets smote here as well as Dumbledore's very low on health. Oriana's there at the same time. G4 comes through, picks up energy though, and there is action everywhere across this map.
Yeah, so caught in rotation there, and this is where we said that Oriana can struggle. As soon as you rotate a little bit off time, you get caught in the jungle. LeBlanc just tears you apart, and all of a sudden, turret goes down, couple of kills across, and Bangkok Titans, they've tied the game up after what was a really rough early game because they misplayed that dive on Thaldron.
Yeah, Nadius now though, he picked up yet another kill and has a BF sword on top of the pickaxe, as opposed to the Berserker's Greaves that Lloyd picked up. The amount of extra damage for this Lucian is insane.
Yeah, definitely going to be able to get a lot of work done. 007X, however, he's pretty much a top laner at this point.
Yeah.
Whereas Warlock, he's more of a jungler. As you can see, 28 CS on Warlock. There is a heck of a lot more CS currently on 007X as he taxed the whole of the top wave that time around, if you recall correctly.
Oh, yeah.
And what this is going to mean is that Warlock is pretty much not going to be relevant throughout the entirety of the mid game. He is legitimately an ult at this point, and not even a great ult at that because he doesn't have the flash available.
No, and will never have the flash available. That's not it being off cooldown. That's him not having the summoner spell. It's a little bit of a shame. Bangkok Titans, though, they have evened up this gold. About 300 is the difference. Not too much at all. Warlock continuing to try and pick up farm when he can. Piercing Light. Nadius takes a turret shot, though, so Warlock wins that trade.
Assistance from the turret, not counting.
Yep, 20 CS still the lead, though, as Besiktas Thaldron looking very, very good. Almost has the Righteous Glory and Ninja Tabi completed. Or unless he's going to be going towards that Glacial Shroud a little bit earlier on. That's what he's going to use that cloth armor for. But the game calming down just a little bit. Lloyd able to get a very hard shove on here on the bottom side. Now has the extra attack speed with the ricochet given to him from the ultimate. Able to take down this turret relatively quickly. Dumbledore tries to help out as Lloyd picks up some extra mana. And G4 continuing to put pressure on this mid lane. Energy able to dodge out of the way of a few of these
Energy up in
changes.
CS, but just seems to be being dictated to as a good gank coming through from Nunu. This is a very long lane. They do back away as he sweeps out a ward, however, so Theocles not successful in the first gank.
Yeah, 007X finally going to head back to base again. We'll see what he's going to pick up here. Does have Merc Treads out.
You're in trouble.
Is he?
Well, he used his ultimate and used his second dissonance. I thought they might go on him, but instead they just decide not to.
Yeah, just wander past. Thaldron now here as well.
And again, he uses another dissonance ward.
Thaldron's now waiting around. They have a pink ward in this brush. They know that he's not spotted out. G4, though, Spidey senses tingling. Knows that that top lane not going to be around there. May have spotted the present to head over the wall.
That was a gift.
Oh, my goodness. Another one. So much poke coming through from G4.
Yeah, he's just continually pushing in on that. Oriana trying to get everyone to, I guess, pay attention to him as Warlock. Finished off the Cinderhulk finally. Also has the Gromp buff, so this is probably the most damage we'll see Lee Sin do.
Yep, picks up the Cannon Wave, so that is definitely good news.
So I actually, this is the thing, and I'm going to clarify that Lee Sin is most played champion.
Yep.
And I like him a lot, so this is going to sound strange. But I do not understand what Lee Sin does in this composition. You could put Galio in the top lane, and I actually think he fulfills more of a role as, wow, 007X gets chunked out, than what Lee Sin currently does in this composition. He doesn't push waves any better. Not great. Wow, Moss.
Yeah, there's in fact the box coming through here. Moss trying to get out, but he's going to die. It's actually going to be Theocles that picks up that kill. The Dragon helping the Bangkok Titans out a little bit as Lloyd trying to get some damage over the top. 007X gets healed up, but it's not enough. The shutdown goes over to Nadius, and this Lucian is getting delivered so much gold.
Yeah, and that was just an over-aggressive play. Why do you need to go for the Dragon there? They're able to pick up 2 kills, one of which is a shutdown. They'll grab the Dragon for themselves now, and Bangkok Titans falling behind in the early game.
Theocles is relatively low, and if I know G4, he might actually go for this.
Yeah, he certainly might, but there is an Orianna shield, a Janna shield.
I never said it was a good idea. He's going to head over the wall there. Understands that he's probably not going to find it, and Theocles is going to smite that one away.
Yeah, so if we go back to the top lane, Lee Sin currently can't even beat Tholdrin in a 1v1. Tholdrin probably does more damage than him. So I actually don't understand what the all-tank Lee Sin top lane does.
Soaks damage.
Why would you hit him? There you go.
Yeah, that didn't do anything.
Which just makes it confusing. I like the pick.
Maybe he's ignored and therefore can take down turrets because Besiktas think, okay, this champion doesn't do anything. Why would we focus him?
Maybe. That's the best theory I've heard yet.
Well, that's depressing.
Just don't get me wrong. As I said, love the pick. Play Lee Sin everywhere, guys. Lee Sin Sion bottom lane. Wow.
Oh, speaking of which, Energy forced to use the flash. Moss not going to find the death sentence as the Bangkok Titans try and make something happen in the mid lane.
So Moss and 007X flashed for that. Weren't able to pick up a kill. So they
got 2 summoner spells for 2 summoner spells, though. Energy used cleanse and flash.
Yep.
So, fair trade.
Cleanse on a much lower cooldown.
Okay, not quite as fair trade. No, definitely not working out in the favor of the Bangkok Titans. A little bit overly aggressive for not very many dividends gained, and Energy even makes his way back to this lane. Finds some, oh my goodness, 007X does not really care about where he is on the map.
Yeah, he's already got his Merc Treads. He's moving into probably a Locket as well for some cooldown reduction. that skid is
pretty amusing. Death Sentence going to land on a Nadius here as well. Dark Passage available for 007X, who does find Nadius now as well. Energy coming over the top. Besiktas are collapsing on top. Nadius is going to trade his life. It's a nice shockwave that came across over to 007X, but G4 with so much burst heads back over the top again as the Bangkok Titans are turning this fight on its head. The tree is burning down, is not going to be able to get back into this fight as Energy. The back is stopped. G4 has found the Orianna, and 3 members of Bangkok Titans trying to get something done. Dissonance onto Warlock, but he's full tank Lee Sin. Super utility mode. Able to make sure that he's not going to fall down, and they secure the kill onto Orianna.
Yeah, so prioritizing the Lee Sin, as you said, full tank, not much damage done there. They're able to pick up a 4 for 2 trade coming through for the Bangkok Titans, so they grab 1,000 gold advantage, but realistically, that was just all about G4. Jumping in there with the Luden's Echo, got the huge distortion off. And even though Theocles nearly got a full channeled ultimate, it just wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, and G4, he double distorted over the wall, went back to his original, left his other distortion in the Absolute Zero, waited for it to go off, went back to that one, and then came in and finished off the fight. It was beautifully played.
Yeah, so really well played there from the LeBlanc player. He started to really get rolling, 2-0 on 4 now. As we mentioned, he has that Luden's Echo, standalone item, best in game for AP mid laners. Now he's going towards probably a Morellonomicon, though it could also be, are there themes on Holy Grail?
Could. Yeah, of course, there is only one physical damage dealer, so picking up some magic is probably a good idea. Luden's Echo Distortion, pretty silly. Able to clear out that mid wave pretty easily as Warlock doesn't find the Sonic Wave. Theocles hanging around here, so he doesn't
And
want
he's
a
going
2v1.
for Warmogs after this.
What?
So he's going for the Cinderhulk Warmogs build that
I
we
would've-
saw on Shyvana, who was available, I just want to point out,
Okay.
on Lee Sin.
Lloyd managed to spell shield a dissonance after the command attack. That is really good timing. Just want to point that one out too. But yeah, you're exactly right. Why not pick Shyvana? Maybe if he had have got a little bit more happening in the early stages of the game. Of course, it was a pretty horrible situation for him early on.
Hey, he created that.
Yep, true. It still happened. Oh, wow. So many things flying towards energy. Is going to deal with it quite well. As the command attack going to clear out this mid-wave, and G4 does have the distortion available. So a lot of wave clear with this Luden's Echo as well. So Bangkok Titans not really at too much risk of losing this mid lane outer turret. And they've picked up a couple for themselves as well. The mid lane outer probably the next on the priority list here for our Southeast Asian team.
Yeah, they certainly are posturing around that, but there is a lot of wave clear that comes out of Oriana at this point in the game. Not to mention the culling is also available. Janna, it's impossible to dive this turret as well, so not much really happening. Instead, they're trying to rotate through the jungle, secure some objectives in there. Dragon is only a minute away, so you would think that they should probably get some wards over that side of the map, but a lot of prioritization right now on the top side of the jungle.
Yeah, they've got some sort of upper river vision down. 007X going to be able to steal away that Raptor. And Bangkok Titans, they're zoning all of Besiktas away from this outer turret in the mid lane. They're going to lock down the whole outer ring.
Yeah, so they sent Nardius into the bottom lane to try and clear that one out, and what that meant is that they couldn't defend anymore. So all of a sudden, a lot of pressure as Warlock's being caught.
Yeah, On the Hunt's actually been popped here just to try and give the Lee Sin a little bit more movement speed. He is able to get out definitely. Really, really far, in fact. But that's a huge ultimate on cooldown now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Lee Sin ultimate also on cooldown as G4 might have been caught out of position.
Yeah, that's another change. Distorts over the wall here as well as the Luden's Echo getting some damage across the team. Blue buff a little bit frustrating here for G4 as Tholger in the Christmas tree looking to pick something up. G4 going very aggressive, actually. They feel like they've caught him out of position. Bear Stance going to stun him up, but probably wants to turn this one around as the boomerang comes through. Flash actually from G4, maybe a little bit late here as he distorts away from this fight. My goodness, Nardius does some damage as he's a bit tricked by that Mimic. And Besiktas are not going to be able to find any kills.
But they force them away. Dragon is available. They can grab number 2 if they so want to, but a little bit low here. They decide against it. People just going to back away.
Yeah, Tholdren completely out of mana. Nardius has a bit of mana left. I feel like Besiktas probably could have gone for this one.
Yeah, definitely agree. That is the case, but instead it will be Bangkok Titans starting it up. Lee Sin performing the jungler role admirably. Will be able to solo that one away, although now definitely not Udyr. Not joining it.
And what do you think, Warlock, now that he has a massive amount of health, can he build a Hydra? Or is it just too late?
You can buy a Hydra, yeah.
Yeah, will it be relevant? Is it a good idea?
Ah, sorry.
No, you mistook my can for should.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I mean, you mistook my, yeah.
Yep.
Should have been a should.
Yeah, I still think it lends to wave clear really helps him out on his kit. He does lack a little bit of resistance coming through here. Probably needs a Thornmail first to deal with all of the damage that's going to be coming through from Nardius. I think there are some better options available to him. Hex Drink are an extremely cost-efficient item coming through for Lee Sin. Allows him to get some offensive stats, also lends itself to defensive as well. So I think that there are some, yeah, as I said, I think he can weave some AD into his kit. Whether he will or not is yet to be seen.
Yeah, well, has certainly not been focusing anything offensive thus far. Teleport into the backside, though, as Warlock trying to create a situation for himself. Howling Gale going to cause G4 to get out of here as Tholdren engages on him. The LeBlanc in trouble as the culling comes through. Nice shockwave, but only lands on a Warlock as Lloyd picks up the kill. So much damage from G4 as he's shooting around this fight. 007X going to take down Nardius. Double kill for the Udyr, and the Bangkok Titans doing ridiculous things with this team comp. The chilling smite onto Tholdren. Moss is untouched in this fight as well. This Thresh play has been beautiful throughout. Put the box down fantastically as well. As yeah, I talk about supports way too often. They are going to be able to take down this inner turret. And man, Bangkok Titans They just turn any situation that they probably have no right winning into a win.
Yeah, and Energy only shockwaved Warlock there.
See?
So the decoy Lee Sin coming up absolutely massive in that team fight. Lloyd, on the meanwhile, was on the right-hand side of the fight, hitting at will. No one was anywhere near him. They committed over hard onto G4, tried to get as much done as possible, but all that meant was that the Sivir was just on the right-hand side of the fight, no one near her, auto-attacking everyone. I think even flashed forward in a 5v5 team fight.
Yeah. Now that is something that Lloyd has most definitely done, as he takes the Dark Passage and causes the hugest boomerang that I have ever seen in my life. That was fantastic. Dumbledoge and Theocles are going to head out of this one, not realizing that they're not going to be able to dive that turret and pick up the kill onto Sivir as well. G4 now may find Theocles. Look at the damage potential. Eye of the Storm is going to come down as G4 able to distort out. And now that he's got the Athene's Unholy Grail as well as this Luden's Echo, he's got so much cooldown reduction and hasn't built boots too. Do you want to be frustrated about that for a moment?
No, I think the 2 items is fine. If he gets it now, I'll be happy.
Okay, good. G4, though, is going to mimic his way back in with another distortion. Eats a culling yet again.
Diving.
Yeah, the turret going to fall down. Lloyd actually pops the ultimate. Bangkok Titans looking to go back in here, but they don't have their jungler. He's in the bottom lane.
Yeah, exactly right. So the thing that we missed about this composition is they don't have to treat Warlock as a top laner.
That's a good point.
They can treat 007X as a top laner and just have a jungle smite, a teleport smite jungler in Warlock, who they gave solo lane experience to at the start of the game.
Yeah, and he predominantly plays top lane.
But he's not this game, because even like the split pushing 007X is doing, you see the CS, 100 to 132. Most of that's been taken from the jungle as well.
Yep.
Right now, Udyr much stronger than Lee Sin.
Yeah, also has a Locket of the Iron Solari, so he's doing a little bit more for his team at the same time.
And has some form of usefulness.
Hey, come on. The kick, pretty useful, all right? Tempest, although not as useful as it used to be, still is a slow.
I didn't even know that was a ability anymore, ever since
they
took the attack speed off it.
The slow. So, in fact, Tempest just does a little bit of
damage. Just AoE damage.
And not much of that, considering his build. Luden's Echo to come through here for G4 helps him clear out this wave quite nicely, as Warlock is going to try his very best to 1v1 these creeps one at a time in the top lane.
So I think my analogy is that Lee Sin is kind of like frozen mallet now. I understand why it exists, I just don't know what it does.
Ah, right. Doldrin going to get caught up by the Mimic Chain, so nice Death Sentence to come down, but that's the tank. Maybe not the target they want to be focusing here as the... Oh my goodness, that Monsoon was actually fantastic. Stopped a lot of the damage, but Lloyd picks up the kill here. Nadius takes so much damage from this Sivir. Lloyd is doing work here in these fights and able to really stop Besiktas from getting anything done.
And once again, talking about your boy Moss, flying over the wall with his flash is wow.
What? Oh, G4 looked for the chain, didn't find it there under Dumbledoge. As the Bangkok Titans are going to have to get out of underneath this turret, but no, another creep wave comes through. Warlock comes down. That's a nice shockwave onto a couple of members, but Warlock tanking up this team. A boomerang comes across, doesn't find Nadius though, as Lloyd and friends are going to take down the inner turret in the top lane.
Yeah, so in the end, it was all about Moss flashing over the wall, getting the flay onto 2 members, starting that up, catching out Tholdrin, and then they rotate into a nice top lane turret as Udyr going back.
Swag stance Udyr. Heading back to base. Looking good. 3,000 gold now, the lead for the Bangkok Titans, though, at 26 minutes into this game. More than even on the Dragons, but 5 turrets to 2. That's where a whole lot of this global gold has been built up by the Bangkok Titans. And this is game 1 here for these teams. This is going to set the scene for a lot of what's to come here. Of course, taking the first victory, brilliant for momentum, and will definitely help these teams out. And first game means a little bit more than the rest, you have to think.
Yeah, it certainly does. It sets, I guess, especially the pick ban phases.
Oh,
G4
tries to get some work done here. 007X now finding his way into the middle of the fight. That's actually the decoy of G4 hanging around there in that fight as Theocles almost falls down. 007X secures the kill as Nadius flows the heal a little bit late, you have to think, on the Hunt's being popped. Lloyd getting so much AoE damage down. Dumbledoge has to get out here. 007X does fall down, but my God! Deleted was Nadius there, and Warlock now finds his way into the fight, realizes just how useless he is. because the Bangkok Titans did all that they needed to without the Lee Sin.
This is honestly a 4v5 Atlas, and Bangkok Titans are winning it convincingly. 0-2-4 on Lee Sin in a 15-kill game for his team.
Not for his team. For nothing. As, my God, G4, the chains from downtown, nets in the kill onto Energy. Moss, the afterthought inhibitor take, going to come down there. Doesn't even get it in time as the Bangkok Titans, they're going to take down a Dragon as well.
Yeah, so able to move in there. Warlock will be able to tank that one up. He is going towards what looks like to be a Randu and Omen pickup for his Lee Sin next.
Oh, yes.
But this is just a terrifying team fight. Orianna, unfortunately, Energy just not having a terrific game. Can't get anything done. And Nadius isn't tanky enough at this place. At a point, it sounds silly enough. But he has got kind of the defend the Nadius comp coming through here.
Yeah.
Isn't tanky enough to live through what G4 and Lloyd are throwing at him every fight. They're ignoring everyone and just going straight for that Lucian.
Yeah, and G4 is playing with absolutely no fear at all. Able to do anything he wants. Oh, the Desperation Baron to come through here by Besiktas. Dumbledore takes so much damage. G4 in then out again. Picks himself up a kill. It is going to be the Maokai taking down the Baron yet again as Besiktas. They have that. They might be able to get some work done. Lloyd tanking up a bit of the culling, but he is going to be okay in the end as Nadius has tried to get out, but the best Ansudia coming through with all the damage. Can't close the gap, so he's going to be fine. The ball to come through here. Dissonance to stop the Udyr as well, and they steal the Baron and get out with a 1-for-0 trade going in favor of the Bangkok Titans.
And Lloyd just saved Nadius.
Did he?
Yeah, he kicked him over the wall.
Oh, right. He was trying to. There was the 1-2 kick into 007. That was the play. That was the smooth move. They didn't quite manage to get that one to work out. The Bangkok Titans lose a Baron.
So Besiktas was a desperation play coming through. That was absolutely massive. Probably stalling out the game for another couple of minutes. You would have to think because
At least
it is
a couple.
So hard to push into the Baron to up creeps and.
Yeah, G4 able to clear out some wolves. Almost has the death cap completed. Massive amounts of AP to come through from the mid laner of the Bangkok Titans.
Lockett is nearly finished up by Theocles, though. You feel that he needs to prioritize that over the Frozen Heart. Just get in there, finish it up. Blade of the Ruined King is actually going to be the pickup here from Lloyd. That's a little bit peculiar for a Sivir. What's your thoughts on that build?
Well, look, I've got no thoughts on the Sivir Blade of the Ruined King. I'd prefer to build a Bloodthirster every single time. But of course, Theocles has a lot of flat health, I guess. Thaldrun building up a fair bit of that too. But he's got a Frozen Heart you need to cut through. No Thornmail's built yet, so I guess you don't need the extra lifesteal. No, I somewhat get it. Wants to be able to burst the target. G4 looking for a chain, doesn't find it here as Thaldrun does pop the Righteous Glory. Warlock in amongst the fight. The ball in position here. Dumbledore gets caught by the death sentences. The box gets put down. Theocles, that's a full channel on the ultimate. 007X able to get out there as the shockwave onto two pretty priority targets. Lloyd taking that one as Moss tanks it up as well, but Besiktas unable to find anything else, and no one's dead.
And Thaldrun is getting tankier, Atlas. You saw how long he stood in the middle of that fight.
Oh, yeah.
Able to absorb a lot of damage, and this might be a push in the mid lane with the Baron up creeps.
Warlock doesn't take very much damage. That is definitely a thing, but these creeps not going to die too quickly either as Nadius able to get the damage down onto the turret. That turret did not last very long at all as Lloyd now trying to get the wave clear in here with the Baron. Besiktas able to get an inner turret, but it's probably about all they're going to find.
Okay, I think I understand the Blade of the Ruined King over the Bloodthirster now because the Snowball coming through as well as the Absolute Zero stopping a lot of the attack speed. So just wanting to ramp that back up with a second attack speed option and does need to go for a defensive item as the last part of the build. So instead of just turning into pretty much an Archer Sivir, the Blade of the Ruined King will go towards some more attack speed to help mitigate exactly what Nuno is doing in these fights.
I like it. I like it. At least that sort of makes sense to me when you say it like that.
I don't know if it's good still.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes. Look, let's give Lloyd a little bit of credit here. He has shown that he's a fantastic Sivir.
Oh, yeah. Once again, Bangkok Titans are playing the absolute heck out of the composition they have put together. Making it work. 007X on Udyr is terrifying. Once again, just throw 2 bans at that guy because he is so amazingly good. His early game presence has been all over the map. Theocles is now starting to catch up in these team fights with the snowball and the zoning prowess of Nunu, but it's all been about the Udyr in the earlier part of this game. 13 out of 17 kill participation, has been able to do fantastic things.
Energy in this bottom wave is going to push that one out just a little bit as Besiktas continuing to clear this mid lane out. Sapling going to find G4.
Minute until Dragon, so trying to set up for that one. Couple of 1,000 gold the advantage over to Bangkok Titans, but with an inhibitor just respawning, a lot of the map has now started to equalize, and I still think that Besiktas has a better scaling comp.
Yeah, well, we've thought a lot of things about this, and the Bangkok Titans seem to do what their comp isn't supposed to, is look at the go button being pressed here. Thaldron getting engaged on yet again. They're going to remove the tank from this fight if they can, but he's getting healed up. There's the ult from Theocles as well as the Bangkok Titans. They're starting to fall low. Nice shockwave as well as Nadius picks up G4. All of the carries are dead, and that was the quickest triple kill I have ever seen in my life. Bangkok Titans now on the run as Warlock and Moss trying to get away. Nadius for the quadra kill. Picks up Moss, and Besiktas erupt onto the rift.
Yeah, Nadius goes absolutely berserk, and Thaldron is unkillable. Able to run away with a team fight. Now with the ball on top of Thaldron, they're going to be able to take up the turret. 20 seconds, I think they can nearly win the game.
Warlock is here. He's going to have to go for the one-man power play.
No, they can't. They have to back away. Not long enough coming through there. Maybe chasing the kill onto the Janna wasn't the, I guess, correct move, but they equalize the breach bases, and now Besiktas take their first lead since about, what, 3.5 minutes is when the turret dive happened?
Yeah, and they're going to even out the Dragons as well. This is a very close match all of a sudden.
Yeah, so able to get in there, and unfortunately, there's just not enough damage on the Bangkok Titans lineup. LeBlanc's fantastic for one combo if she's on a priority target, but if you use that on Thaldron, unfortunately, Lloyd not going to be able to cut through this tanky Maokai, and there's just no other damage after that fact.
Yeah, and they're engaging onto Maokai as well, which is something that we really need to point out.
Yeah, they kicked Maokai back into their team.
Yeah, which is where he wants to be.
Just mitigating all of the damage with his ultimate. Because of all the abilities being able to spam out, you saw with 2 auto attacks, was back at full health nearly. They might engage again.
Yeah, 007X looking to try and help secure this red buff. It is going to be taken away by Theocles relatively easily, though. Bangkok Titans with some vision now around this Baron pit. They probably want to be able to pick up their first of the game. As G4 clearing out this mid-wave. Super creeps to deal with now as Baron right in time. Besiktas really with positional play around this area of the map.
They need to be careful here because realistically, Bangkok Titans can just stream up mid lane and take out the inhibitor. There's no turret there, so pushing against the super creeps is a very easy job. They've sent Warlock to start split pushing in the bottom lane. He does have his teleport available, but Baron has respawned. And you think that now, much like the rest of this game, all eyes will train towards the neutral objective in the river, and we'll get another very clean team fight coming through.
Yeah, well, we'll see what does happen as Nadius does get tagged by the chain, but of course a lot of shields available for this Lucian. And Besiktas, after clearing out this mid-wave, just going to head towards that Baron. They don't even need to start it, although they're going to.
Yeah, so they started up. They'll absolutely slaughter this. The Bloodthirster was finished by Nadius.
Yep,
teleport coming in.
Yeah, they're looking for some form of fight as Thaldron. He's popped the Righteous Glorious. My goodness, that was a ride. Moss is going to provide the exit here for 007X,
but look at the shields onto Nadius, the Bloodthirster as well as the Orianna Janna.
Whoa, Energy getting taken down low here by a combo from G4, but he takes a lot of his health. Dissonance to speed up the Nunu. G4 coming back in yet again. Takes a Maokai with him as the passive is popped as well. There's the shockwave onto Moss and, of course, Warlock there as Thaldron getting taken down low, but he's so tanky. 007X falls down. Another bunch of kills for Nadius, who's just starting to go off. Warlock kicks him back away so he doesn't kill Lloyd. But Moss on the run, as is Lloyd and Warlock, and the Bangkok Titans, they're not going to be able to do too much to stop this because Besiktas, they've lost no one and they'll just head straight back to the Baron.
Yeah, exactly right. Dumbledore might even take down Moss, the 1v1 support duel.
Oh, they're looking for it. Moss wants to pick up some more. We zoom in for the sick action as Dumbledore picks up the kill.
Yeah, back at Baron, they've collapsed onto Warlock. He's pretty hard to kill, but he will go down.
Just trying to delay.
As will Energy nearly.
Yeah, Energy tanking up the Baron here for just a little bit too long, but that Command Protect going to save his life for now. No one in range, and that is going to be Baron number 2 for Besiktas.
Yeah, Besiktas in firm control of this game now. You see that they've just got to the point where they've completely outscaled. That is a 6-item Nardius.
Yeah, and he'll have gold left over here as well. Like, this Lucian is now a massive problem for the Bangkok Titans. And it's because they just use so much trying to kill Thaldrun, and they can't.
Yeah, they just cannot get through the Maokai. They have no tool to be able to deal with him. The Blade of the Ruined King still not finished up. And Thaldrun, when paired with Theocles, is just so much to deal with as a front line. And they haven't been able to breach through. Now in this bottom wave, double cannon creeps built up here. An absolute huge CS wave. Lloyd down here, but just got to be careful.
Yep, the mega creeps of Destiny coming through into this last, or second last remaining inner turret. 3,000 gold the lead for Besiktas, but that doesn't mean too much here at the 38-minute mark because there are full item builds being completed, and Besiktas just with so much control. They've shown that they can win the last few team fights. You have
and
to
look
feel
at
like
the
that's going to
shields
transition.
onto Nardius. He's able to get his Bloodthirster shields on. They go.
Yeah. The hula hoop onto Energy, though. Nardius still going to take down the Sivir. That's a whole lot of damage now gone. They take down the turret as well, and Energy just proven that they don't really need that Shockwave to be in the right position to be able to win the rest of this game as Warlock. He's got 4,000 health, but why the heck would you hit him? Yeah, he's running around throughout the middle of this one. Is able to escape, but of course was just soaking up damage for a little while. The Nexus now is exposed as Warlock trying to make himself a target. Thaldrun tanking up this one for quite some time. The Maokai is going to fall. The Theocles goes down low, but the Nexus was focused by Nardius. He knows what he's supposed to be doing. And game 1 goes to Besiktas.
In convincing fashion in the end, they got the scaling comp to the late game. Even with the missed Orianna ult, handedly took the last team fight, and Nardius went berserk. We said Nardius, Dumbledore, these are the guys we want to see step up, and boy did they rise to the occasion in game 1.
Yeah, they did fantastically well. You have to question Bangkok Titans team comp though. It sort of did exactly what you were expecting. The first couple of team fights did look fantastic. We were wondering how it managed to happen, but in the end, I mean, Lee Sin didn't do too much and their comp sort of fell apart.
Yeah, exactly right. The problem with the comp isn't the fact that they have 2 really tanky members, Udyr and Lee Sin, but they just don't have consistent threats. That's why Orianna, Lucian were always going to outscale, because realistically, Thaldrun, he was just a huge tank in the front line as well. A little bit more CC than Lee Sin and his damage mitigation ultimate, which makes him a better option for it.
Yep.
However, it was really about the Orianna as well as the Lucian being able to get all the shields onto them, use the Nunus, get people in there, and I guess do the consistent damage. If you have these burst damage champions and you don't get onto a priority target to delete them, then you're never going to win a late game team fight.
Yeah, well, it's a good point. Not a whole lot really happened there, but we do have a replay of the team fight that turned this game around.
Yeah, so you see in the mid lane, they are once again 3,000 gold in the advantage. Bangkok Titans have been playing fantastic. They've already breached the base, and they engage very heavily onto Thaldrun. So if we get this one going, see Moss fly in there, gets a good play back, hooks him up. But that's the bit that's a little bit questioning. The kick into the team, and you see 2 auto attacks get Thaldrun nearly back at half health. He gets some Mikhails afterwards as well, and the huge shockwave comes across. From there, all the important ultimates have been used. But look how much better consistent damage comes through from Nardius. He's able to clean up the back end of the team fight. And just in this situation, with the Blood Boil, he was always going to do more damage. So I don't understand where LeBlanc fit into a 2-threat composition and what exactly Warlock was supposed to achieve. How were they setting him up for success? Something like a Lulu really would have assisted Sivir being able to stick around for longer in these fights, give her the huge shield, give her the added attack damage to come through from the help picks, and just allow her to take over the game the same way that Besiktas did for Nadias.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And we've seen that Warlock, a fantastic Lulu player. I'm not sure why it wasn't looked at. It's a little bit ridiculous. But, ladies and gentlemen, Game 2 is going to be coming up very soon. We'll see whether Bangkok Titans go for something crazy yet again or whether they turn things around and whether Besiktas, they can go for that 3-0 sweep. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. We're in the middle of our second semi-final here tonight. Besiktas taking on the Bangkok Titans. The Bangkok Titans tried something a little bit different, and it didn't work.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. They got ahead early game, as they are prone to do. Had some good turret dives, rotated it around the map pretty well, but in the end, they just got outscaled. They didn't have a team comp that did enough damage late game, and it all hinged around, I guess, the Lee Sin Udyr not being able to get enough work done past the 35-minute mark.
Yeah, and it was all about Thaldrun just being a bigger tank as well.
Yeah, he had more usefulness. The lockdown CC's ultimate, Maokai's ultimate, one of the best ultimates in the game, just able to get so much work done, absorbing that. And whenever he got dove on, everyone used the spells on him. You could see Nadius's eyes were lighting up on the back line. He was just counting abilities, making sure that no one could get through the absolute zero to him. He was always completely untouched on the back end and was just shooting people.
Yeah. And he was more than able to get quadra kills, triple kills in the last couple of team fights because he was untouched, and then his entire front line was unscathed, and even after being focused.
The scary thing is, I don't even think that was the best comp that Besiktas could have put together with that kind of team comp. I think Lulu mid was still a better option for them. And you saw even in the last team fight, they didn't need the shockwave.
No.
They were able to dive in there, take people out with Nadius. Imagine Nadius with a Lulu, the whimsy on top of him, the health picks. All of a sudden, he's huge as well.
Yeah.
I think that, honestly, Besiktas can run that comp again, run it with a safer mid laner, because G4 was the only problem.
Yeah.
For Besiktas. He got a little bit too big, was doing some good things mid-game on LeBlanc, so they can take a safer mid laner and still run something pretty similar and continue to scale.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they can, but of course, we saw the Bangkok Titans with very different team comps to that look very, very scary, and we'll see whether this was just sort of a hiccup on their way through here, or whether it is going to be Besiktas able to follow through with their last victory.
Yeah, exactly right. Don't get me wrong. I think Bangkok Titans still the favorite in this series. They perform very admirably in the early game particularly, but if they continue to make questionable picks, I think that this could definitely be Besiktas, the home team, running away with the series. These guys will get fired up very quickly and only increase their performance.
Well, this is the thing as well, is they've got the momentum and the home ground advantage, you have to think. So we'll see whether they can use that moving forward. Kalista going to be banned away once again. LeBlanc taken off the board, as Gragas and Rek'Sai are going to be the answers by the Bangkok Titans. A lot of jungle focus, making sure Theocles can't get anything down. Maokai, though, the first time we've seen him banned away, and Thaldrun can pick the Heimer? The Hecarim if he wants to.
The Heimerdinger. The dreaded Heimerdinger.
Oh, no. Heimerdinger was left up, ladies and gentlemen. No, it's not going to be Heimerdinger. It's going to be the Hecarim, of course. Locked in first up. The first time we're going to see it not banned today.
Yeah, so Smite, Teleport, Hecarim in the top lane. That is an anti-carry if you've ever seen one. All of a sudden, Lloyd and G4 need to be careful. This is not something new. Very common in the SIA region in general is blind pick Zed coming through. They put a lot of emphasis on that and will be taken into the mid lane. If they go with something like Urgot, that's all of a sudden a little bit harder to dive on top of.
Yeah. 007X thinking about a jungle choice. Elise is currently the hover. We'll see whether that actually does come through. I do like the pickup, but is going to go with the Nunu in the end.
Yeah, so I like Nunu. A little bit more impactful in the late games. Also, we saw that Theocles played that quite well this time around.
Yeah.
Did get dictated to early game, but late game brought it back and was very impactful for his team. So I think that getting that away from him, Udyr had a strong early game, but then kind of fell away, as Udyrs tend to do if you don't continue the snowball going.
Yeah.
So just get on something that's always going to be relevant. Helps out Warlock. Helps out G4 with Zed. Will help out Lloyd with whatever carries he's on, unless it isn't Urgot, in which case it doesn't. So yeah, it definitely will be, I guess, more impactful.
Yeah, and we'll see what does get picked away. Of course, I don't know whether it will be the Zyra. We haven't seen too much Zyra just recently, ladies and gentlemen, but I would certainly love to see it in the mid lane, but Theocles is hovering it. Not going to be the case. It's going to be Sejuani. So we're going to have a horse and a pig roaming around this map, and that is a huge front line already locked away here by Besiktas.
And it's a really good wombo with an element of peel as well. You can use the Sejuani ultimate to continue to kite back. Very hard to run through there, so you can see exactly what's going to be happening. Little bit dangerous for Theocles. 007X will be able to invade him quite easily on the map. But you can see already, if they're ever caught out of position, Besiktas going to be really able to punish them.
Yeah, they most certainly are. They also haven't given away too much here, of course. They're the top lane of Hecarim, more than happy to go into a lot of different things, and they still have Nardius and Energy to fill out, and a lot of different options there. But Lloyd, he's going to take away the Lucian. That was where Nardius was looking very, very comfortable, and Nautilus as well there for Moss. He looked fantastic on that champion. And man, if there's a matchup that I like for Diana, it's into Zed.
Yeah, it certainly is. Diana outright beats Zed, has a really good auto attack to go in there. Builds very naturally into Zhonya's Hourglass, actually wants it in most builds anyway.
Yeah.
And you know, Lloyd, I understand why he's picked up the Lucian. Nardius played it very well. But if there's any composition that wants more engaged, it's going to be a Hecarim Sejuani comp. And all of a sudden, they've got the big...
The donkey whistle.
The donkey whistle. To get them in there.
And if they wanted more speed-ups, that is going to be Energy listening to you, Spawn, picking up that Lulu for the mid lane.
Yeah, so Energy going to grab that one, and all of a sudden, you make everyone on the team tanky. You've got the double shield still. A little bit more carry potential comes out of Nardius, but really, it's all about chuck everything on Tholder in this game. He's going to be able to run over Lloyd every part of the game, and you know, it's fantastic having 007X there on Nunu, but if you blood boil someone that dies instantly, they're still dead.
Yeah, they are most definitely dead, but Sion not so much, because he dies and then he comes back again, starts punching you in the face, and that is going to be Warlock's lock in there for the top side of the map, going for a little bit of scaling to match that of Hecarim, but you'll never really get to the likes of the horse in the late game.
No, you don't. You know, Sion's not about doing the same job as Hecarim. He's about the consistent CC that he puts out, the ability to frustrate. He has a very, I guess, good ultimate if you are able to nail the back line with it. Sometimes you get caught on the front line. So Hecarim going to be looking for the big flanks. Sion more in the middle. He's a disruptor as opposed to an anti-carry like Hecarim.
And Hecarim is going to be building that Cinderhulk with the Skirmisher's Saber as well there. The challenging smite to come through, and Lloyd is going to have to be very, very careful. Not sure whether the Bangkok Titans, despite having a fair bit of disengage and peel, I don't know whether they've got enough.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that you can peel off Hecarim at this point in the game.
No.
He's just way too sticky. Grabs Merc Treads 9 out of 10 times, although this game he might even be able to go Ninja Tabby and get away with it because, once again, only Zed... Lucian are the threats here on the side of Bangkok Titans. They're running another 2-threat lineup. Don't get me wrong, much more augmentation coming through here, but I would have much preferred to see them commit to a Lulu before they did to the Sion because they didn't need to pick Nautilus. Support had already been locked in on the side of Besiktas.
Yeah.
And they committed to that, and now all of a sudden they've got a huge tank, yes, but if one of their carries dies again, they have no damage.
Yeah, and also, Hecarim can feel free to build Randuin's Thornmail, any armor items he wants, Frozen Heart as well, and he'll be actually unable to be killed because, of course, they have no magic damage apart from Sion.
Yeah, exactly right. So 0 magic damage coming through for the comp through from Bangkok Titans. Once again, Besiktas look like they have a better late game composition. This time, I'm willing to even give the mid-game kind of to them as well because they can start team fights much easier on their side. But we'll have to see where the Bangkok Titans can pull it back.
Yeah, well, Besiktas, as we hop onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, look fantastic moving forward. Champion select going great for them, but the Bangkok Titans have surprised us in the past. Nardius going to find Lloyd here in the river as we are, of course, onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Nice piercing light over a couple of members. Lloyd continuing to go aggressive as Eye of the Storm going to keep Nardius a little bit more happy. G4 is going to find Theocles as well. Not going to find too much damage on him, though.
Yeah, they just want to know where Nunu is starting his jungle so they can allow Theocles to get his level 3 a little bit easier. 007X on Nunu will be able to invade the Sejuani pretty much at will. Stays so much more healthy in the jungle.
Yeah. And we'll see whether he actually gets in and disrupts Sejuani's early clear, because if he gets towards that bottom side, towards that red buff, he might be able to get something going because, of course, she falls super low.
Yeah, exactly right. Something we should point out, guys, is the fact that Hecarim has gone for Teleport Smite, not Teleport Ignite, not Teleport Smite. Something that Thaldrin did, I believe, when he picked up the Hecarim the first time around. Likes to go for the Trinity Force outright, doesn't go for the Skirmishing Saber. Of course, not available to be built unless you have the smite. So
he was hovering the teleport smite though before, so did consider it, and I wonder why he went back to the ignite.
yeah, I definitely would be interested to see exactly what makes it a more attractive option. I agree with you, because it seems to be kind of a no-brainer in this meta. However, we've seen him use it to fantastic effect. He was one of the 7. He wasn't the one.
He was, most definitely. And look, see how he does go. He has cleared out
Does
the
Warlock go
Raptors.
to a second camp now? I'll be really interested to see whether they... so he doesn't. But the one thing you can do is if you start using potions on Sion, if you want to die, just don't do it. In fact, if you're going to do a camp, you shouldn't do it, because when you die, you actually clear out one camp quicker. But something you can do is you can use your flask potions on the Raptor camp, then go to Wolves and die. And you take the Wolves as well. So you actually get 2 camps really quickly. You die, you teleport back top. Hopefully it hasn't hit your turret yet, as 007X going to be able to take away that.
Yep, easily done. Just blood boils after Theocles. Love taps him on the way out and says thank you very much for starting off that Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, but now he knows that he's extremely low and he doesn't have a red buff. So I'm actually surprised he invaded this side of the jungle and didn't just beeline for the red buff.
Yeah, Theocles actually going to take 007X on a merry ride.
But Lulu coming in as well.
Looking for the collapse.
As well as Hecarim. They're committing a lot to this.
Yeah, Glitterland's coming down on top of 007X here as Energy's trying to chase through. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana, but in comes Soldrin. Devastating charge to come through. G4 tries to slow him down with that shadowed up E, I believe. So he's going to be able to at least stop the onslaught there, and Warlock gets some free time in the top lane. So 007X takes them on a ride.
But 007X used so many summoner spells there. He used the flash and the ignite for only his flash, so he gets everything out of the mid lane at Energy. He's now an actual reasonably easy gank.
Not too bad. Maybe the mind games are going to pay off here. Energy completely out of mana as well as G4 looking to go aggressive. Follows the Living Shadow in as well. Able to get the harass down. Goes down to about half health, but still has some potions. And Hecarim falling low here in the top lane as well. Warlock. My goodness, putting on the pressure here.
Yeah, there are so many consumables in this top lane, though. Good luck to either of them killing each other.
So, just the wet noodle fight evolved in this top side.
Actually bursts the shield. That's very important in trading with Sion. If you are able to burst his shield, you can actually win majority of the trades early game, because you can just dance out of his the devastating smash, which is the majority of his damage at this part of the game.
But Energy continuing to fall low here in the mid lane. Damage down from G4 as... Look, his Zed did look fantastic in the previous game. I'm just really worried about the Bangkok Titans getting towards any semblance of a late game, because they just don't have enough mixed damage.
Yeah, I think that you really shouldn't be worried about them getting to the late game, because if they get there, I actually think that unless they're like... I'm going to say 7,000 gold is a sweet spot. If they are 7,000 gold in the lead, I think they're ahead by about the 30-minute mark. Anything under that, they're in a lot of trouble to be outscaled again.
Yeah, well, Lloyd actually getting pressured very, very hard in this bottom side. Nadius able to use that spell shield to great effect, and he's really having his way with the Bangkok Titans so far in the bottom side.
They tried to shove out mid, but didn't do it quick enough, so Theocles is going to have to come in again for support. Actually isn't that bad, because Sejuani was falling a little bit behind as we have a fight in the top lane.
Yeah, Tholdrin actually forcing the flash out of Warlock here, who turns around. Not sure why.
Well, because he still has 2 potions and a mana pot. So the fact that he was that low in the lane and wasn't chugging a pot before the fight start is a little bit confusing, because he should have been able to stay incredibly healthy in that lane by just continually using consumables, shoving the lane out.
Yeah, Roar of the Slayer not going to find Tholdrin there, as Warlock does want to use this decimating smash to clear out the
3 members
creeps.
coming towards the top side of the map for Bangkok Titans. Must be pinged out. Tholdrin, you're in a lot of trouble if you stick around.
Oh, that Roar of the Slayer had to land if they wanted to find anything. G4 is going to head back to base here. Knows that he's probably been spotted.
Yeah, there is a ward there, so Tholdrin, he's just going to go back as well. Max the back time, a big wave on... Oh, they're still going for it. G4.
G4. He's going to go for something. 007X is going to be able to clear out this
Triple
mid-wave.
D ring coming through from Energy. Wow.
And was it Energy that did this previously? We saw another mid laner pick up the triple Doran's ring, and I have a feeling it may have been Energy, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, potentially. That's a very heavy investment to a laning phase, maybe because he wants to go for a very quick Zhonya's Hourglass and needs the mana regen on Lulu.
Potentially.
So will help him out as they go for a fight in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they don't find the Howling Gale, though. Energy looking to come through here. The Whimsy going to speed up as
Double.
There's the Glitter Lance. Ardent Blaze over the top here as Bangkok Titans trying to turn this one around. Multiple members heading down towards the bottom side as the exhaust onto Lloyd does run out. They get the heal at the same time. And that was all just with 2 members.
Yes, but there were another 2 heading down the river, Atlas, and all of a sudden now Energy in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, does still have the ultimate available, so still deceptively tanky. His Arctic Assault is actually dodged out of the way up with the Death Mark. G4 actually going down very, very low. Goes back to his ult Shadow, which was a bit ridiculous, is now burning down. First blood in the top lane in the meantime as Warlock actually gets the kill back at the same time. Lloyd manages to get a lot of damage down with the Piercing Light as the Bangkok Titans trying to turn this one, but man, this is on a knife edge across the rift.
Yeah, so everywhere members dropping. Top lane, they trade 1-for-1. First blood was picked up, I believe, by the Hecarim.
Yep.
But there's a 16 CS advantage up there for the Scion. That's crazy. Bottom lane, everyone went extremely low. No one died. Pretty much every summoner spell being used apart from the flashes on the side of Besiktas. And you have to think they probably got the better of that one.
Yeah, they did. Nadius able to clear out this pink ward as well. As nice spell shield yet again. Nadius has really been nailing that. Moss now with no mana left. And Nadius and Dumbledore have been able to play this lane very, very nicely.
Yeah, Nadius and Dumbledore have been fantastic all tournament long, Atlas, and they're just continuing it today. Even in the mid lane now, Lulu has gone back, picked up boots and an amp tome, starting to build a little bit of a CS advantage. Needs to be careful that she doesn't get her blue buff stolen away, because without CDR in the build, Lulu does tend to struggle in certain matchups, Zed being one of them. Just gets his ult available more often than yours.
Yeah. And of course, Wild Growth is exactly what you want to be using to avoid dying to Zed. Most definitely. Theocles actually waiting around here for a gank, sort of witnessing his blue buff being stolen. Energy and Theocles want to close in, of course. Glacial Prison is available. Energy taking a shuriken there as 007X wants to offer something, and Living Shadow is going to be returned to here by G4, but he goes down so incredibly low. There's the ult. He gets stunned up, but Warlock has come in here. There's the death mark. G4 is going to die as Dumbledore picks that one up. 007X actually gets Monsoon back. Oh, goodness knows where. Has Energy going to chase him down here as well. Thaldrin finds his way into the fight. Oh my goodness, these Rampages are doing work. 007X does fall down. Warlock is going to die though. His passive might actually do some work now, but he gets polymorphed up. Energy able to stop the Scion from doing anything, and Besiktas are rolling over this game.
Yeah, Besiktas looking amazing in the early game coming into this one. Early rotation coming through, a second kill picked up by Thaldrin. The champion you don't want to get rolling right now is the Hecarim. We've seen how dangerous he can be the entirety of it, and it was just an overcommit. 007X didn't have the vision needed to be able to steal that one away. Look at the line of wards that had come through from Besiktas, and they were able to take another fight.
Yeah, and G4, I was complimenting his Zed play in the last time that we saw it, but this time been returning to some very interesting shadows, making plays when he's not going to survive in any way, and hasn't really been working out as effectively as it did before.
Yeah, exactly right. So that needs to improve if his team has any hope. He's one of the big carries they need to go off in the bottom lane. Lloyd, he's farming completely fine. Is even in CS, has picked up a couple of longswords, so we'll be going that Brutalizer Infinity Edge build. I actually like it, but not on this composition because he's one of 2 damage sources. He needs to be able to do big late game damage. He needs the Phantom Dancer.
Or do they just completely sack the late game because they know that they're not going to be able to do anything? Or is that playing too sort of
Yeah, I guess you can just all in the mid game, but when you've already fallen behind, that's a huge risk.
Well, look, the Bangkok Titans are going to need to do something to turn this one around. They're down about 1.4 thousand gold, so not too far. Besiktas are looking to get aggressive here on the bottom side. Howling Gale going to inadvertently take Moss into the sky. Theocles coming through here as well. 007X hanging around. Doesn't have boots, but Of course, that Blood Boil making the Nunu pretty fast.
Versus Boots 2 already being picked up by Theocles. He's prioritizing some armor in there because of all the auto attackers on the Bangkok Titans lineup, and they're once again looking for another gank in this bottom lane.
Yeah,
trying to get Nardius ahead. He seems to be the primary carry that they love going to, and you can really see why. They've gone in again.
Yeah, on the hunt's been popped. Dredge line going to be used by Moss to try and get him out of here as Absolute Zero is available here for 007X. Theocles going down very, very low. Beautiful depth charge to get rid of a lot of these members of the team. Nardius actually flashing forward there. Tries to pick up Moss, but doesn't
Sion's
take it.
behind them, maybe?
Yeah, Sion actually cancels his teleport.
Bad teleport usage by Warlock. Dragon is available. It's 12.5 minutes in. Now all of a sudden they have 5 minutes on the bottom side of the map. They can just shove this lane in, go start that one up, or better yet, they can just dive.
Yeah, they're looking for something. Lloyd very low on mana. Going to get the ward in here, but sees that there's a Thaldron, and this is a very scary horse. 007X is around here. Onslaught of Shadows was used a little bit early, but man, this horse is doing so much damage, and that's without a Sheen. I thought there must have been a Sheen with that damage.
So they'll pick up the bottom lane turret. They won't get anything else for it, although they burn a summoner spell as well. Warlock might be able to return the favor in the top lane. He has a wave up there and looking to take it down, but once again, advantage going to the Besiktas lineup right now. Turkey looking fantastic.
Yeah, they have definitely turned around whatever was going wrong to go 3-3 as very high on the favorites list coming into the group stage, and must have definitely had...
Oh, an insult to injury. That turret lives on no health.
Strategic. It's calculated, I believe, by Thaldron as he re-enters this lane. Top turret now possibly an option here for Besiktas. G4 just continues to clear this one out, and 0-1-0 as a Zed. Does he really have to have got more by this stage, or does he now have an opportunity to do so? Level 9 is going to have maxed out those shurikens now, so that's going to be doing some burst damage.
Yeah, the problem is he's going to be up against the Hecarim in the split push if he ever does get to that situation. And I think Hecarim at this point just kills him if he ever walks into his lane. So I definitely think he needed to do a little bit more before this point in the game. Maybe try and get some CSs up. Maybe even go into a side lane earlier, because it's 15 minutes into the game. This has been a fairly long laning phase with not many turrets falling down. You have to think that suits Besiktas' late game.
Most certainly.
They don't have to force it all. If this game goes for a 20-minute laning phase, they're happy.
Well, look, it's on the road for that thus far. 14 minutes and 40 seconds.
First dragon being picked up.
Yeah, Theocles trying to get in amongst that one. The ward goes down here for Moss. They are going to just witness the demise of the dragon.
So far, the standard lanes this game has led to a very, Season 2-esque game of League of Legends. They've just been willing to rotate slowly around the map. They picked up bottom. Now a little bit more of a fast push coming through. They're trying to clear out the mid wave. See how that works out, as they were trying to get a sneaky Raptor camp out as well.
Nothing wrong with a sneaky Raptor camp. Theocles now with the ultimate available. They're looking to try and start something up. As
Lloyd takes a lot of damage from Energy, who shrugs it off with the 3 Doran ring.
Yep, not too worried.
Makes him so tanky in the mid lane. He's really hard to deal with.
Well, he's also got the wild growth there as well, so deceptively tankier than he already is.
Yeah.
Which is just ridiculous.
3 members actually up in this top lane. Theocles needs to be careful. 007X and Moss coming through there. He would have known there was 1, but not 2, and now he's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, gets stunned up there as well. Oh, Thaldron is coming around. Energy there as well. Does have the wild growth for the piggy if they're in trouble.
So Zed's gone into the bottom lane now. He's against Nardius. Nardius needs to be on point with that spell shield if he has any hope of equaling out this one. But also has his support. Dumbledore's never too far from his AD carry player, and now top lane under real fire. Moss trying to tank it up.
Yeah, looking to try and hold it here for 007X. Which is interesting. Probably just wants to make sure that doesn't take too much unnecessary damage. There's the death mark. Is going to get spell shielded though, as G4 taking a lot of damage from Nardius. Uses the heal maybe a little bit early as G4 flashes over the boomerang and picks up the 1v1 kill.
Yeah, so really nice play there from G4 to able to take that one. Nadius probably needed to heal a little bit earlier, but all 3 Shurikens hit, I believe, there. So good Zed play, even after the death mark was blocked out by that spell shield.
Yeah, nicely played by G4, able to win at least that split push there as Thaldrun heading up towards this top side. Does have the Sheen now, is fighting Warlock, but Warlock with the Frozen Heart. It's a pretty tough ask to take down.
Yeah, it certainly is. They're going to continue to consistently fight through this one. It will go eventually in Warlock's favor. Oh.
Yeah, Dumbledore is coming around here, though. Does have Eye of the Storm to give to Thaldrun here as 007X is taking down the Raptors. Moss heading back towards this top side. Knows that there's a few too many members here for Warlock to deal with on his own, as he's just going to tank up these minion waves over and over again.
So this is the best thing about Hecarim, right? You get your home guards early on in the game, you lose a trade, doesn't matter. You go back to base, you hit your E, and you gallop back up into your lane.
Damn right you do. Through the meadow. As Lloyd is going to clear out this mid wave once more. Energy's in the bottom side of the map.
So we take a good look at Hecarim.
Just realized he's not wearing a saddle. It's a little bit sad. Hecarims have been carrying games throughout this patch.
And look at that, he didn't lose any CS.
Not bad at all. Even has a dagger for the next trade. Not bad. Nadius able to get some damage down onto this turret. Might be able to take this one out, actually, for the last outer turret of the game. Oh, no, actually, second last. As the top is also still available. Not on too much health, though, as Warlock does have a CS advantage in that top side. So Sion definitely doing well. But Thaldrun on 2-1-1. A very frightening prospect. And we'll have the Trinity Force before we're used to. If you'd say that we're used to seeing Smite teleport Hecarim a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely, and they've moved into the top lane. A little bit of a premature rotation coming through because this will allow Bangkok Titans to take down the mid lane turret. They might even be able to continue to push, although now Dumbledore and Nadius have teamed up there. And they take down the top lane turret in response. So 3 turrets to 1 now in favor of Besiktas. They've got a 3,000 gold lead. Probably earlier than we expected in this game. We said Bangkok Titans really needed to be up to make this one work. And it's a lot of pressure now. Big items coming through. There is a Zhonya's Hourglass finished off. There's an Infinity Edge, the Trinity Force that we spoke of at 19 minutes in with boots too.
Everyone on this Besiktas lineup has hit a power spike of some kind. Even Dumbledore now has his Magi's.
At the perfect timing as well, Atlas. A minute 30 till Dragon. They're going to be able to ward up that area, make sure they have complete control of it, take another one, remove that win condition from Bangkok Titans, because you feel if they get the second one, 5 minutes after 26 minutes, 36 minutes after 26, like what, 52 minutes? There's no way this game is going 60 minutes long.
You just said so many numbers, and I have no idea what you just meant.
So, all right, if they get the next dragon, Bangkok Titans need 5 to get the 5 dragons.
Yep.
Respawns every 6 minutes.
Yep, 6 times 5.
So, well, yeah. So
30 minutes
30.
on top of that, so 50 minutes. Nailed it. All right, good. Makes sense to me now. Sorry, it was just a whole lot of numbers once in a row. Look, we've been at this for quite some time. My brain is turning to mush.
Yeah, I thought we had something. Didn't even think I had to say any words. Apparently, I was wrong.
Oh, what? Of course we have something, Spawn. Don't worry. I promise. Warlock and Thaldrun still battling one another here on the top side.
Still not going anywhere.
Thaldrun's just running around in circles. Just trying to cleave down these waves. All he's doing. Trying to get a Sheen proc in there every now and again. It's boring to watch. Let's just get out of that top lane. Nothing's going to happen. Besiktas are going to clear out some vision around this dragon, which is going to be up in another 10 seconds. 007X getting slowed down just a little bit, but Besiktas unable to really commit to it. They take down the Rift Scuttler, though. And we'll see whether they do manage to clear out the rest of the vision.
Right, so the important thing around this dragon fight, try and spot the blue ward that the Hecarim is going to go to, because he's in base. There is no doubt that Bangkok want to contest this one. They get a ward in there, they're not able to, it's going to fall down.
Yeah, and they just give up as well. They know that the Hecarim was elsewhere on this map and could have come through with that teleport. So, look, they just let it go.
Yeah, so they don't contest whatsoever. All of a sudden, there's another win condition coming through for Besiktas. They're really in control of this game as Dumbledore soloing out Lloyd.
Oh my goodness, the Theocles looks for the ultimate, doesn't find it there as it was almost invisible, difficult to see.
Did he throw out the ult? He did.
Yeah, missed Lloyd.
Flashed it. Lloyd
Not too
finger
bad.
on the trigger at all times. Able to get out of there.
Not
As
too
we
bad.
have Energy being zoned a little bit by G4 in this bottom lane. Still don't think there's much kill potential coming through from Zed.
Yeah, he does have the Last Whisper Brutalizer and the Bilgewater Cutlass, so has hit a relative spike in power.
Lulu probably needs some CDR now. Needs to get into either an Athenes or a Morellonomicon relatively soon.
And probably needs some mana regen as well. There's only so many Glitter Lances that you can throw out there. Theocles in this bottom side doesn't have the ultimate available as Thaldrun is going to just hand over the enemy red buff to Nadius.
Now they're collapsing on top lane. That is a hard target to be able to take out. Warlock probably not scared at this point. Although they have caught out Lloyd.
Yeah, Lloyd running through here. The boomerang comes down. Nadius able to pick up that kill very easily, and now they might be able to transition to this top inner turret. Besiktas just playing this game out really beautifully.
Yeah, and Lloyd is all of their wave clear in there. They can, I guess, use Warlock, although he just yelled at one of them. Get out of the brush.
I love Scion. He's just so funny. Speaking of funny, 007X having a bit of a giggle there.
So they're not able to push in here. Scion wave clear too strong at this point in the game, so they'll just abandon ship.
007X donating some mana over to Nadius as he throws that Ice Blast. Thaldrun with a Null Magic Mantle now.
So ultimate from
what?
both G4.
What? Why does Thaldrun have a Null Magic Mantle?
Why not?
Dumbledore is going to be falling down very low here as well. As 007X looking to try and chase this one down. The flash immediately over the top as the exhaust comes through onto the Nunu, but just blows the ultimate and takes down the support player. Warlock chasing down Thaldrun. They're not going to really find too much as the horse is able to run around. The reason I'm confused about the Null Magic Mantle is the fact that there is 0 magic damage to worry about, really. I guess if he's going to be 1v1ing Warlock, then yeah. But, I mean, that helps him for now, maybe. I just feel like he should be getting a Frozen Heart straight away.
Yeah, potentially, you know, Frozen Heart, very strong item, has a cooldown reduction, although Spirit Visage, also very good, and he's listened to you. He picked up 2.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
So just sitting on the Null Magic Mantle, already has the boots too, the Ninja Tabby to help him against those ADs, Atlas, so just felt that needed to itemize a little bit more towards the lane.
Yeah, I just feel like he just doesn't need a magic resist item at all.
No, Spirit Visage, way too good.
Do you just have to have that item
Yeah,
regardless?
that is like core.
I was aware of that, but I thought it may have something to do with needing to deal with magic damage.
Sometimes, but you know, he also gets this huge heal every 6 seconds late game that it synergizes really well with.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a very good point. Randuin's Omen completed by Warlock now. He has a lot of armor on his side as well. No magic resist to speak of, as Energy might be able to get some damage through, and Theocles does a whole lot of magic damage at the same time, but Warlock able to tank up these AD carries pretty easily, and Thaldrun being one of those, not going to be doing too much. As Nadius able to use that Scrying Orb, knows that he's going to be safe taking down this pink ward. That's going to be no worries at all.
Yeah, so a very big lull in the middle of this game. Still 3,000 gold, the lead for Besiktas. Not really much action has happened since last Dragon fight, where the only action that we had was an NPC falling down. So
yeah. But look, it was pretty exciting still. Relentless Pursuit from Lloyd, going to get him out of the way of that boomerang. And they continue to clear out these waves. G4 clears out the bottom side of the map.
Later the Wrong
Warlock
King
staying in the
finished
top.
up for G4, so he's in a better position than where he was. 204 CS is a very big split-pushing threat. Right now, can definitely deal with Thaldrun 1v1, so maybe they try and get him into the Hecarim lane with some real kill threat. As we have Dumbledore fighting Moss again. They've been caught out.
Yeah, Energy actually getting caught here by Moss as well, as 007X is going to get monsooned out of the ultimate. My God, Thaldrun just destroys Lloyd. Warlock now getting chunked down a little bit as well. Energy able to do some damage here to this Scion, who's running around looking for something to do. Theocles right in amongst this fight. 007X gets cut in half as Nadius with a whole lot of consistent damage able to get the work done. G4 has been zoned out of the fight, and Besiktas, they're just going to go for a Baron.
Yeah, they can do Baron. They've got a very tanky Theocles willing to do that one. And they've got so much damage at this point in the game. Not to mention the shields. They're right in there, going to be able to chunk this one down.
Yeah, Warlock now trying to be a menace here on the backside. Nadius able to spell shield the Decimating Smash. That is huge. The Scion's going to fall down. May just get polymorphed here as G4. He wants a shot at it. Theocles able to actually use that Arctic Assault to get over the top here. Thaldrun might he's going to die.
Yeah, so able to get the kill there, G4, but the Baron will still probably fall.
Oh my goodness, the bear falls down. Nadius locks up the Baron. That was one auto attack off killing him.
Yeah, it certainly was. So a little bit sloppy coming through for the Turkish lineup, but they're able to secure Baron and the 6,000 gold lead.
And the Bangkok Titans come around going, yeah, okay, they've backed off the Baron, let's take it. No, it fell down. But they might be able to get their first dragon. That is definitely a big deal.
Yeah, they certainly will be able to rotate in for that one. But one team fight, Baron for just the dragon coming through there, definitely in favor of Besiktas. And all of a sudden, that Hecarim that just deleted the Lucian has his frozen heart that you were talking about.
Yeah.
And it's huge. That's probably the biggest item he could have picked up at this point in the game. Means that he tanks up G4 a little bit more effectively as well. Able to use that movement speed to get around. G4, he was able to pick up the parting kill there, but did have to use the Ignite for it. And we'll see exactly what Besiktas want to do now because they have the Baron buff. They're able to push out these waves very easily. And you see, top lane seems to be the target.
Yeah, and that's a Hecarim going from 0 added cooldown reduction to 20%. That's a crazy boost. Nadius getting so much damage down onto this turret as these buffed up minions going to get tanked by
And the minion
Warlock.
wave is prepped in mid. They were letting it hold up on one of the creep waves. Another should be able to get there just in time. You see Tholdren holding it.
Yeah, holding it off to the side there as Nadius with the Baron buff. They only have a couple of members here with that one. Of course, Theocles and Tholdren were dead. The Bangkok Titans looking to fight for this one as 007X may be going a little bit too aggressive. Falls to about half health. Tholdren as well going to get decimatingly smashed as the Howling Gale comes across. Moss going to get Glitterlanced as well. As Tholdren just jumps on the turret. Look at the damage from the Trinity Force. Devastating charge. Man, Hecarim does some silly things at this stage of the game with these items.
So already they take down 2 turrets. They ping out bottom lane. There's a huge wave down there, so that will take a little bit longer to prep. But that looks to be the next objective coming through. Although now they just rotated back mid. Oh, wow. You need to be so careful, Nadius. You've got a G4 on your tail in the bottom wave. He's gone in.
Yeah, he's looking for it. There's on the hunt. Popped as the death mark does fall down here. Nice exhaust, and the bait may have come through. Nadius picks up G4. Thank goodness for Dumbledore.
Yeah, but really good use of the brush. Went back into the brush afterwards. Was unable to spell shield at this time. Very close. But made sure that he made the right decision to run towards his support player. Didn't panic at all. They're able to pick up another kill. This will be another turret secured.
Yeah, Baron's still active on these members of Besiktas, and they're going to take down the inner turret. 6 turrets to 2 now. 10,000 gold will be the lead. Energy did wild growth himself and is taking damage from Lloyd here as well.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, the 3-man Glacial Prison. Moss is getting torn apart. Nice exhaust on Nadius. Not going to be enough as Warlock. He's going to fall down. Lloyd getting auto attacks across. If that was a crit, he'd be dead, but it wasn't this time around. Lloyd paying for that incredible luck that he had before. 007X gets boomeranged here. Howling Gale to come across as well. We didn't really touch on the fact that this is Nadius with 3 items. That is massive coming through for this Sivir. And they're going to take down turret after turret. Besiktas just look incredibly strong. 11,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, there's one last hit on it. Nadius wanted to go for it. Too risky, so they do back away, but the damage has been done, Atlas. 11,000 gold, the lead. And I believe I said that if 30 minutes, Bangkok Titans were 7,000 gold up, I would call it an even game. So that's more like an 18,000 gold lead at this point because they just are so much better in a 5v5 situation.
Yeah, and so we could probably say that Besiktas are in the lead. Nailed it. And they're looking fantastic moving forward into this one. Theocles even decided he'd build a banner of command.
Yeah, so he's able to pick up that item.
A pretty standard Sejuani choice.
Well,
have to say.
You pointed out the lack of magic damage. Just wanted the team fighting stats to come through, and you don't really need the upgrade into the locket. So banner of command, very reasonable for pushing side waves.
Good choice. Yeah, I guess.
Hey, we've seen crazier things. We've seen mid banner of command silence.
Yeah, that's legit. Ridiculous.
Wow, Bristle is motoring up the mid lane.
Yeah, not too bad. I thought you were going to do away with saying Sejuani just because most of the champion is in fact Gristle.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, hasn't
Clarity of the viewership, Atlas.
Yeah, it's beautiful. But Gristle is off to the side there. You can see this turret just needs to be ran at and taken down. It is going to be Nadius that is going to finish that one off. The inhibitor now exposed as Besiktas looking for an engagement. Look at all the shields. That's insane. The boomerang coming over the top of the Bangkok Titans as well. They're looking to try and find their way in. Theocles takes a third of his life from G4, who's getting a decent amount of harass down. Thaldren just going to launch himself at him. That's some burst damage. Warlock doesn't find the decimating smashes. There's the depth charge, just gets spell shielded, and now the Bangkok Titans might need to be careful. Theocles whiffs the ult though.
Zoning Sejuani ultimate again.
The zoning ult, no problem there at all. Energy doing a decent amount of damage back onto Warlock here, but shield not going to be broken just yet, and he just wants to kill minions. Lloyd in the top side, but they've broken the base.
Yeah, another one team fight coming through for Besiktas. They're able to break in. They get the first inhibitor of the game, and all their champions still continuing to sail. You see another BF sword on Nadius, and I love what he's done. Not having a Vamp Scepter on his build, doesn't worry about it, picks up the Elixir of Wrath, uses that to get himself, wow.
Oh, dodging out of a bit of the damage here as the Death Mark comes through. Oh, the Fear dodged out of the way of by G4, but it doesn't matter. Theocles just going to pick up that kill somehow. How did Theocles get that?
Because of the Banner of Command.
Oh, nice! Not too bad at all. Actually, the ultimate going to get stopped here. Thaldren is just so tanky in this fight. Nadius able to do some work. Double Doge with a monsoon of destiny. Lloyd gets exhausted up here as well, but Moss picks up Thaldren. They might be able to get something done now, but Energy, he's come through the backside. Warlock, very, very low, does use the Zonyas as Theocles picks himself up another kill as he's finally made his way into this fight. My God, the kill's going down left, right, and center for Besiktas as they're now going to rotate into taking down these turrets. Energy, he wants to pick up some Nexus turrets off this one, and how did that ace even happen?
Yeah, so they're able to get the pick on G4 and then win the team fight afterwards. Game 2 going to go across to Besiktas as Theocles throws another ult to the left.
Yep, just demonstrating the majority of the ults that he's thrown out this game. But it hasn't mattered. Been playing fantastically. Besiktas make it 2-0 against who we thought were the clear favorites moving into this one. And man, the Turkish team really came to play today.
Yeah, exactly right. Able to get in. The reverse sweep needs to come through. And they did it with a pretty similar composition, a little bit different this time around. They had, I guess it's the focus that's similar. They have the focus of getting Nadius ahead, continue to focus on their bottom lane, build an early, a good lead in that lane, and then transition that into the team fights. Nadius looks like a fantastic team fighting AD carry, and he's coming up against Lloyd, who's had some flashy plays, but seems to can't go the distance in these team fights.
Yeah, he's just not really holding himself together. He looks like he is one of these sort of skirmishing AD carry players who really just want to fight each other in lane. They do look brilliant in lane, Moss and Lloyd.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
Yeah, the team fights just haven't been the same. And Besiktas have built these team fighting comps, and it's exactly what they need to be doing. They need to be focusing around these team fights and just weather the storm of the laning.
Yeah,
phase.
and the other thing is that Thaldren's doing his job much better than Warlock. He was... On the first game, he had the huge Maokai game, was unkillable. This game, he was just deleting Lloyd every time he was near a team fight. He was doing ridiculous amounts of damage on that Hecarim. So maybe it's more about the emphasis that they're putting on the top lane and making sure that that's a neutral lane. Just get both players to the equal part and then trusting that the Besiktas top laner is going to do more.
Well, it has been the way of it so far. And of course, Energy as well. He's looked great. G4's Zed was terrifying in the previous Zed performance that he had, but Energy dealt with it. I mean, Zed did get to some decent items, but by that stage, Hecarim was too big.
Yeah, Energy's kind of a utility mid laner, and I think that there's definitely no shame in the way that he plays because he does play a more supporting role.
Yeah.
He had some standout games. The one versus the Chiefs where he was on Ahri was absolutely massive, but yeah, this game, he was much more of a utility player. First game, he was on Orianna. Once again, a role player coming through, but the build-up Nadius composition definitely is working, so I think that they just stick with it.
Yeah, most definitely. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether Besiktas can make it through for a 3-0 or whether we're going to have the attempted reverse sweep for the Bangkok Titans. Guys, don't go anywhere.
troca, já recupera essa imagem, enquanto isso o Revolta bate o Gani, mais uma.
Assassinado o Opole, poderia ser... Não erra! Caído, 3!
As the Culling moves in on the kick, almost snipes him, but the body block will save him. Brady there gets ulted there as it moves in for Vladimir, but Salt.
Agora do Leandro Beckham, kill! I have a stop! Roland Pepper kill!
Один сразу из Реаль минуски, Карим тоже Грагаса забирает, Симфони какой ульт шикарный дал.
Aldı günden beri topluyorum. 3-3. 4'te 4 seviye gibi. Taç.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. I'm Max Alice Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberi. And we're into Game 3, and this has already gone very differently to how I was expecting, I have to admit, because I thought that the Bangkok Titans were looking a whole lot stronger in comparison to Besiktas, but Besiktas have come out huge so far.
Yeah, the team that finished in 4th, they got into the playoffs on a tiebreaker against the Oceanic lineup that they beat in their head-to-head, so definitely deserving of their place. But they've come out swinging today.
Oh, yeah.
Really taking it to what is a scrappy, fight-heavy Bangkok Titans lineup, and they've looked fantastic in both games.
They've looked brilliant in both games, but you have to say it's come down to a lot to do with the champ select phase, and Besiktas's lineups have just looked on paper to just be better.
Yeah, exactly right. Game 1 lineup out of Bangkok Titans, I just didn't actually know what it did. So that was a very confusing game.
In the end of the game, it didn't really do much. So
they weren't able to get it going through the mid-late game that they needed to, and Nadia's completely took over. So what did they do? They banned a couple of picks, and then they picked away the Lucian. But in the end, the Scion didn't really get going, wasn't as much of a threat as what the top lane Hecarim was. That's what they left up. And it's just... It looks like Besiktas are putting together better 5-man squads. The lanes tend to go currently in Bangkok Titans' favor, but the overall game and map subsequently are always in Besiktas' control. Even when they were losing objectives in Game 1, you knew that they were just waiting for their power spike of Tholdren to get too big for the team to do with it, for Lee Sin to completely drop off and take over. So I think that individually, Bangkok Titans look as good, if not better than Besiktas, but in this 5v5 strategical, understanding exactly what they need to do in the game, Besiktas look like they're the superior lineup.
Yeah, they definitely look fantastic. And one thing that I want to note is the fact that they haven't banned anything away from 007X. 007X was running rampant in a lot of their qualifying matches throughout the group stage, but he's been kept at bay, and you have to give a lot of credit to Theokolis. This guy was playing beautifully in both of those games, Sejuani and Nunu alike. And man, I mean, he missed a few ults in the last game. But
did he hit an ult?
No, there was one.
There was one?
No, he had a beautiful 3-man ult.
Okay.
Yeah, towards the end. Wasn't his last one, nor was his second last one. I think it might have been his third last ultimate.
Okay.
And he missed the rest.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that he had some beautiful ults. He seems to communicate incredibly effectively with his team is what he does. Because every single time 007X goes for those early invades, top and mid collapse, and they did it in that game as well. They burned a couple of summoner spells, but they chased the Nunu out. There was no way he could go back into the jungle because he was just incredibly low. Secured the rest of the jungle for Sejuani to be able to clear up. So they're willing to commit resources to getting Theokolis ahead. So it's not just Theokolis himself, he's playing well. He's had a couple of whiffed
Despite
ultimates.
the R button, he's still playing well.
Yes, just don't skill that in future. Just get some extra points in the queue. But
that's a little mean, Spawn.
But yeah, the communication seems to be on point from Besiktas, and that supports their map movements, their team fighting, how they understand their game, and more importantly, how they're prioritizing early, I guess, pressure onto the jungle.
Yeah, and their bottom lane, as you mentioned before, looking fantastic.
They're just a fantastic standalone 2v2 lane. They are Dumbledore and Nadius. Not only do they have fantastic names, by the way, credit to those guys, they are really performing as a 2v2 lane. They look world class.
Yeah, they look absolutely fantastic. And world class is exactly what they're going to need to be. They're chasing down a spot at MSI heading through here, and they're going to have to face either one of the top 2 Korean teams they're heading through.
Not
SKT
to mention the
just getting
LPL
away.
bottom lanes.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very frightening. It's going to be scary heading to MSI, but it's going to be a fantastic experience, and they're really looking like they're hungry to get there. But Besiktas have just, it's like sort of the group stage was a wake-up call for them, and they said, okay, now we've really, really got to knuckle down and get into this one, and they certainly have.
Yeah, but there's a lot of pressure on this lineup. They're the Turkish team. This tournament being held in Turkey, a lot of home court pressure on them, and it can go one of 2 ways. When you're playing badly, it actually weighs down on you. It's like you're carrying this extra weight into all the games. When you're playing well, and
it's
everyone's
pushing
behind
you forward, yeah.
It's that extra, the 6th man, the crowd is involved. So definitely, now that they're on the upswing, they're going to go from strength to strength. You feel that if they can clear this one out, and that's a big if, then they will roll into this grudge match against Brazil and look to take Ints on. But right now, ball is in Bangkok Titans court. They need to do something different. And if there is a team that I am confident can do something different and have some pocket picks available, it would be the Southeast Asian team.
Yeah, and I mean, they've been doing something different this entire tournament, you have to say. But maybe it's doing something a little bit normal that might get them through here.
No, don't want to hear it. I want Riven top lane or Jungle Shaco or something to come out here.
They'll go Riven top lane, Jungle Shaco, Jarvan mid again.
Yep.
And then Shen Alistair bottom lane, something sweet like that.
Shen Alistair. What's the synergy between those 2 champions?
They do lots of locking down people, and they can't do much for certain periods of time. It's called setting up the pulverize.
Okay.
That's what it is. You taunt them, and then they can't go anywhere, so you wander up to them, knock them in the sky, and then hit them back into your turret.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah.
We'll have to see whether that one does come through.
Maybe it will. Probably won't. I think it's like a bad blitz star, I think, is what it is. So you may as well pick Blitzcrank. Maybe we'll go with that one instead.
Thank you for that, though. I think that they will play something a little bit more standard, at least in the bottom lane coming through there.
You wouldn't have to try very hard to get more standard than that, I think.
Although we have seen Alulu Alistar today, so it's not much of a stretch.
Yeah, see? I told you, everyone. My goodness, that's a lot of knockups, though. But it didn't actually work out for them because, of course, they put the Vayne in the top lane.
They lost, yeah.
Yeah, they most certainly did. And that was with the Vayne getting first blood on the top side of the map as well. I mean, that was a lot of work going on in that one. So, look, still not a very good lane in the end.
Yeah, definitely is not.
A little bit unfortunate.
So, in this matchup,
okay, let's go back to that. Yep.
Yeah, for me, it's Warlock. Everything comes back to this guy. I think that if he can pick up Lulu, pick up something that he has a little bit more control over the game with, and get involved, that they're in a much better position. So far, his Lee Sin hasn't impressed me. His Sion hasn't impressed me. So needs to get on something that he can have an impact in immediately. Because honestly, Tholdren, game 1, he got huge. That was kind of a product of the champion that he picked. But game 2 just completely outplayed him. Even in lane, he got the first blood with a turret dive.
Yeah.
Was able to take it to him early, got himself a little bit of an advantage, and then used his teleport first. Remember, that was a huge play where Warlock teleported late. All of his team had already had to clear out, and he was late to the bottom lane team fight. So I think that Warlock really is the person for me. The rest of the map, they can continue to do what they do, but Warlock has to play better.
Yeah, Warlock got to step it up, and his best performance was on that Lulu, and not only would it be a great pick for him in the top lane because he's fantastic at it, he'd pick it away from Energy, who also looked very good on the champion.
Yeah, and it frees up the assassins in the mid lane. G4 can't play LeBlanc, Zed, Ari into Energy's Lulu because you just can't kill it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens, ladies and gentlemen, as we are into Champion Select. Civi going to be taken away here by the Bangkok Titans. First up, in fact, so different already for the Champion Select as Kalista was taken away by Besiktas. And they're taking a while on their second ban here of the Bangkok Titans. Gonna take away Gragas in the end from Theocles, and Tholdren now to make the decision for his team. We'll see what they decide to take away because this might be a change-up. See what does come through.
Yeah, so 2 AD carries being banned away. Kalista still from Lloyd. Don't want him on that one. It is Hecarim. So Besiktas obviously putting a lot of emphasis on that Hecarim. I don't blame them. Tholdren would know how strong that is because he performed on it very well last game.
And they don't want to give Warlock a chance to show that he can play that one too. Bangkok Titans are taking a long time to consider all of these bans coming through here. They really need to as well because, man, everything now on the line. Morgana taken away from Dumbledoge.
Leaves Thresh available, though.
Yeah, Thresh potentially available. Moss also looked fantastic on that champion. But LeBlanc is going to be the final one, so G4 not going to get that. Warlock now with the first pick. It is going to be Janna potentially. Picking that away from Dumbledoge is a fantastic idea. He can now just pick up the Thresh.
Lulu Maokai.
Yeah. Lulu Maokai?
Yep.
That's what it's going to be?
I don't see why it would not be that.
Well, it would be a very good pickup if they do decide to go for it. They're having a consider here at this stage. Tholdren, he did look brilliant on that Maokai.
Oh, you can go Nunu Maokai as well and pick it away from 007X.
Yeah. Another opportunity. I believe that's what they did in the first game. Ah, Lux. Of course.
Wow.
That is
Ari
interesting.
as well as Lucian. So completely different team comp coming out of here. A little bit more of a burst assassin in the mid lane. And Besiktas, they're changing it up. And I don't know whether I agree with this. Generally in best of fives, you run the same composition until Bangkok Titans prove that they can beat it. And so far, they haven't proven that they can pick a late game scaling team comp. So I don't understand why would you throw anything into the mid game.
Yeah, and picking your mid lane first round when there's so many things available is pretty weird.
Yeah, this has thrown me through a loop here, Atlas. Bangkok Titans, if they've done anything the entirety of this tournament, has shown they are the best mid-game team.
Yeah.
And straight away, 2 picks into the mid-game. Although now it looks like Bangkok Titans are picking the scaling composition. They've picked up a Tristana.
Yeah, and this is with Lloyd sort of having to go back to other choices here. The Graves was available, though, and I have no idea why he didn't decide to pick it up.
Yeah, so Graves was an option there. Definitely could have taken that into the lane against Lucian. Does relatively well. Trades extremely efficiently in the early game at the least, as we see. Now it is the Maokai being considered here.
Yeah, Nadius thinking about something else as well. We'll see what he does go with. It's probably not going to be Bard, although I would like to travel on a magical journey with the Besiktas. But look,
I actually think Bard's really strong at the moment. I think since the quality of life changes, he's completely fine.
Okay. Could you explain them for the viewers playing at home?
So he has this really cool mechanic whereby when you take a magical journey and people follow you through it, you get a double stun. Yeah, anyone that comes through. That's the first great thing. But the thing about Bard is that he does something that no other champion does. So honestly, if you haven't played against it and a team is extremely practiced on Bard, he can set up ganks from an extremely long way away with Magical Journey as well as his ultimate coming through, and he can reposition team fights extremely effectively. What that means in a control meta is that you can hit the reset buttons a lot of times. And you can, we've seen it in the LPL, PYL, ults people underneath turrets, all of a sudden 2 other members show up, they walk through the wards that have previously been put down, affect turret dives, as we have a Cassiopeia being picked up in the mid lane.
Yeah, G4 going to lock it in.
Yeah, so I just think the thing about Bard is it's a different champion to play against, and I think that his laning phase was greatly improved when they changed, gave him the quality of life changes.
Oh,
don't have to roam as much.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense. Of course, not going to be picked up in this game. Dumbledoge is going to take away his world-class Thresh, is fantastic on that champion. It's interesting, you know, the Morgana ban to come through, first pick priority onto the Janna. But it is going to be Lissandra locked away, and there is so much lockdown. Not a whole lot of tank apart from 007X, but there's heaps of CC coming through from the Bangkok Titans lineup. And Theocles, now with his jungle choice available, thinking about the Nunu.
Yeah, so thinking about the Nunu when they could have run... I don't agree with Nunu here. He needs to go something a little bit more mid-game aggressive. Rek'Sai makes sense.
Yep.
Being able to get in there, but Nunu would be strange. It would give Nadia some tools, but if they weren't going to run a scaling composition, then it just doesn't make sense to put Nunu in there.
Well, Rek'Sai is the consideration at the moment. She definitely has a lot of power.
I would just run Sejuani again.
That's a good point too. A lot of wombo, a lot of tanky frontline there as well, and it does help you out as far as the damage is concerned consistently late game.
Yeah, it looks like they're going a little bit more mid game. They want to set energy up in that mid lane, so Rek'Sai is a fantastic mid lane ganker. We'll be able to get in there and really affect the Cassiopeia
Oh,
lane.
and you can really camp out a Cassiopeia.
Yeah,
too.
exactly right. So looking to get in there, has a knock-up. That's why Rek'Sai is a really good ganker against Cassiopeia, who generally takes cleanse, has a knock-up. And cleanse does absolutely nothing against that. So you can flash knock-up, get a lot of work done before she even hits the ground, then she has to flash away, and then you just repetitively return to the mid lane and continue to camp. So Rek'Sai does make a lot of sense here in the composition that they've run, but for some late game insurance, you could have just run the Sejuani again and just looked for the ultimates.
Well, Theocles did struggle with that in the last game. So, look, maybe going for a little bit more of a consistent situation.
Yeah, maybe much harder to miss a tunnel than it is a Sejuani ultimate.
Yeah, although we have seen it happen, and it led to a triple kill. And, yeah, Mikau definitely looked strong in that situation.
Yeah, he certainly did. So we'll have to see how this game works out. A much better team comp coming through here from the Bangkok Titans, you feel. Looks like they're going to be in a position to really fight heavily in this mid game. And I don't know whether this is going to happen, so we'll wait until we load into the game. But I have a very funny feeling that we've had a position swap on the Bangkok Titans.
Really? What makes you think that?
The fact that Moss has Tristana.
Interesting. So Moss, of course, the sub-support. It's not a mistake, ladies and gentlemen. We have a confirmation. But sub-support may have not actually originally been a support player.
Yeah, so it looks like he was an AD carry. So we have Moss jumping on Tristana in this game. And we have Lloyd playing the support position.
Yeah, and Moss, of course.
That's a different kind of change-up, by the way. When we said you guys need to change something heading into the game, mid-series role position swaps wasn't exactly what I had in mind.
Yeah, that's a new one. But I like it. I like it. Of course, we are going to hop onto the rift, ladies and gentlemen.
Last time this happened was Epic Gamer, I believe.
Or was it something to do with Reginald moving into the top lane just so that he could control the ban phase?
Epic Gamer was the last team that used to seriously do this.
My goodness. That's a long time ago. You're giving up your age there, Spawn, a little bit.
Used to move around Dandin, Dyrus, and Westeros into different positions.
Oh, man.
For the mid-Heimerdinger.
Why would you move Dandin out of the jungle?
Because he played mid-Heimer really well.
That's why we don't see as much of Dandin anymore. Bangkok Titans, though, going for a 5-man invade heading through here. Besiktas do have a cute little ward here down in front of the red buff. They've pinged it out of Bangkok Titans, but they are going to be seen heading into this brush.
So all of them being pinged out. And 007X, much more serious this time around. There is definitely an Udyr on the rift this time.
There is. And he's a Spirit Guardian too.
Yeah.
They don't have many Spirit champions, which is a little bit frustrating. But
lane swap was scouted out, so it looks like it's going to be standard lanes once again, just on the top side of the map. Because they didn't get the really deep lane wards in there, which meant that Nardius and Dumbledore, they can just wander on through.
And they are going to, and they're not going to be spotted out here.
They're going to get a ward on the red as well. Very smart play coming through here. You can peek through the Krugs, get your ward over the wall, get it on the red buff, make sure it's not being stolen away.
Yeah, and they're not going to be seen getting that ward down either, as 007X going to be starting here.
Actually, they didn't ward at all. They just took the Krugs, so I was completely wrong.
Right. Oh, nice dodge of the Noxious Blast there by Energy, just playing a little bit more aggressively forward. G4 not going to find the return of that Orb of Deception. And Warlock continuing the double jungle. And you can see now the Wife Steal bottom lane from Besiktas heading towards this top side of the map. And we'll see how Moss goes in the AD carry position and how Lloyd transitions into playing support.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to check that one out as the invade comes through from 007X solo. There is no ward spotting him out, actually, so this is going to definitely go over onto Bangkok Titans, so he hits hard first. It looks like Rek'Sai might go for the same, though.
Yeah, Rek'Sai actually heading towards this red buff as well. And they're going to find it, so just a bit of vertical jungling, even though it's not actually a lane swap, which is interesting.
Yeah, exactly right. So a good read coming through from Theocles, able to pick up a red buff for himself over the other side of the map. He'll smite, get a lot of his health back. Energy needs to be careful. He's playing very far up, and Udyr is behind him. And if anyone does really good damage at level 3, it is Cassiopeia.
Oh, yeah. And it only gets worse from there, ladies and gentlemen, because Cassiopeia, pretty ridiculous, consistent damage. Just
007X, he's waiting for the minion wave to go, so he's got a clear path in. Here he comes.
Yep, Energy in trouble, does speed himself up with that Orb of Deception, but there's the flash into the bear stance. Flashes over the wall here as well by Energy as the flash comes in with a Noxious Blast, but I think that the health pot going to be enough here for Energy, and he survives through the gank.
That was an outright bad flash coming through from 007X, but they might have caught Theocles.
Yeah, there's the Glacial Path to come through. Theocles going to flash out beautifully, and Tholdren with the arcane smash of his life saves Theocles there as well.
So, top lane.
Oh my goodness, that Dark Passage was god tier, and Dumbledore picks up first blood. Man, that was amazing.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like there's going to be a different result at all. A fantastic 2v2 coming through there. And Nadia still able to get, no, he didn't get the early did, Dumbledore did, so he goes over to the support. But it's still a win for Besiktas.
Yeah, not bad at all. We'll see whether Dumbledore is going to be a little bit closer to that Sightstone moving forward, but is at least going to have a Ruby Crystal, so having a bit of extra tankiness early on your Thresh, probably a good thing.
All right, and now this is a lane to be able to talk about Maokai's base AD, because very low base health comes through from Warlock. So that means every single auto attack that Tholdren gets down in this lane really counts at this point. And you're able to lock her up for extremely long periods of time. You can see Tholdren pretty much able to zone at this point off the wave, has a huge minion wave and an advantage in CS already, just because his auto attacks do surprising amounts of damage to the Lissandra early game.
See whether he can actually capitalize on that. He saw Warlock was able to at least approach that minion wave and pick up a lot of these ones, but 007X is waiting.
Deer down here as well. That's a huge creep wave. If you die now, that's a big trouble for Tholdren, but he'll just walk out.
Yep, meanders casually. He is going to be fine. Energy actually misses the charm here. Orb of Deception finds both hits, but he is going to definitely lose that trade. Theocles coming round as Relentless Pursuit is going to be used by Nardius. Moss actually launching his way in here. Might have to use the flash, does Nardius, but Dark Passage, is it going to be enough? No, it's not, as the heal was popped by Nardius to save his life. 007X waiting around here for the counter gank, as Theocles is just going to burrow his way out. And man, this game, I mean, it is a 1.2k gold lead somehow in favor of Besiktas, but this mid lane especially looks so volatile.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Besiktas, they got the early first blood. They've got some extra gold on their top laner. It's where a lot of it is sitting right now.
Yeah.
15 CS advantage. But in the mid lane, G4 starting to zone. Theocles behind.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, the play out of the rocket jump into the death sentence as well. And Nardius picks himself up his first kill of the game. This bottom lane, we were talking about it being world-class, and they're proving it yet again this time around.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play halfway through the rocket jump.
Bunny foo-foo.
And
that's
Moss,
what I'm thinking
Theocles, he's back in the mid lane now. We said he can gank early. He's certainly doing that.
Yeah, G4, no summoner spells available as well. Does have the Petrifying Gaze. Might be able to find something here as the knockup does come through. Charm doesn't land. 007X coming through here, but doesn't get the stun. Theocles, though, he's going to fall down as G4 just has so much consistent damage.
Yeah, he certainly didn't. As soon as he wasn't willing to use the tunnel, you knew he was going to take all of it there. Couldn't dodge out of the way of the first bit of poison as Tholdren, he continues to zone in this lane.
Yeah, Warlock unable to really approach this one. He can probably just twisted advance through.
Base AD, just so high.
Oh, Frozen Tomb is available now, though. Tholdren has to be very careful. 007X really setting up shop down here in this bottom side.
Yeah, so whilst the campers come through for mid and top here, looks like it is.
Oh, Dumbledore. He's looking for something. Probably just try a death sentence into that brush there, Dumbledore. Not going to, though.
007X, even though his blue buff is respawned, is only level 4 on the map right now. Same with Theocles, so the heavy camping style that's coming through from both junglers is costing them some early experience in gold.
Yeah, and CS advantage here in the top side of the map. Lloyd so far behind. Oh, hold on. Moss, relatively even. Down by about 7. Here at this stage. And this is odd. Moss, do you think he's probably going for a Blade of the Ruined King early? We have seen that from some Tristana players.
Yeah, potentially going for the Blade of the Ruined King, but double Doran's Blade is really what's odd about the build, just giving up any early game advantage you can ever, late game advantage you can ever get by going into an early game build. As Soldier, now he's starting to struggle in the lane, but 16 CS up, you would think that he would take that very well at this point in the game. Can even go back, can teleport top if he wants to, or he can come back into the bottom lane, see exactly what he decides. But mid lane starting to go heavily into G4's favor.
Yeah, he's got a big CS advantage, about 11 there at this stage. He's moving up a little bit as Energy's trying to get a little bit of a catch on, as Theocles is going to close the distance. Flash is going to be used yet again as Petrifying Gaze comes through. Energy very, very low on health as Dumbledoge. He's round here as well. The Orb of Deception not going to find the way back, as my goodness, so much work to be done, but Warlock teleports in, picks himself up a kill. G4 gets Dumbledoge, 007 grabs Theocles, and Thaldrin now finds himself in a very, very haphazard situation. Is going to survive, and Nadius is going to have to head back top lane because there's nothing else he can do, and Bangkok Titans smash back with a huge exchange in mid.
Yeah, 3 kills for nothing in the mid lane coming up. Huge for Bangkok Titans. They completely equalize the early gold advantage that was coming out for Besiktas, and Moss starting to get the better of some more. No, he's not.
Yep. Piercing Light does come through, but man, the explosive shot
use
does
the ultimate very nicely there, and Lloyd, he's back in this lane, so all of a sudden Nadius needs to be careful.
I don't know whether they're necessarily going to be able to dive, but they will at least get some damage down there. Dumbledoge is going to head back towards this top lane. Does have the Moby Boots and the Sightstone completed.
Okay, so Warlock is still in the mid lane. Now we'll head back bottom, but the one thing that G4 has shown is that he's not a gank target. He just kills you if you come near his lane. So if you are Theocles, get back top, start camping out the Tristana player. He's already 0-2, get him further behind, and try and make something happen on that side of the map, because just going mid repetitively, especially with how 007X is camping the lower half of the map, is not going to lead to anything good for your team, but he's back mid.
Yep, he's hanging back around, knows that there's no vision there. Dumbledoge hanging around here as well. Maybe they're going to bring a 4th member a little bit earlier on. Of course, a lot of the reason why they had a bit of trouble was the fact that Warlock came through with a fantastic Frozen Tomb. G4 now, they might have found Lloyd here. The knock-up not to come through from Theocles as Dumbledoge predicts wrong where Lloyd was going to be heading. Death Sentence not going to find the target. Of course, Besiktas now have their ploy sort of given up this stage. Theocles trying to find a little bit, but G4 just whiffs the ult. Not sure what he was aiming to do there. That one's not going to come down. Dark Passage not going to be taken by Theocles. He wants to stay around this jungle side. And that blue buff, is that still up?
Yeah, so it's still available there, and it has now been taken down. Will be handed over to Energy, who really actually needed that.
Oh, yeah.
To be able to survive in this lane. Theocles will take the top half of the jungle as well, and now they're pushing in on a turret. See how much work they can get done here. You think that they're in a position to dive as well if it is only the Tristana that shows up.
Yeah, Theocles around here as well. Is going to find an unburrow here. Can see the fact that it's Moss. Well, can see the fact that it's someone with that tremor sense.
And they're going to be able to grab the dragon in response here, Bangkok Titans. Maybe look for a dive on Thaldrin as well, but the turret falls in the top lane.
Yeah, turret's going to go down. There's a whole lot of tunnels around this map as well.
This is a hard dive if they go for it. I don't actually think that they can burst him down quick enough.
Well, if they've done anything, they've shown that they're more than happy to engage onto a Maokai, as Moss is going to get Death Sentence. There's the flash into the play as well. Oh my goodness, that buster shot was amazing as Moss
2 more members coming through though.
Yeah, Energy able to use the Spirit Rush over the wall. Moss gets ignited. Not sure why, but Energy is still going to be able to pick up the kill.
Yeah, a little bit of an overzealous ignite there.
Yeah. Overzealous ignite.
Yeah, I don't think he needed to do that.
No, I don't think he needed to do that either, Spawn. Lloyd just going to pat Theocles on his way out. That was adorable. Not going to stop the back though at all.
And a strange build coming out from Warlock here. He's actually going for a Rod of Ages.
A Rod of Ages. My goodness. Should we take a moment?
A Rod of Ages Lissandra coming through, and not going to have the early cooldown reduction you would normally expect from these Lissandras.
Yeah, nice charm going to land on the G4 here in the mid lane as Energy Wants to be able to pick up that last bit of CS, but man, these
back into
twin
poison
fangs.
to do so.
Yep. Double Doge, on the other hand, looking for a death sentence. 007X is still hanging around this mid lane, though, and Lloyd head in here as well. Theocles going to tunnel his way through. They know the Bangkok Titans are focusing around this area. Of course, there's no dragon. They're just trying to get some vision down. And Theocles, he has the ability to be anywhere as soon as that Void Rush comes back up because his tunnel network is huge.
Yeah, it certainly is. Very extensive coming through there. I'm surprised they've kept the lane swap going for this long. Generally, when you take down the first turret this early in the game, you want to get Lucian back into the bottom lane to try and pressure that side of the map. But Besiktas, once again, trusting in their late game scaling, sticking with it. Just this time, I don't know if they have the better scaling because Cassiopeia and Tristana, if you ever have two scaling champions, they're probably the two that you want.
Yeah, the thing is they've got massive scaling. They just don't necessarily have the super tank that Maokai can be capable of. But I'm exactly the same as you. I don't know whether that necessarily means that they don't scale quite as well because, I mean, we're sort of used to thinking that, you know, this is the massive tanky meta. You got to have a tank, but may not be the case.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they're trying to get away from that anyway. And we have even a warrior enchant coming through for Rek'Sai, even though falling behind slightly as G4 still able to pick up all the CS in this mid lane.
Yep, this Twin Fang doing a whole lot of work.
Has a needlessly large rod now before boots. Generally, you see boots picked up relatively quickly for Cassiopeia's.
Nice charm. That's half the health of G4 gone, but can answer back pretty quick. Thaldrin actually going to get caught by the Ring of Frost there, as Tristana has headed back down towards this bottom lane. Death Sentence not going to land, neither is the charm. G4 just wanders back and forward. This is probably why he doesn't need the boots, because no one seems to be hitting him with any abilities anyway.
Yeah, so 3 members on Thaldrin.
Yeah, there's the Buster Shot back here onto Thaldrin as well. He gets Frozen Tomb. The Ventral Maelstrom doing some work there, but he's just getting locked down for days. Do they have anything left? They do. The last Q is going to be enough to do it as Theocles coming through with the Void Rush. 007X is getting the focus as Nardius comes over the top with a decent culling. They're looking for something here, but Besiktas, they can't really fight this one. Glacial Path to head over the top, and look at that Ring of Frost. Warlock, though, he's going to fall down. The Orbit Deception not going to find the mark as 007X finds Theocles. He is going to escape as the Prey Seeker comes down, and Energy flashes out of the way as well, and now, oh, Nardius, you are in so much trouble. Moss taking a lot of damage here, but it is going to be the Cassiopeia picking up the kill. G4 now relatively low. Energy trying to fight back. The double kill, though, for the Snake Lady. And Energy does pick up one in response. Thaldrin tried to teleport in, but didn't really find anything. Is the Twisted Advance going to be there? Sapling goes over the top, and he misses the outing of the Snake.
Yeah, so not able to get anything on the way out there, Thaldrin, even though he used the teleport. Had the Righteous Glory available, just didn't use it. You see Moss able to pick up a big CS wave, and already that is a Seraph finished up for Cassiopeia.
Terrifying.
Really,
really
very
scary.
terrifying. Yeah, terrifying.
I was trying to sound concerned. That was what I was going for. Thaldrin and Dumbledore here in the mid lane, though, are going to try and take down this outer turret. Lloyd with a nice Eye of the Storm shield. Going to be able to help out. Dumbledore just throws the Dark Passage over to Thaldrin, and he is going to be safe. Probably wasn't in danger anyway, but it's nice to know that
someone
friends
cares.
is there. Exactly. Sometimes it's more about the message sent rather than the actual outcome of the event. As Theocles is going to be able to take down the Rift Scuttler, and now with more friends, Besiktas looking to take this one down. G4 now knows that that charm not available, can probably offer a little bit more as 007X going to head through with the Bear Stance. And Nardius and Moss find themselves in the bottom side of the map, alone at last.
Yeah, so everyone moving away from this mid lane after that, and we see a little bit more of a lull coming through. Big minion waves being picked up in the top lane currently. The Warlock, he's had a better early game coming through, has that roller built up as well as some boots too for himself. Dragon is up in 6 seconds. I think that would be the next area that would fight over teleport advantage to Bangkok Titans. However, we also have a Rek'Sai on the map with a fairly extensive tunnel network that can sit top and use that Void Rush to get in.
You can see Thaldrin already here around the Dragon. It has respawned. 007X setting up shop as well. Bangkok Titans with vision.
Cassiopeia going to face check a Maokai, maybe? No, it doesn't. But he goes in now.
Yep, Orbit Deception not going to find it here as Energy. He's looking for the charm. G4 uses the Seraph Shield. Doge is going to be able to do a lot of work here. Energy picks up the shutdown now as the Frozen Tomb comes through. Warlock trying to do some work. The AoE is massive as the Orbit Deception comes back around. 007X is going to be able to try and do some work. Thaldron not able to peel for his mid laner. The double kill for the Udyr now as Nadius finding his way into the fight. Lloyd takes so much damage. Piercing Light gonna net him another kill as 007X takes a love tap there from the Light Slinger. This outer turret now very, very low, but it looks like Besiktas looking for the Dragon.
Yeah, 2 for 2 coming through there, but they send Warlock back as well. A little bit of a late void rush, honestly, coming through from Theocles, but they get the result they're looking for in the end. But this game, Atlas, is ridiculously close. 20 minutes in, pretty much. And everything is equal. Gold is equal. Kills very, very close. Now Dragons all tied up. It's going to be an intense mid-game coming through till about the 30-minute mark as these guys jockey for positions. You feel Besiktas. They need to take down turrets now. Otherwise, Bangkok Titans might be able to actually scale this one through.
And the thing that I'm frightened about if you're rooting for the home team is the fact that all of their gold going to be on Nadius, and G4 has a whole bunch of what the Bangkok Titans have, and G4 can do so much AoE damage that I feel like that gold is sort of going to be able to be put to a little bit more use.
Yeah, I actually disagree.
Okay.
The reason being is because he's going for a death cap.
And that's bad?
So Thaldron is literally going to Twisted Advance on him, and he has no choice but to hit Thaldron. I just feel if he had have gone for a Haunting Guise, if he had Haunting Guise Rylai's, something along those lines as his next 2 items, would be 100% with you, would be able to shred through this Maokai. But right now, it's up to Tristana to be able to do that. No one else can really do it. Otherwise, Thaldron's not going to die, and they're going to be in game 1 position all over again.
Yeah. And Moss also has the weirdest assortment of items that I've seen. It's sort of confusing. He doesn't really know what he's building towards. Maybe he had 1550 Itis there as he went back to base most recently and just needed to pick up that BF sword because he could. 007X looking for an interesting gank path here as Energy not going to be found too much. And G4 is fantastic at dodging out of the way of these Orbit Deceptions.
Yeah, with only Boots 1 coming through still.
Yeah. Nadius and Double Doge looking to try and press down on this wave as Energy is going to be able to find the Orbit Deception over here. Thaldron with a nice Twisted Advance on top of 007X, but still wants to be able to take down this pink ward. Thaldron again playing Guardsman.
Once again, they're using Theocles as a split-pushing threat. He has picked up a locket for himself, so he's getting incredibly tanky, but I feel that they need to get some gold as there's a fight in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Nadia's looking for something. Warlock coming through, though, as Dumbledore does have those very, very fast boots to get him out of there. Moby boots. Wow. I forgot that as G4 did use the ultimate there. Didn't actually find anything. There's a lot of back pings coming down, though, as Besiktas do need to be careful. Lloyd comes through. That's a nice knock-up onto Thaldron, but it's not the target they want to engage onto. Warlock looking for a Frozen Tomb, but doesn't quite get one.
And they're in a very similar situation here, Bangkok Titans, as they were in Game 1. A lot of their gold is sitting right now on 007X. He's 5-1-2. But unless there is something that can get him into the team fight, he's not going to be very effective. And right now, they don't have anything to really speed him up. And he's not even going... When this happens, generally you see Udyrs go Righteous Glory second item. If they don't have someone else to get them into the fight, someone like a Lulu, someone like an Orianna. He doesn't right now. And he's still going for the Locket of the Iron Solari. So I just don't know how he's going to be able to catapult himself in there and be able to take it out as he's caught out.
Yeah, 007X gets Death Sentence there as well. It's a decent Monsoon. Lloyd actually healing up his jungler as Energy's going to get tombed. He's caught out and he's going to die as well. G4 picks someone up with, I believe, some poison. And they're unable to kill the Udyr. It is going to be a turret falling down the bottom side of the map. Theocles, now with the ultimate available, can try and help out his members on the top side of the map. But you have to say, kill for a turret, you'd probably be happy if you were Besiktas.
Yeah, you certainly would be, because Moss is forced off the next one as well. Wow!
That static Shiv proc doing so much work for Nadius. And he's going aggressive. There's the Piercing Light. The heal going to be used from Moss to get him to safety as 007X looking to try and chase this one down. Chilling Smite from Theocles, able to tunnel his way out of this one. But G4, he's coming through. The flash out of the way of the Petrifying Gaze. Theocles out as well as Warlock. He's looking for a Glacial Path, but They've made it to safety.
Yeah, so they're able to get away there. Pretty good play in the end coming through from Besiktas. Nardius had to use everything to escape in the end, but he was also able to get the heal out of Moss in the bottom lane, who's starting to get bullied. 50 CS is the advantage right now for Nardius. And yeah, they have the keys to win this time, Bangkok Titans. You feel like they're starting to get the right members fed, as it looks like an Abyssal will come through next for the Cassiopeia after the death cap. But Nardius continually getting ahead in these games, and now with the static shift finished up, going towards a Bloodthirster, he's going to be pumping out just as much damage.
Yep, Dumbledore actually going for the high jump. Death sentence there, doesn't find Lloyd with it though, and does protect the pink ward. The lob.
The lob.
Call that one. Call that the lob.
Who's we?
Me and my friends. Me and my friends call it the lob.
All right.
Yep. Thaldrin, in the meantime, just going to clear out this top wave. Arcane Smash going to help him out doing that one, and he's just going to stand around for a little bit as well.
Took a picture?
Yeah, I believe so. Selfie time for Theocles. There's Moss just going to auto-attack down these waves. Does have an Infinity Edge now completed. He's sold a dagger.
That is a weird build coming through.
I'm so confused
from us
by this guy. That is very weird.
Do you think it's his first time playing Tristana like it was his first time playing Gragas?
No. It wasn't his first time playing Gragas.
Oh, it wasn't?
It was the first time his team had played with Gragas.
Okay.
In the support role.
That makes more sense.
Yeah. Because he played it really, really well. If that
He
was
did.
his first time playing Gragas, I would have been
Mind
very
blown.
confused.
Yeah. Speechless again, you'd be on another solo cast.
Indeed. But Besiktas going for their second dragon here.
Will be secured
007X
quite
more
easy.
than far away, yeah. No worries at all. They are 2,000 gold in the lead as
And they're
Orbit
starting to eke out this small advantage that we've seen them grab in the last couple of games as Dumbledore goes in.
Yeah, that's going to be the death sentence to come through. Box comes down. Beautiful petrifying gazes. These shields are massive. Nardius, he's going to get caught up and destroyed. That's a whole lot of the damage down as Dumbledore's going to be able to get out of here.
Theocles caught
right through the back for some odd reason. He gets jumped on. Moss picks up his first kill. And Besiktas.
Baron?
Yep. I'm not sure what that was about.
They could have gone Baron there, Atlas. They've got a Cassiopeia and an Udyr. That would fall so ridiculously fast. Instead, they're just going to go for the mid turret. They will get it done. Might now try and go for it, but you'd think with 20 seconds, probably able to contest.
Especially with the Void Rush available, there's some tunnels around as well.
They're going for it.
Yep, they're going for it anyway. There's a whole lot of consistent damage available for the Bangkok Titans. We do have Besiktas standing alongside
There's no tunnel
Thaldrin.
nearby.
Yeah, Thaldrin's looking for something as the Bangkok Titans, they've got this one so low, they secure the Baron. Thaldrin has to get out now as well, and Bangkok Titans leave. They've locked this one down.
Yeah, so they're able to get it good, slow coming through, although Dumbledore dies.
Yeah, most definitely dead there as Orbit Deception going to get some work done. Spirit Rush in order to get them away, and Nardius cannot get caught like that. Another charm going to miss as Nardius is just playing so aggressively. There he is over the edge as well as nice vision control available here for Besiktas. So just to make sure that Nardius was able to duck into the brush. No glacial path to be followed.
So a one team fight for Bangkok Titans, and all of a sudden they make a 3,000 gold turnaround in this game.
Yeah.
More. They're able to pick up the mid turret as well as the Baron. 3 kills as well for their effort.
That was massive.
That was the play that they were looking for, and it's actually the Merc Treads coming through here, so not an Abyssal Scepter. Just trying to keep himself as healthy as safe as possible, G4, and wants to get out of all the CC. You saw him nail energy with the last.
Yeah, right in his face.
Yeah.
But then Nardius was just caught out, sort of on his own, hanging around in that mid lane way too far ahead, and that's what he hasn't been doing throughout this whole series. He's really been great with his positioning, and he can't afford, especially in this game, to make these mistakes.
Yeah, well, when you've been playing with a Janna, Orianna, Lulu's in there as well, you tend to overestimate exactly how squishy you are as an AD carry, and it just looked like he was caught in the wrong place. There was nothing his team could do to get him out of there, and now a Baroned up lineup is going to mean that they can push in, maybe take out these last two outer turrets and build themselves close to a 5,000 gold advantage.
That's going to be huge, of course. Is going to head up towards that 2,000 gold mark as Warlock takes down the bottom outer turret. Baron buff, as you mentioned, still there. Theocles split pushing here on the side, just going to be answering Warlock's push forward. But looks like the Bangkok Titans looking to take the outer turret in the top side of the map, just getting the easy objectives while they can.
Yeah, exactly right. With the Baron buff up, there's no reason to not just rotate around and pick up all the outers, make sure that that's what you have. Go back, get your shop in, and pick up the next major round of items. Is they going for a red buff? No, they're just ships in the night, Atlas.
Yeah, they were looking for some form of catch, I believe, with Lloyd. Going to get slowed down just a little bit, but the outer turret is going to fall.
Now maybe a team fight coming through.
Yeah, they've got 4 members here. Warlock is waiting offside with Home Guard teleport if they need him.
Void Rush coming through for Theocles, so they're all grouped up here.
Yeah, Tremor Sense is going to know exactly what's going on in the jungle here as well, which is definitely useful. That's one fantastic aspect of Rek'Sai. But inner turret not going to be under siege as the Bangkok Titans just going to rotate around.
So they pick up the 3,000 gold lead they need. I think that they go back shop now, spend all the gold that they've just picked up, get everything possible and fight the next dragon fight, because they're now in a position to be able to take the easy objectives on the map. You don't have to push in. You're continuing to scale up, and this is all they need to do is continue to stall the game out, make sure that they're the ones farming. As you can see, a lot of the farm has been going across onto Theocles instead of Nadia's energy. Wow.
Yeah, G4 just picks up the blue buff there as well. Dumbledore unable to find the flay onto 007X.
They also got the blue buff there, so
yeah.
Bangkok Titans taking everything away right now, and looks like Besiktas a little bit speechless. They don't have any answers so far.
Well, G4 is also 6-1-5 on this Cassiopeia. He's so
Got a
frightening.
Void Staff as well as Thordran. He's caught out a little bit.
Maybe. Does get smited down there just a little bit. Dark Passage is available for anyone who wants to use it, but man, Nadius does some relevant damage right now.
Certainly does, but Theocles, he was way out of line. They're going in, maybe?
They're looking for something. Righteous Glory was popped. Death Sentence onto G4. He's charmed up as well, but they don't go in. Theocles was waiting a little bit too far away. And
that was Theocles' no call, I think, and I think it was actually the wrong call. I think they caught out G4 enough to go in for that one.
Well, they layered the CC up effectively, and might have been enough of an opportunity if Nadius was in there doing some damage, but not going to risk it. The Bangkok Titans are just going to head back around, thinking about the inner turret in the mid lane now.
Yeah, so big shops coming through for everyone. Bloodthirster finished up by Nadius. We have to mention that. He's 4 items. Hasn't got his last Whisper, but not really much armor coming through unless you count the jungler there, 007X, of course. 3 items have been finished up by Energy. He's nearly on par right now until you feel the Cassiopeia goes back in shop, but they will be able to sneak a dragon against the Tide, and that's a pretty huge objective, the 3rd one of the game.
Yeah, well, Baron's also worn off now as well, so extra movement speed from that 3rd dragon. They are going to be able to threaten the 4th very soon. Of course, about 38 minutes, 20 seconds beforehand is going to be the 4th dragon going down, so that means about 44 minutes for a potential 5th if Besiktas continue to have dragon control.
Yeah, and you feel that's what they need, because they aren't in a position where they're going to outscale, as 007X nearly catches out Nadius in this lane. And the other thing is that they don't have fantastic wave clear outside of the culling.
And they've used that. Orbit Deception to come through as well. Energy does offer a little bit, but isn't going for that Luden's Echo, which would help with a little bit more of that wave clear.
Yeah, so not going to be available. Also helps blowing up the squishy members. You feel G4 nearly in one-shot range if that Luden's Echo does come through eventually. Not going to be here for a while yet, though, as 007X. He's been caught.
Yeah, Descent's going to land here as well. Nadius with a decent amount of damage. Charm, again, not going to land. Teleport to come down from Thaldron. He wants to come in and get something done. Christmas Tree now available. Oh, Warlock gets caught out there. They might be able to burst him down, but G4 goes for the ult. Energy doesn't get caught by it, though. G4, he's the focus. Energy try to come through. There's the shutdown onto the Cassiopeia. Can the Turkish lineup do anything with it? Nadius, he's still on pretty high health, looking to try and kill the front line as 007X going down very, very low. Warlock still at about full health, just running for the hills. Theocles Gets slowed down there, but man.
15 seconds on Baron Atlas. They might be able to turn this one around and pick it up, but they're not going for it.
They're not. They're looking for a turret here in the mid lane. I wonder whether they just haven't really looked at the timer. As either Storm comes through Besiktas, they're going to have a hard time taking this one down.
They're going for it.
Yep, going for the Baron now.
But they're about 10 seconds too late. It's going to take them a while to get there. There's a huge minion wave in the bottom lane, which is to their favor. Maybe they can burst it down.
Yeah, Nadius has a lot of damage. Tholdren can tank it for a very long time as Theocles and Dumbledore looking to try and keep this one up, and they're looking to try and pick out someone, anyone, grab something for themselves. Besiktas, they play back Warlock. He doesn't have the ultimate available as he gets knocked up and destroyed. Tholdren takes that one down. Dumbledore, he's looking for more here as Nadius is able to clear out this wave.
Once again, they're pinging out the bottom wave. They see the AD carry out there. They've got Ari back up, the pick champion. This is so far in Besiktas' control. They can just continue to make Bangkok Titans come to them.
Yeah, they are going to move around here. G4 is around now, so that Petrifying Gaze is going to be still there. Doesn't have the flash. Dumbledore's getting taken down very, very low. He's forced to use that flash. 007X does want to make this one. Oh my goodness, G4 is going to get torn apart. Theocles picks up a kill. Dumbledore does finally fall down his energy. So much burst damage to come down. Nadius gets out of the fight, just dashes over the wall again, and they're going to be able to take down the Baron, and man, Besiktas, the home team, with a huge fight.
And a huge series of about 4 minutes there. They were able to take the first fight. Tholdren came up absolutely massive, getting that one started, along with Dumbledore, who, my God, is a Thresh player if there ever was one. And then they just continued to do it. They had vision over the Baron area, control of the bottom wave, and it means that they grab, I think, 5 kills in total, maybe 6, a turret, a Baron, and they secure a gold lead as well. That was absolutely huge.
Yeah, this game has just been swinging backwards and forwards this whole time. It's so incredibly close, and we'll see who's going to be able to take it in the end, because I actually have no idea who's going to take this game, because it all hinges on who manages to land exactly what they need. G4, if he gets everything done right, they win, flat out.
But he's just left himself no margin for error. His build is so aggressive, and you've seen, as soon as they get Tholdren on top of him, he has to ultimate, and from there, if he doesn't lock down both Nadius as well as Energy, one of them just kill him because he has no health.
No. He does have a heck of a lot of shield to come through from that Seraph's Embrace, but we've noted
but
it's
even
just
then,
not
it's
enough.
not effective health pool because he hasn't got any armor. He hasn't got any MR. It's just an outright greedy build on a champion that already gets so much AP already from her passive.
Yeah. You get a free death cap.
You get a free death cap. Why do you need another one? That's just greedy.
Exponential AP spawn. It's pretty attractive. You fall into the trap. You know, it's a rookie mistake.
Not going to call G for a rookie.
No.
Not going to go that far.
No, I was going for the cliched rookie mistake line. It's completely incorrect. Besiktas, though, now going for a bit of a siege charm. Very close onto 007X.
Yeah, I
probably
don't
not
think
the
this
target
is going to be very
for.
successful. They've got wave clear for days coming through with Warlock. Need to get all the lanes pushing in the right direction, but also need to not get flanked here. 007X behind them.
Yeah, they're looking for something as Nadius able to actually pressure 007X out. Yeah. Theocles as well, just sweeping out this jungle. And now Besiktas with a massive advantage. 27 seconds on the Dragon. That'll be the 4th for Besiktas. And now having a discussion about the Dragon does look a whole lot better here for the Turkish lineup.
Yeah, it certainly does. They're in a position to really pressure the 5th Dragon if this game goes any longer. And you think with the composition they've put together, they probably are going to need it. I also really want to hit on Theocles' build because he's made himself a legitimate threat. He's gone with the Warrior, but more importantly, he's picked up the more of Malmortius, which just means that it's really cost efficient because even without the passive that comes through, the more health you lose, the more damage you do, the Tryndamere special.
Yep.
He's able to put the shield as well as the AD to fantastic effect, and it makes him a legitimate threat when he dives in there. He's got the Merc Treads, the Locket, and the more. He's a really good AP tank, not to mention some good effective health coming through from the makings of the Randuins. And it's from all the split push farm he's been able to pick up. He's 40 CS above Udyr, who's known to be a farming machine.
Yeah, And the Udyr probably still has a little bit more money, maybe, because he's 7-2-5, has a whole lot of the team's gold, but that's working against the Bangkok Titans.
Yes, because he hasn't gone to any carry stats as Soldier, and he goes in again. He's a massive Christmas tree, by the way. You would not be able to get him through a front door in a hurry.
Oh, heck no.
You're like turning him sideways.
You're going to need a big old crane to get him into your house. And even then, you probably just wouldn't want him in your lounge room. Oh, there's the death sentence, though, as 007X is super tanky.
Yeah, it takes no damage.
Yeah, no damage at all. Maybe choose a different target. That was like one of the signs that comes up saying, wrong one, try again.
But they don't have to. All they have to do is continue the pressure and make sure that Bangkok Titans never leave their base for the next 5 minutes. So just, wow.
Yeah, Warlock actually getting aggressed on here by Theocles, who's tanking up the turret. Moves out of the way nicely there just to make sure that that Frozen Tomb isn't enough to take him down. Burrow under the ground, Theocles. You get some health back. Yeah, there we are.
But he won the trade. That's a jungler versus a top laner.
Yeah, well, you were mentioning the fact that he had a very efficient build, really demonstrating it for us just there as Nadius uses that Bloodthirster shield to tank up the turret. Theocles happy to dive now on this Lysandra, who has no ultimate available anymore.
So the game plan is continue to split push. You chunk down waves. You even get some damage on the turret. None of that really matters because you are stopping them from leaving their base. Then you get a recall in, and all of a sudden you spend all of your gold. You have the 5th Dragon, the Baron, all coming up. They have to face check all of your pick potential. You've got a knock-up. You've got Maokai, Thresh, Ari. These are all champions that you cannot walk into. But that's the only choice Bangkok Titans have.
Well, 4,000 gold is the lead. I mean, it's nothing too massive for the Bangkok Titans to deal with, and they have now managed to make their way outside of the base. One thing I want to hit on is the fact that Moss went Blade of the Ruined King Infinity Edge, which I absolutely hate. I just think that build just doesn't really synergize. The Infinity Edge, you're stuck on 25% crit, and it doesn't really work. But he's also an incredibly massive amount of items behind. He has 3 in comparison to the 6.
Yeah, and a very expensive 6 coming through there with a Mercurial Scimitar.
Oh, yeah.
It's a
so many
luxury
pretty colors
pickup
as well. Look at this.
But Infinity Edge points the wrong way, which I absolutely
irks me as
hate.
well. Irks me as well, man. Don't worry. I feel you.
Why does it point that way?
I don't know. They could just mirror it. It's not hard.
But I agree with you. Blade of the Ruined King into an Infinity Edge isn't a great build. Not to mention the fact that Tristana can quite easily get away with going Static Shiv first item instead of Blade, so it's not like you're forced into that. So we'll have to see exactly how it works out. Once again, no wards have been put down around this Baron area. It is up in 30 seconds, and you do not want to have to face check an Ahri that is...
And look at what they can do as well.
40 minutes Ahri.
They can 1-3-1, where they've got double split push and then the pick squad waiting around this Baron. Because Theocles and Thaldron, they can be at that Baron pit in an instant.
Yeah, exactly right. Theocles been a little bit late on his ultimate, you do have to say. There is a tunnel behind Baron pit, so we'd have to use that one. But it is up in 8 seconds, and they're going to have to come in here.
Yeah, the charm going to land on Lloyd. There's a death sentence as well, and the Janna explodes.
And even got G4's ultimate out. They can just start this up now. And once again, Besiktas just understanding exactly how their comp works. They deny vision around a key objective.
Whoa.
Why did he go up there?
Oh, just for funsies. Doesn't even need to be there, as it is going to be Ahri locking down that one. Energy picking up the Baron for his team. 16-14 in kills. So the Bangkok Titans still with a kill advantage. Now 8,000 gold behind because Besiktas have just been playing this map a whole lot better. And despite the fact that you've been right from the start, Bangkok Titans look better individually and mechanically. But Besiktas have just played strategically far better than the Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, I also think that G4 missed a huge trick this game as the base is broken and they grab the first inhibitor. They also get mid lane turret as well. Besiktas taking everything. They can just back away now. 1 minute until a 5th Dragon. Take that, push in bottom lane. And wow, the Turkish team look like they are going to sweep the #1 seed.
Really beautiful play as well. And it's like they've eaten the textbook because that was just perfect execution of their team comp for the last, I believe, what, 12 minutes of the game?
They really turned it on the last 12 minutes. They looked like they were starting to fall behind, and Bangkok Titans had the momentum, but for the last 12 minutes, they've had a complete monopoly over vision and the entirety of the map.
Yeah, monopoly over the vision and made calculated decisions across the map that Bangkok Titans were forced into bad ones.
Yeah.
They had to make a bad decision, and that is perfect League of Legends.
Yeah, exactly right. And 6 items now done for the Rek'Sai. Theocles stepping up in this matchup. And once again, they're denying vision. And they have to face check. They know it's a 5th dragon.
Yeah, Descent's not going to find it from Dumbledore, but he's running pretty quick with these mobility boots and now having a bit of a giggle over in that one. Energy going to take down this Rift Scuttler. Might have to... Oh, actually, Tholdrum with the engage there. Descent's not going to land as G4 is getting exploded in this one. Saracen Brace is there. They're able to cut through this Maokai. There's the Monsoon, and it's actually a 4v5 now at this stage. Warlock gets exploded. Look at the AoE potential from this Besiktas lineup. Nadius now trying to chase them down. Whoa, that flash after the reckless pursuit, and man, oh, Theocles going for the base.
Baron's up all the super creeps in there, Atlas. He's going to at least get 1 turret.
Well, potentially, but he gets a 5th dragon as well. Secures that one for his team by drawing everyone away. Moss, 007X, both extraordinarily low. They may actually lose this Nexus turret.
Yeah, they still might lose it, actually, even after they success. 1 more shot.
Oh, no, the super creep unable to do it, and the Bangkok Titans hold on to their Nexus turret.
But 5th dragon has been achieved now, Atlas. It's a 7,000 pretty healthy gold lead coming in here. Looks like Luden's Echo will be the last pickup. Maybe Azonia's Hourglass coming through from Energy. But that's exactly right. Whoever's pinging the bottom lane, get there.
Oh, G4, he's getting pinged out here as well by Besiktas. They are going to be able to take down the blue buff.
This is risky still.
They are.
Teleport's coming through. Now it's fine.
Dumbledore's actually chasing after G4. Flays him back in as well. A lot of consistent damage still available for this Cassiopeia as... Yep, Zhonya's Hourglass definitely not going to save you there as... doesn't change your position on the map.
They're going in though.
Yeah, Tholdrum looking for something here. Frozen Tomb actually onto Energy, who flashes out of the way now as 007X very, very low. So much damage available from Besiktas here as 007X trying to tank it up, but he can't. Nadius is unstoppable, and Tholdrum, what a beast, right in amongst everything. The Q not going to find its mark onto Warlock as Tholdrum's just able to set everything up for his team. Nadius almost suicides. But thank goodness for the Bloodthirster as he's back to half health again. And Besiktas, the 3-0 sweep of the favorites heading into this one. The #1 seed heading in. And Besiktas, man, these guys look so good and so different to what we saw heading through the groups. They're hungry for this victory.
Yeah, they certainly are. Riding the momentum through.
Yeah.
They were able to really turn it on in this series, and that was a completely different Bangkok lineup that we saw.
It's a completely different Besiktas as well.
Yeah, but they were going for greedy item builds, weren't able to get the mid-game team fights that they were looking for, and Besiktas just looked like they were completely in control of every phase of the game. Strategically sound play.
Just really beautiful play coming through from the Turkish lineup. Honestly, they just looked like they wanted it more.
Yeah, they certainly did. And from here, they've set up the grudge match. Brazil versus Turkey. INTZ, arguably the favorite versus a home crowd team, the one that everyone didn't want to run into. It's going to be a massive best of 5.
This is going to be gigantic. A whole lot of the teams heading into this tournament, of course, were very scared of the Turkish lineup. The Turkish lineup extraordinarily scared of the Brazilian lineup. So we have got, in the end, probably the grand final that we were expecting.
Yeah, exactly right. Coming through probably as the 2 favorites. We're going to see an absolutely massive game of League of Legends. And honestly, you could not pick a favorite going into this one.
No, and especially not after Besiktas today. That was a very different team. That was absolutely beautiful play coming through from the Turkish team. We'll see how they go against Brazil tomorrow for the grand final. But as far as tonight's concerned, that is going to be it. On behalf of myself, Spawn, and our whole production team, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.